कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी है?
अरे हाँ हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी। नो वरीज, पावर मिलेगा टू एवरीबॉडी, क्योंकि न्यू योनो 24/7 365 डेज इंडिया के करोड़ों लोगों को देता है हाइपर पर्सनलाइज बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर टू एवरी इंडियन, ब्रॉट टू यू बाय एसबीआई, जो सदियों से है द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
सॉरी पापा, कल बैंक चले, आज कुछ अर्जेंट है, बाय।
ओके बेटा।
एक दौर था जब बैंकिंग का पावर सिर्फ बैंक के पास था, बट नॉट एनीमोर। अब पूरे इंडिया को मिलेगा बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर उनके लिए जिनके लिए बैंक जाना आसान नहीं, और उनके लिए भी जिन्हें बैंक जाना ही नहीं, कहीं से भी बैंकिंग करने का पावर।
यार ये हम कैसे भूल गए? अब फिर से शुरू करना होगा।
वहीं से शुरू होगा।
या ऐप से शुरू करके योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर, या फिर ब्रांच में बैंकिंग करने का पावर, कहीं भी कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी है?
अरे हाँ हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी। नो वरीज, पावर मिलेगा टू एवरीबॉडी, क्योंकि न्यू योनो 24/7 365 डेज इंडिया के करोड़ों लोगों को देता है हाइपर पर्सनलाइज बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर टू एवरी इंडियन, ब्रॉट टू यू बाय एसबीआई, जो सदियों से है द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
सॉरी पापा, कल बैंक चले, आज कुछ अर्जेंट है, बाय।
ओके बेटा।
एक दौर था जब बैंकिंग का पावर सिर्फ बैंक के पास था, बट नॉट एनीमोर। अब पूरे इंडिया को मिलेगा बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर उनके लिए जिनके लिए बैंक जाना आसान नहीं, और उनके लिए भी जिन्हें बैंक जाना ही नहीं, कहीं से भी बैंकिंग करने का पावर।
यार ये हम कैसे भूल गए? अब फिर से शुरू करना होगा।
वहीं से शुरू होगा।
या ऐप से शुरू करके योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर, या फिर ब्रांच में बैंकिंग करने का पावर, कहीं भी कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी है?
अरे हाँ हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी। नो वरीज, पावर मिलेगा टू एवरीबॉडी, क्योंकि न्यू योनो 24/7 365 डेज इंडिया के करोड़ों लोगों को देता है हाइपर पर्सनलाइज बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर टू एवरी इंडियन, ब्रॉट टू यू बाय एसबीआई, जो सदियों से है द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
सॉरी पापा, कल बैंक चले, आज कुछ अर्जेंट है, बाय।
ओके बेटा।
एक दौर था जब बैंकिंग का पावर सिर्फ बैंक के पास था, बट नॉट एनीमोर। अब पूरे इंडिया को मिलेगा बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर उनके लिए जिनके लिए बैंक जाना आसान नहीं, और उनके लिए भी जिन्हें बैंक जाना ही नहीं, कहीं से भी बैंकिंग करने का पावर।
यार ये हम कैसे भूल गए? अब फिर से शुरू करना होगा।
वहीं से शुरू होगा।
या ऐप से शुरू करके योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर, या फिर ब्रांच में बैंकिंग करने का पावर, कहीं भी कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी है?
अरे हाँ हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी।
I just need to hit the road. Every turn, every bend, they calling out. One of those days I just need to hit the road and they calling out, yeah. Check. This is my temple, this is my mental peace sanctuary. The one thing I can't do without. You better hear me. Can't do without. I can't do without. I can't do without.
अल्टीमेट बाइकिंग एक्सपीरियंस अधूरा है इंडियन ऑयल के सर्वो 40 एक्स्ट्रा के बिना।
Breaking them all up. Capsules are bitter pill to swallow. I can't start and wallow. And I'm hard to follow.
सर्वो 40 एक्स्ट्रा फ्रॉम इंडियन ऑयल, कांट डू विदाउट इट।
पूरे इंडिया को मिलेगा बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर उनके लिए जिनके लिए बैंक जाना आसान नहीं, और उनके लिए भी जिन्हें बैंक जाना ही नहीं, कहीं से भी बैंकिंग करने का पावर।
यार ये हम कैसे भूल गए? अब फिर से शुरू करना होगा।
वहीं से शुरू होगा।
या ऐप से शुरू करके योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर, या फिर ब्रांच में बैंकिंग करने का पावर, कहीं भी कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी हैं?
अरे हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी। नो वरीज, पावर मिलेगा टू एवरीबॉडी, क्योंकि न्यू योनो 24/7 365 डेज इंडिया के करोड़ों लोगों को देता है हाइपर पर्सनलाइज्ड बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर टू एवरी इंडियन, ब्रॉट टू यू बाय SBI, जो सदियों से है द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
सॉरी पापा, कल बैंक चले, आज कुछ अर्जेंट है। बाय।
ओके बेटा।
एक दौर था जब बैंकिंग का पावर सिर्फ बैंक के पास था, बट नॉट एनीमोर। अब पूरे इंडिया को मिलेगा बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर उनके लिए जिनके लिए बैंक जाना आसान नहीं, और उनके लिए भी जिन्हें बैंक जाना ही नहीं, कहीं से भी बैंकिंग करने का पावर।
यार ये हम कैसे भूल गए? अब फिर से शुरू करना होगा।
वहीं से शुरू होगा।
या ऐप से शुरू करके योनो नेट बैंकिंग पे कंटिन्यू करने का पावर, या फिर ब्रांच में बैंकिंग करने का पावर, कहीं भी कभी भी।
और लंच टाइम में भी हैं?
अरे हाँ, लंच टाइम में भी। नो वरीज, पावर मिलेगा टू एवरीबॉडी, क्योंकि न्यू योनो 24/7 365 डेज इंडिया के करोड़ों लोगों को देता है हाइपर पर्सनलाइज्ड बैंकिंग का पावर। पावर टू एवरी इंडियन, ब्रॉट टू यू बाय SBI, जो सदियों से है द बैंकर टू एवरी इंडियन।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anish Patel, and it's my honor to be your host for the day. Welcome to the Sportstar Conclave Focus Bihar edition. For the Sportstar team, largely coming from the perennially warm climate of Chennai, the present Patna weather and the sprinkling of rain has been a welcome change. It's our second time here in the span of little more than a year, and we are back for an important reason. Bihar's rapid strides as a sporting hub are hard to ignore. Within the country's ambitions to be a superpower, we dedicate this day to discussing those aspirations, to acknowledge the work being done towards the end, and to draw lessons to understand what we can improve in this pursuit too. Since 2021, Sportstar has been conducting thought conclaves like this across cities in India. These day-long events are an opportunity for athletes, administrators, and other stakeholders to come together under one roof to discuss key issues pertaining to the sports ecosystem in that particular region. The Sportstar Sports Conclave has had fruitful stops at a variety of places, including Chennai, Lucknow, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Thiruvananthapuram, Kolkata, Goa, Chandigarh, Jaipur, and we are excited to be back here in Patna to talk all things about sports. Today is doubly special because we are getting to do this on the historic occasion of Bihar Divas. This day marks 114 years since Bihar was carved out from the Bengal presidency during the British rule. This day began to be formally celebrated thanks in large part to the Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Nitish Kumar ji, who wanted the day to honor the state's pride and achievements. So let me extend my congratulations and wishes to everybody here. A quick thank you to the sponsors of Focus Bihar Sportstar Conclave, the Bihar State Sports Authority, the Department of Sports, Government of Bihar, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, and the State Bank of India. I would now like to invite our eminent dignitaries on stage. First up, I'd like to invite Shri Ravindran Shankaran IPS, Director General and CEO of the Bihar State Sports Authority. Thank you, sir. Next up, I'd like to invite Shri Mahendra Kumar IAS, Managing Director, South Bihar Power Distribution Company Limited, and Director, Sports, Government of Bihar. Thank you. Join me in welcoming Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Minister of Sports and IT, Government of Bihar, and an Olympian, a brilliant shooter who has a Commonwealth Games gold medal to her name. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. And finally, I'd like to welcome Srimati Raksha Khadse, Minister of State Sports, Government of India. Please take the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Before we officially begin for the day, I request all those who are able to please rise for the national anthem. I now request Shri Ravindran Shankaran IPS to get us started for the day.
बिहार दिवस का शुभकामनाएं आप सभी को। माननीय खेल मंत्री महोदया, भारत सरकार, रक्षा खड़से मैम, माननीय खेल मंत्री श्रीमती श्रेयसी सिंह, बिहार सरकार, मेरा भाई एवं मित्र महेंद्र, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी पैनलिस्ट्स को पूरा देश से आए हुए स्पोर्ट्स का एंड एक्सपर्ट्स, स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री से रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, स्पोर्ट्स एसोसिएशंस का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, बिहार ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का मीडिया एंड हमारा सारा कोचेस। जो हमेशा हम कहते हैं कि बिहार है, हम इतिहास लिखते नहीं हैं, इतिहास रचते हैं, ये हमेशा मैं बोलता हूँ। आज भी देखिए हम इतिहास रच रहे हैं। ये पहला स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव है जिसमें दोनों भारत सरकार का खेल मंत्री और बिहार सरकार का खेल मंत्री दोनों महिलाएं हैं। ये इतिहास सिर्फ बिहार में ही हो सकता है। और दूसरा, आज एक और इम्पोर्टेंट डे है, बिहार दिवस तो है ही, इसके अलावा हमारा टॉपिक से मिलता जुलता है ये दिन। आज का इस स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव का अंडरलाइंग थीम है 2036 ओलंपिक्स। हमें 2036 ओलंपिक्स होस्ट करने के लिए बिडिंग प्रोसेस से लेके मेडल्स जीतने तक और ओलंपिक्स खत्म होने के बाद उस लेगेसी को, उस स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हमें क्या करना है, ये सब पर हम डिस्कस करने जा रहे हैं ये पूरा कॉन्क्लेव में। तो ये ओलंपिक इज द सब्जेक्ट। और ये भी एक इतिहास है, बिहार राज्य में ही पूरा देश में सबसे पहले ओलंपिक मूवमेंट प्रारंभ किया गया था। इसकी पूरा आधार हमारे कार्यालय में है, जो आर्काइव्स ऑफ इंडिया से निकाले हैं हम लोग। मैम, आपकी जानकारी मैं देना चाहता हूं और यहाँ सभी लोगों को, प्रथम ऑफिस, प्रथम कार्यालय इंडियन ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का कार्यालय यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पर कार्यरत था और 15 साल इंडियन ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन यहीं पर कार्यरत था। और JRD टाटा और मोइनुल हक साहब प्रेसिडेंट और सेक्रेटरी जनरल रहा करते थे। तो जहाँ से भारत में ओलंपिक मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ है, वहीं पर हम लोग 2036 ओलंपिक्स के बारे में बात करना शुरू किए हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ हमारा ये प्रयास हम कामयाबी में रहेंगे। और मैडम से मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, आज का इस कॉन्क्लेव में जो भी सजेशंस निकल के आएंगे, जो भी रिकमेंडेशंस निकल के आएगा, तो अप्रैल में, जैसे मेरे को जानकारी मिली है, अप्रैल में भारत सरकार के द्वारा, खेल मंत्रालय के द्वारा चिंतन शिविर का आयोजन करने जा रहे हैं। उस चिंतन शिविर में इस कॉन्क्लेव का आउटकम, रिकमेंडेशन और सजेशंस को रखने का मौका दिया जाए, ताकि सभी को पता चले और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स अफेयर्स को भी हम लोग उस पेपर को सबमिट करने का मौका दें। और साथ साथ मैं आप लोगों को ये भी बताना चाहेंगे, हमारे लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है, शिवनाथ सिंह जी 1968 में बिहार का पहला एथलीट थे जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गए थे एथलेटिक्स। 68 की बात कर रहा हूँ, जिस साल में मेरा जन्म हुआ। उसकी बात से लेके अभी तक बिहार का कोई एथलीट, मैं एथलेटिक्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, एथलीट ट्रैक एंड फील्ड में वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में नहीं गया। लेकिन कल तिरुवनंतपुरम में जो ऑल इंडिया ओपन एथलेटिक चैंपियनशिप हुआ है, रोहतास का, हमारा बिहार का एक लड़का पीयूष राज 400 मीटर्स रन में गोल्ड मेडल आए हैं और वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई कर गए हैं। जबकि 47.4 सेकेंड्स था क्वालिफाइंग मार्क, बट ही हैज डन इट इन 47 सेकेंड्स फ्लैट। तो एंड मेरे को इंडियन एथलेटिक टीम का जो चीफ कोच राधा कृष्णन ने बताए कि दैट बॉय इज ऑल्सो विल बी पार्ट ऑफ द एशियन गेम्स, जो होने वाला जापान में एशियन गेम्स का कैंप और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एंड एशिया कप। तो ये बहुत गर्व की बात है, एथलेटिक्स में हम आगे अब वापस, वी आर रिवाइविंग बैक आवर स्पोर्ट लेगेसी आफ्टर मिस्टर। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा, हमारा बिहार जो भी पिछले 4-5 साल से किए, एक छोटा सा AV डॉक्यूमेंट्री हम लोग बनाए हैं,
ये की कहानी नहीं है, यह एक ऐसे परिवर्तन की शुरुआत है जहां संघर्ष और संकल्प से हर युवा अपने सपनों को साकार करता है। यह है बिहार।
राजगीर में खेलो इंडिया स्टेट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस की स्थापना की गई है। बिहार खेल विश्वविद्यालय, राज्य खेल अकादमी जैसे संस्थान भी बिहार को मिले हैं। पटना गया हाईवे पर स्पोर्ट्स सिटी का निर्माण हो रहा है। बिहार के गांवों में खेल सुविधाओं का निर्माण किया गया है। अब खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स मैप पर बिहार की उपस्थिति को और मजबूत करने में मदद करेंगे।
जहां खेलों के माध्यम से प्रतिभा को पहचान मिलती है और सफलता की नई ऊंचाइयां हासिल की जाती हैं। यहां बिहार सरकार ने खेलों को एक आंदोलन बना दिया है, जो न केवल खिलाड़ियों की जिंदगी बदल रहा है, बल्कि समाज की दिशा भी बदल रहा है। खेलों को गांव-गांव तक पहुंचाने के लिए बिहार ने एक ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाया है, पंचायत खेल क्लब। इस पहल के तहत राज्य के 8000 से अधिक पंचायतों में खेल क्लब स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं, जहां युवा फुटबॉल, कबड्डी, हॉकी, एथलेटिक्स और अन्य खेलों में प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। यह पहल ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में छुपी प्रतिभाओं को पहचानने और उन्हें राष्ट्रीय मंच तक पहुंचाने का एक मजबूत रास्ता बन चुकी है। इसी दिशा में प्रतिभाओं की पहचान को और व्यापक बनाने के लिए बिहार सरकार ने शुरू की है मशाल, विश्व की सबसे बड़ी खेल प्रतिभा खोज प्रतियोगिता। यह प्रतियोगिता राज्य के हर जिले, हर प्रखंड और हर गांव तक पहुंचकर लाखों युवाओं को अपनी खेल प्रतिभा दिखाने का अवसर प्रदान करती है। मशाल केवल एक प्रतियोगिता नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक ऐसा मंच है जो बिहार के उभरते खिलाड़ियों को पहचान, मार्गदर्शन और आगे बढ़ने का रास्ता देता है। एकलव्य स्टेट रेजिडेंशियल स्पोर्ट्स ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स खिलाड़ियों के समग्र विकास के लिए एकलव्य राज्य आवासीय खेल प्रशिक्षण केंद्र स्थापित किए गए हैं। इन केंद्रों में खिलाड़ियों को आवास, शिक्षा, पोषण और आधुनिक प्रशिक्षण की सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती है, जिससे उन्हें व्यवस्थित और पेशेवर खेल प्रशिक्षण मिल सके।
तो हम लोगों ने सोच लिया है कि जो खूब आगे बढ़ने वाले होंगे उनको नौकरी देंगे सीधे, और उनको बनाएंगे हम लोग, क्या समझिए, ग्रेड 1 का, यानी बिहार प्रशासनिक सेवा और बिहार पुलिस सेवा में वो जीत करके जाएंगे। पदक जीतने पर इन बिहार के उत्कृष्ट खिलाड़ियों को सीधे हम लोग उनको नौकरी दे देंगे। आप उसको समझ लीजिए, ग्रेड 1 के स्तर पर बिहार के खिलाड़ियों को हम दे देंगे।
खेल विभाग आपके लिए फील्ड भी तैयार कर रहा है, स्टेडियम भी तैयार कर रहा है और कई कॉम्प्लेक्स भी बनाने का काम किया जाए, जो डेडिकेटेड तौर पर किसी न किसी खेल से होगा और खेल का माहौल बनाना है। लेकिन अब पूरे देश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में खेल को प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है। खेलो इंडिया का कार्यक्रम में बिहार में उन्होंने दिया, उसके लिए भी उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। और बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने पूरे बिहार में खेल कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाने का काम शुरू किया है। यह भी ऐतिहासिक कार्य है।
खिलाड़ियों को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए राज्य सरकार ने कई महत्वपूर्ण नीतियां शुरू की हैं, जैसे खेल सम्मान योजना, खेल छात्रवृत्ति नीति, मेडल लाओ, नौकरी पाओ, पंचायत खेल क्लब योजना, खेल प्रतिभा खोज योजना, मशाल। मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ योजना के तहत अब तक 350 से अधिक खिलाड़ियों को सरकारी नौकरी प्रदान की जा चुकी है, जिससे खेलों को करियर के रूप में अपनाने के लिए युवाओं को नया विश्वास मिला है। वहीं खिलाड़ियों और प्रशिक्षकों की उपलब्धियों को सम्मान देने के लिए आयोजित खेल सम्मान समारोह के माध्यम से 2100 से अधिक खिलाड़ियों को लगभग 24 करोड़ रुपए की प्रोत्साहन राशि प्रदान की जा चुकी है। ये नीतियां खिलाड़ियों को आर्थिक सहायता, सम्मान और करियर के अवसर प्रदान करती हैं।
तो दोस्तों, ये समय बिहार में एक क्रांति का समय है, एक खेल क्रांति का समय है। और हम सभी लोग एकजुट होकर हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री की जो सोच है, जिस आंदोलन का आदेश उन्होंने किया है, निर्देश हमें दिया है, उसे लेकर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम सबका एक छोटा सा सपना है कि जब भारतीय दल ओलंपिक्स में 2028 में पहुँचे तो उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा बिहार के खिलाड़ी हों और बिहार एक सुपर पावर, स्पोर्ट्स का सुपर पावर निकलकर आगे आए।
बिहार में खेल अधोसंरचना का तेजी से विकास हो रहा है, जहां राज्य के 9 प्रमंडलों में विश्व स्तरीय बहुउद्देशीय खेल परिसरों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है तथा राजगीर में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का खेल परिसर, बिहार स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी और आधुनिक स्टेडियमों के निर्माण से खिलाड़ियों को उच्च स्तरीय प्रशिक्षण सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हो रही हैं। आज बिहार कई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय और राष्ट्रीय खेल आयोजनों की सफल मेजबानी कर रहा है, जैसे खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स 2025, महिला एशियाई चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी हॉकी 2024, सेपक टकराव विश्व कप 2025, हीरो मेंस एशिया कप हॉकी 2025, अंडर 20 रग्बी सेवन्स एशियाई चैंपियनशिप 2025। खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में बिहार ने अपने इतिहास का सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन करते हुए 36 पदक, 7 स्वर्ण, 11 रजत और 18 कांस्य हासिल किए और राष्ट्रीय रैंकिंग में 28वें स्थान से छलांग लगाकर 14वें स्थान तक पहुंचा। इन प्रतिष्ठित आयोजनों की सफल मेजबानी बिहार की खेल क्षमता और संगठन शक्ति का प्रमाण है। इसी निरंतर प्रयास, दूरदर्शी नीतियों और जमीनी स्तर पर हो रहे बदलावों का परिणाम है कि बिहार को स्पोर्ट्सस्टार एसेस अवार्ड्स 2026 में खेलों के प्रोत्साहन में देश का सर्वश्रेष्ठ राज्य का सम्मान प्राप्त हुआ। आज बिहार सिर्फ खेल नहीं रहा, बल्कि खेलों के माध्यम से एक नया इतिहास रच रहा है। जय हिंद, जय बिहार। यह केवल एक राज्य।
That was truly an inspirational audio visual. I hope you guys felt the same as well. I'd like our dignitaries to please come back on stage. I now request Ms. Shreyasi Singh to officially welcome the gathering.
साथियों, आमतौर पर मैं अपने वक्तव्य की शुरुआत भारत माता की जय के साथ करती हूँ, लेकिन आज हम सभी लोगों के लिए सौभाग्य का दिन है कि इस बिहार दिवस के दिन आप लोगों को बिहार की धरती पर, पावन धरती पर बुलाने का साथियों, आज हम लोग ये स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव बिहार में चौथी बार आयोजित कर रहे हैं और निश्चित रूप से मुझे पहले भी 3 वर्ष इस खेल कॉन्क्लेव का हिस्सा रहने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त था, एक खिलाड़ी के रूप में, एक विधायक के रूप में और एक मंत्री के रूप में। और इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है कि आज ये एनडीए की सरकार है जिसने एक खिलाड़ी को खेल मंत्री बनाने का काम किया और अपने अनुभव जो मुझे एक खिलाड़ी के रूप में प्राप्त है उनका उस अनुभव को मैं आज अपने विभाग के माध्यम से बिहार की सच्चाई और बिहार के अनेकों खिलाड़ियों के साथ साझा कर पा रही हूँ। साथियों, बिहार खेल में अभी जिस वीडियो और ऑडियो को आपने देखा, बिहार खेल आज किस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहा है, संक्षेप में अगर कहें तो पैरेलली हम लोग 2 व्यवस्थाओं को एस्टैब्लिश करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ जहां हम अपने एमेच्योर एथलीट्स को ग्रास रूट लेवल पे डेवलप कर रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ हम इंटरनेशनल नेशनल लेवल के स्टेडियम्स तैयार कर रहे हैं ताकि जिस तरह से बिहार पिछले 2-3 वर्षों में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इवेंट्स का मेज़बानी की है, उसी तरीके से आगे आने वाले समय में भी बिहार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं की मेज़बानी कर सके। एक समय था साथियों, मैं खुद अपने व्यक्तिगत कहानी अगर आपके सामने सुनाऊं तो मैं बिहार से एक लौती खिलाड़ी होती थी। अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया तो हमारा जो खेल संघ नेशनल राइफल एसोसिएशन था, उन्होंने मुझे चयनित करके अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेलने का मौका दिया। जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेले तो 2009 में जूनियर लेवल पर वर्ल्ड कप हमने जीता। भारत का पहला वर्ल्ड कप था, बिहार का भी निशानेबाजी में पहला स्वर्ण पदक था। जब वहाँ से हम लोग लौटे तो भारतीय दल में आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि हरियाणा के खिलाड़ी होते हैं, तमिलनाडु के होते हैं, दिल्ली के होते हैं, सब अलग अलग कोनों से आए हुए थे। और जब हम लोग वहाँ पहुँचे दिल्ली की एयरपोर्ट पे, मैम तमिलनाडु वाले अपने एक एथलीट को ले गए, हरियाणा वाले अपने एथलीट को ले गए, लेकिन बिहार का एक खिलाड़ी वहाँ खड़ा रह गया। बड़ा बुरा लगा। लेकिन अपने पिताजी के पास, स्वर्गीय दादा दिग्विजय सिंह जी, उनके पास जाकर जब हमने अपने इस दुख को जताया तो उन्होंने बड़े प्यार से समझाया कि श्रेषी, बिहार आज एक पिछड़ा राज्य है, मूलभूत सुविधाओं को घर घर तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करना है। और क्या पता, जब मूलभूत सुविधाएं घर तक पहुंच जाएंगी, जब खेल के ओर सरकार का ध्यान आकृष्ट होगा, तो शायद तुम उस सही जगह पर खड़ी पाओगी या मिलोगी जहां से खेल का ये सफर शुरू होता है। और ठीक उसी तरह साथियों, हमने अपने पिता के शब्दों का आदर करते हुए बिहार के लिए निरंतर खेलते रहे। चाहे पदक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हो, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का हो या एशियन गेम्स का हो, बिहार को समर्पित करते रहे। और 2018 में जब राष्ट्रमंडल खेलों में जब गोल्ड मेडल जीते, तब बिहार की धरती पर जब वापस आए तो वो मंच भी सजा था, वो गुलदस्ता भी खड़ा था और वो सभी पदाधिकारियों का जो एक प्यार, स्नेह और जो प्रोत्साहन के शब्द होते हैं वो भी मुझे प्राप्त हुए। तो ये बिहार की जो खेल विभाग या बिहार की जो खेल के प्रति सोच है, उसको बदलते हुए मैंने खुद अपने आंखों से देखा है और उसका अनुभव भी लिया है। निश्चित रूप से खिलाड़ियों को अब यंगर लेवल पर, एक एमेच्योर लेवल पे डेवलप करने के लिए एकलव्य जैसे सेंटर्स खोले जा रहे हैं, जहाँ की उनका रहना, खाना, पीना, माँ बाप के दिमाग में अक्सर एक सवाल उठता है कि आज अगर बच्चा खेल में निकल गया तो पढ़ाई पूरी नहीं कर पाएगा। इसका विशेष ध्यान देते हुए एकलव्य सेंटर्स को स्कूल्स के साथ या स्कूल्स के अंदर खोला गया है ताकि उनकी खेल के साथ उनकी पढ़ाई पर कोई भी असर ना हो, बल्कि दोनों साथ ही चल सके। इसके बाद जब बच्चा +2 पास कर जाता है, सही प्रशिक्षण ले लेता है खेल की, फिर उसके मन में सवाल उठता है कि अब आगे अपनी प्रशिक्षण कैसे करेंगे। इसके लिए साथियों, हमारे आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने हर एक जिला में डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस खोलने का काम किया और हम लोगों का ये कार्य रहेगा कि उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस को हम लोग अपनी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के साथ अटैच कर सके ताकि +2 के बाद भी कोई भी खिलाड़ी ऐसा ना रहे जिसको अपने खेल की प्रशिक्षण की वजह से पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़े या वाइसा वर्सा। दूसरी तरफ जहां राजगीर का आपने बड़ा उदाहरण देखा कि किस तरह से इंटरनेशनल स्टेडियम्स आज बिहार में बनकर खड़े हैं, जिसकी सराहना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी कर रहे हैं, ठीक उसी तरह हम लोग एक और स्पोर्ट्स सिटी जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आपको देखने के लिए मिलता है, उस स्पोर्ट्स सिटी को भी खड़ा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, ताकि पूरी तरीके से एक डेडिकेटेड सिटी अपने पटना राज्य के पास हो, जहाँ पर कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ खेल और खिलाड़ियों को प्रोत्साहन मिले। लेकिन हाँ, आज एक ऐसे समय की घड़ी आ गई है जहां आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 2036 की मेज़बानी ओलंपिक गेम्स की भारत में करना चाहते हैं। तो हम लोगों का भी ये धर्म बनता है, हम लोगों का भी ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि एक बेहतरीन ओलंपिक गेम्स अपने भारत में होस्ट किए जा सके, उसमें अपनी अपनी भूमिका निभाएं। और अभी आपने वीडियो देखा, उसमें मैंने 2028 बोला था, तो निश्चित रूप से वो सपना टूटा नहीं है। लेकिन जब 2036 में ओलंपिक गेम्स होंगे तो एक सिपाही होने के नाते मैं भी ये सपना देखती हूँ, ये सपना सजाती हूँ कि उस भारतीय दल के अधिकांश बच्चे बिहार से हो, वो व्यवस्था खड़े करके देनी है। आज से पहले साथियों, 2024 से पहले जब भारत का मैप बनता था तो उसमें ओलंपिक गेम्स से पहले अधिकांश न्यूज़ चैनल्स में आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि जब भारत का मैप बनता था तो हर राज्य से जितने खिलाड़ी जा रहे हैं भारतीय दल का हिस्सा बन के, उनकी एक संख्या लिखी जाती थी। वहीं बिहार में एक बड़ा सा ज़ीरो बन जाता था, मन में बड़ी चोट पहुंचती थी, बहुत दर्द होता था। लेकिन 2024 में एक विधायक होते हुए मैंने अपने उस सपने को नहीं छोड़ा और ओलंपिक गेम्स 2024 का प्रतिनिधित्व भारतीय दल के साथ मैं खुद निशानेबाजी की स्पर्धा में करके आई, और तब जाके वो बिहार में संख्या 1 हुई। और मेरे साथ उसी पेरिस में आयोजित जो पैरालंपिक गेम्स थे उसमें ही एक जमुई का लड़का शैलेश कुमार भी हाई जंप में प्रतिनिधित्व किया। तो निश्चित रूप से अब हमारा खाता खुल गया है। अब इस खाते खोलने के बाद हम बिहार के कितने बच्चों को उस सर्वोच्च गेम्स तक हम पहुंचा पाए, ये जिम्मेदारी हमारे विभाग और हम सब लोगों के ऊपर। ये हम अकेले कर ले, हम तो खुद खिलाड़ी हैं, तो टीम इवेंट या टीम स्पिरिट की महत्व अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं। अगर हम कहें कि हम ये अकेले चल के कर लेंगे या हम चारों तीनों मिलकर अकेले कर लेंगे तो ये संभव नहीं। आज आप लोगों को इस दिन पर, इस अवसर पर आमंत्रित किया गया है ताकि आपके विशेष जितने भी आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, एक्सपर्टीज़ है, उनको हम ग्रहण कर पाएँ। आपके जो सुझाव हैं उनको हम अपनी नीतियों में, परियोजनाओं में शामिल कर सकें और एक बेहतर और सशक्त बिहार में खेल वातावरण को हम स्थापित कर सकें। रक्षा मैम, आप इतनी दूर से बीच में हमारे आई हैं, एक छोटी बहन के नाते मैं आपसे एक आग्रह करती हूँ, यदि 2036 में जब भारत ओलंपिक गेम्स की मेजबानी करे तो निश्चित रूप से उसमें एक खेल को या 2 अगर हो सके तो 2 खेलों का आयोजन बिहार जैसे राज्य को भी मिले। मैं ये आपसे कृतज्ञ प्रार्थना करती हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम यहाँ इंटरनेशनल कॉम्पिटिशन ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा होस्ट करेंगे तो बिहार के बच्चों को वो एक्सपीरियंस प्राप्त होगा, वो कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा, जो आने वाले समय में हम लोगों को लाभ देगा। हम लोग बहुत सारे ओलंपिक गेम्स देखते हैं जिसमें नाम भले ही एक स्टेट का होता है लेकिन अलग अलग राज्यों में उनका आयोजन किया जाता है। तो निश्चित रूप से मैं आपसे ये अनुरोध करूंगी कि हम सबके दिल की बात आप आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पास रखें और उनको ये बताएं कि बिहार भी ललाहित होकर 2036 की ओर ओलंपिक गेम्स की ओर नज़र गड़ाए बैठा है। साथ ही साथ साथियों, हाल में हो रहे कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स जिसका बिड हम ऑलरेडी जीत चुके हैं, यदि उसका भी मैम आप सोचेंगी कि मैं आपसे डिमांड पे डिमांड करते जा रही हूँ, इसलिए मैंने पहले कहा कि मैं एक छोटी बहन के नाते ये डिमांड रख रही कि कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2036 में जो हो रहे हैं, यदि उसका भी एक इवेंट अपने बिहार के राज्य को मिले तो निश्चित रूप से हम बेहतरीन मेज़बानी कर कर आपको दिखाएंगे और पुनः अपने बिहार के बच्चों को वो वातावरण से हम वो वातावरण दे पाएंगे जिसमें उनका सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस और साथ ही साथ बिहार राज्य के खिलाड़ियों को उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन खेल का देखने को मिल सके। खेलो इंडिया की घोषणा जिस तरह से बजट में केंद्र सरकार ने की वो निश्चित रूप से सराहनीय है। उसमें हम लोग चाहेंगे कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लाभ बिहार सरकार को मिल सके और बिहार के बच्चों को मिल सके। मैंने जिस तरह से अपनी कहानी सुनाई, मुझे लगता है कि आज बिहार उस कदम पर आकर खड़ा है जहां मूलभूत सुविधाएं हम घर घर तक पहुंचा चुके हैं। सड़क, बिजली, राशन, शिक्षा, सब चीज़ घर तक अब बच्चों को पहुंच चुकी है। लेकिन खेल को अब हम लोगों को घर घर तक पहुंचाना है। एक आम धारा बनी हुई थी जो लोग कहते थे पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे खराब। मुझे लगता है जिस तरह से आज पीयूष राज की चर्चा की, जिन्होंने आदरणीय शिवनाथ जी का रिकॉर्ड 1968 में तोड़कर कल उन्होंने स्थापित करने का काम किया। निश्चित रूप से आप लोगों से तालियों का मैं स्वागत चाहूँगी कि हमारे बिहार के लड़के ने पुनः इतिहास रचने का कार्य किया। तो साथियों, इस खेलोगे कूदोगे पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे खराब को बदलकर खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे सहवाग की चर्चा आज हम लोग करने आप लोगों के साथ यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं और उसी वातावरण को हम लोगों को बिहार में स्थापित करना है। आज साथियों, खेल के माध्यम से सिर्फ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल डेवलपमेंट या नीतियों की बात नहीं, बल्कि खेल एक ऐसा प्राइमरी करियर बनते जा रहा है जिसमें खिलाड़ियों से जुड़े हुए हर एक एस्पेक्ट को बढ़ावा देने की आवश्यकता भी है और वो जो एस्पेक्ट्स है वो आगे बढ़ भी रहे हैं। आज जब एक खिलाड़ी या एक खेल संघ आगे बढ़ता है तो उसके साथ बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जो आगे बढ़ते हैं। पहले हम लोग सोचते थे कि एक खिलाड़ी के उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन के लिए मात्र एक कोच की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन आज उस खिलाड़ी के साथ कोच के साथ साथ न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट, फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट, फिजिकल ट्रेनर, मेंटल ट्रेनर, मैनेजर, ये सभी लोगों का कार्य भी बढ़ गया है और ये सभी लोग जुड़ भी गए हैं। यानी कि आज जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ क्रिएट करने का काम भी खेल के माध्यम से हो रहा है। और मैं चाहती हूँ साथियों कि बिहार जो आज उद्योग की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है, एक 243 में से 202 का मैंडेट जो एनडीए को यहाँ मिला है, आज इस मंच से मैं आप लोगों के साथ ये बात शेयर करना चाहती हूँ कि स्पोर्ट्स के जो उद्यमी हैं, यानी कि स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड, मैं जानती हूँ कि आप इस सभागार में उपस्थित भी बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं, मैं आप सब लोगों से ये प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि खेल से जुड़े हुए, चाहे वो अपैरल्स की इंडस्ट्री हो, चाहे वो इक्विपमेंट की इंडस्ट्री हो, उसको भी बिहार में स्थापित करने का प्रयास करें। बिहार वो सोने की चिड़िया है जो अन्य राज्यों से निकट है और निश्चित रूप से यहाँ की सरकार, यहाँ की एक खेल मंत्री क्योंकि एक खिलाड़ी है, आपको बढ़ावा देने के लिए, आपको सुरक्षित रूप से बढ़ावा देने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास करेगी कि आपका इंडस्ट्री यहाँ स्थापित हो पाए और खेल के माध्यम से खेल इंडस्ट्रीज़ को भी बिहार में उत्तम जगह मिले, इसकी प्रार्थना मैं आप सब लोगों के बीच करती हूँ। मन में बातें बहुत हैं साथियों कहने की, लेकिन रक्षा दीदी सोचेंगी कि मुझे दिल्ली से बुलाकर खुद ही बाइक लेकर बोले जा रही है, तो मैं अब अपना सारा समय आदरणीय बड़ी बहन रक्षा खड़से जी के लिए छोड़ती हूँ और आप सभी लोगों का पुनः बिहार में स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ, चंदन वंदन करती हूँ। आप लोग इस कॉन्क्लेव में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भावनाओं को, महत्वपूर्ण वक्तव्य को ज़रूर स्थापित करें। यहाँ का जो वाइट पेपर डॉक्यूमेंट बनेगा आने वाले वित्तीय वर्ष में हमारे लिए एक पत्थर की लकीर है और निश्चित रूप से हर उस सुझाव को बिहार सरकार अपनाने का काम करेगी जो कि बिहार के खिलाड़ियों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेगी। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय बिहार, जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's truly heartwarming to see the rapid strides Bihar has made in the sports ecosystem. We hope under your guidance it can do a lot more in the coming years. And now, it's my honor to invite Srimati Raksha Khadse ji to deliver the keynote address.
आज के हमारे स्पोर्ट्स स्टार इस में आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। आज हमारे साथ, हमारे बीच में हमारे बिहार की खेल मंत्री सिंह जी यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं। उसी तरह महेंद्र कुमार जी हमारे सेक्रेटरी बिहार गवर्नमेंट के, उसी तरह हमारे डीजी रविंद्र जी यहाँ पे उपस्थित, हमारे जो इंडियन ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट्सस्टार की तरफ से आयन जी और हुए सभी मेरा नमस्कार। और जैसे यहाँ पे हमारे मंत्री महोदय ने बताया कि आज बिहार दिवस है, तो इस बिहार दिवस के अवसर पे मैं आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। और जैसे यहाँ पे बताया कि मैं मैडम का काफ़ी वक्त, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से आप सभी बातों को रख रही थी और जो प्रैक्टिकली आपने अपने लाइफ में स्पोर्ट्स की जो चीज़ें अपने एक्सपीरियंस प्रैक्टिकली, जो कि आज हमें स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर में काम करने की काफ़ी महत्व, और मुझे लगता है कि मेरा एज अ स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर छोटा सा योगदान देने का मैं प्रयास कर रही हूँ। आप तो स्पोर्ट्स जगत के साथ जुड़ी हो, आप खुद एक एथलीट। मैं तो स्पोर्ट्स ठीक है, स्कूल में हम खेलते थे, लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स में आने के बाद और फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने तीसरी बार मैं सांसद बनी और फिर ये जिम्मेदारी मुझे दी। और मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से भारत को हम विकसित बनाने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हम सभी का सपना, और उस सपने को साकार करने के लिए स्पोर्ट्स की काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहने वाली है। और इस स्पोर्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मेरी तरफ से मैं यही प्रयास कर रही हूँ, जहाँ मुझे पॉसिबल है वहाँ मैं खुद जाऊँ, चीज़ों को समझूँ, वहाँ के लोगों से मैं बात करूँ, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करने का प्रयास कर रही हूँ। क्योंकि जब 2036 में हम ओलंपिक को होस्ट करेंगे और जब हमारे देश के सब एथलीट्स खेलेंगे, हमारे देश के लिए मेडल लाएंगे, तो उसका मुझे भी अभिमान होना चाहिए कि इस सफ़र में मेरा भी कुछ ना कुछ योगदान रहा है। और मुझे बिहार में आने के लिए तो हमेशा से मतलब खुशी मिलती है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बिहार का जो स्पोर्ट्स का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और स्पोर्ट्स को लेके एक जो विजन आप सभी लोगों ने बनाया है, या आपके सभी ऑफिसर, खास करके रविंद्र जी को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि आप सभी लोगों का जो पैशन है स्पोर्ट्स को लेके, मुझे लगता है कि और कई दूसरे स्टेट में मैंने अभी तक नहीं देखा है। इसलिए बिहार आना मुझे अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि आप लोग जिस तरह से स्पोर्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, वैसा अभी तक मैंने देखा नहीं। और ख़ास करके जब आपने यहाँ पे एक बात बताई कि बिहार हमारा पिछड़ा राज्य है, लेकिन ये नहीं मानती, बिहार ये हमारा आने वाला एक डेवलप, कि जिस तरह से आप स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेके यहाँ पे बात कर रही है, इस तरह से राज्य सरकार पूरी तरह प्रयास कर रहा है तो स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर को हम आगे बढ़ाएं। और जो भी पिछले सालों में इवेंट जो राज्य सरकार किए गए, और उस माध्यम से जो स्पोर्ट्स को एक नए रूप में ले जाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि बिहार आने वाला, और मैं बिहार सरकार का खास करके ये भी अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगी कि महात्मा गांधी नरेगा स्कीम के माध्यम से आपने जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के छोटे छोटे स्टेडियम बनाए, ग्राउंड्स बनाए, और इसके माध्यम से जो हमारा लास्ट टाइम जो हैदराबाद में शिविर हुआ था स्पोर्ट्स का, और आपने बात वहाँ पे रखी थी और काफ़ी अच्छा वो आइडिया लगा। और इस बार इस बजट में केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से उससे यही जयराम जी की अभी हमने वो स्कीम बनाई है, और उसमें ये आइडिया को भी हमने ये मतलब आज आप सोच सकते हो कि आपकी ये छोटी सी आइडिया आज जो ग्राउंड लेवल पे जाके आज हमारा जो ग्रास रूट का आगे लाने के लिए सही प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए बिहार सरकार आज उसे केंद्र एप्रिशिएट किया गया है, और उसी योजना को पूरी प्रावधान किया गया है। तो आप ये बात को समझ सकते हो कि किस तरह से बिहार सरकार काम कर रही है स्पोर्ट्स को लेके, और भारत सरकार भी यही पूरी कोशिश कर रहा है कि हम सभी राज्यों के साथ मिलके, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में अगर कहा जाए तो स्पोर्ट्स एक स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट होता है, पर उसके बावजूद भी हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि केंद्र सरकार सभी राज्यों को हैंड होल्डिंग दे आगे कैसे हम ला सकें। जो खेलो भारत मिशन जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट के माध्यम से आगे लाने की कोशिश की है, तो स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को पूरी तरह से हम ट्रांसफॉर्म कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए सभी राज्यों के साथ मीटिंग करके के साथ बातचीत करके स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उसके साथ एक पिरामिड के रूप में हम स्पोर्ट्स को कैसे आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, इसलिए काम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और मैं आप सभी लोगों को, क्योंकि यहाँ पे उपस्थित हमारे सभी कोचेस भी मुझे लगता है कि आज के इस कॉन्क्लेव में आज उपस्थित है, तो हमें भी कोशिश करनी है कि केंद्र सरकार के साथ मिल जो भी स्पोर्ट्स को लेके नई टेक्नोलॉजी आई है, स्पोर्ट्स साइंस के सेक्टर को हम आगे कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं। क्योंकि अभी तक मैंने जिस भी राज्य में मैं गई हूँ, तो काफ़ी चीज़ मुझे वहाँ पे मतलब कम दिखाई दी कि स्पोर्ट्स साइंस के बारे में अभी तक हमारे यहाँ पे अवेयरनेस नहीं है। काफ़ी राज्यों में मुझे देखना मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि स्पोर्ट्स साइंस भी एक हमारा इम्पोर्टेंट सेक्टर है। एथलीट्स पहले से प्रिपरेशन करवा सकते, एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म हम पहले से ही दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि आज जो मेंटलिटी सभी राज्यों में बन चुकी है कि स्पोर्ट्स सिर्फ हमें गवर्नमेंट जॉब के लिए खेलना है, या कहीं पेरेंट्स की भी एक धारणा पहले से रही है हमारे यहाँ कि चलो नौकरी मिल जाएगी तो आप खेल लो, लेकिन हमें ये सोच को भी बदलना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स एक हमारे आने वाले लाइफस्टाइल का एक हिस्सा है, बनने वाला है और आज भी है। इस बात को हमें ध्यान में रखना है। तो स्कूल से लेके तो कॉलेज तक हमें स्पोर्ट्स को कैसे हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, इससे हमें प्रयास करना है। स्पोर्ट्स साइंस का सपोर्ट हम स्कूल से कैसे बच्चों को दे सकते हैं, इसलिए हमें प्रयास। जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बनी है और जो खेलो भारत नीति बनी है, उसके माध्यम से हम यही अलाइन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जब बच्चा स्कूल में जाए तब से उसे स्पोर्ट्स साइंस का सपोर्ट मिले, तब से उसे स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में पहले से पता चले कि वो आगे चल स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, किस डिसिप्लिन अच्छा करना चाहता है, और उनके माध्यम से कोच का सपोर्ट उन्हें मिलना काफ़ी ज़रूरी, क्योंकि मैंने देखा है कि 15-20 साल तक बच्चा अपने एफर्ट्स के साथ खेलता है, 15-20 साल के बाद उसे सही तरह से कोच का सपोर्ट मिलता है या स्पोर्ट्स साइंस का सपोर्ट मिलता है। पर मुझे लगता है कि 15-20 साल काफ़ी हो जाते हैं। अगर वही बच्चे को अगर आप 5-6 साल से ही अगर उसे सही कोचेस का सपोर्ट दे या स्पोर्ट्स साइंस का दे, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो टारगेट हम 36 का रख रहे हैं, टारगेट हम अचीव कर सकते हैं। जो खेलो भारत नीति बनी है, उसके माध्यम से सभी राज्यों के साथ मिलकर स्कूल के माध्यम से हम स्पोर्ट्स को कंपलसरी कैसे कर पाएंगे, इसलिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जो हमारे कोचेस है स्टेट में, और कुछ कोचेस हम और कैसे आगे ला सकते हैं, उनको ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से, और उनका रिफॉर्म हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। जो कोचेस इंस्टीट्यूट है, कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है, माध्यम से और कोचेस को नए टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ हम कैसे जोड़ सकते हैं, इसलिए हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि ताकि केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से हमें राज्यों के सभी जितने भी हमारे कोचेस हैं उनको एक अच्छा सपोर्ट हम दे पाए। और उसके साथ ही मैं तो कहना चाहूँगी कि बिहार एक ऐसा राज्य है कि जिनके पास आज स्किलिंग लेबर है, कि आज सभी देश में आप देखो कि हर जगह हर राज्य में बिहार से आज काफ़ी बड़ा लेबर फोर्स सभी जगह पे है। अगर यही लेबर फोर्स जो हमारी ताकत है, हमारे बिहार की ताकत है, अगर उसे सही तरह से हम स्पोर्ट्स गुड मैन्युफैक्चर की तरफ हम कैसे ले जाए, अगर उसके बारे में भी अगर हम सोचें, तो मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी बड़ा सपोर्ट और इकोनॉमिकली ग्रोथ बिहार की भी हो सकती है। क्योंकि केंद्र सरकार ये भी प्रयास कर रही है कि स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चर को हमारे देश में बढ़ावा दे सके, क्योंकि जब हम स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर की बात करते हैं, स्पोर्ट्स को बढ़ाने की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे लिए ये सेक्टर भी काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रखता है। क्योंकि आज जितने भी हमारे देश में स्पोर्ट्स गुड जो भी आ रहे हैं, हम बाहर से ला रहे हैं। आज अगर हम देखें तो अगर रेट वाइज भी आज काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। आज अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हर घर में स्पोर्ट्स को हमें लेके जाना है, तो आज इजीली किसी को मिलने के लिए भी दिक्कत है आज इक्विपमेंट। लेकिन अगर यही सब सेटअप अगर आज हमारे देश में हम हर राज्य में कोशिश करते, तो मुझे लगता है कि हर घर तक हम स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर को ले। और ख़ास करके मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि आज के यूथ के लिए स्पोर्ट्स के साथ जुड़ना काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है। आप तो एथलीट्स हो, आप जानते हो, लेकिन मैंने जो स्पोर्ट्स को समझा है, मुझे लगता है कि अगर आज के यूथ को सही दिशा में ले जाना होगा तो स्पोर्ट्स के साथ जोड़ना, क्योंकि आज का यूथ स्पोर्ट्स में जब जुड़ेगा तब वो हारना जीतना सीखेगा। क्योंकि आज के यूथ में पेशेंस नहीं है, ये हर बात की जल्दी रहती है। दूसरी चीज़, आज जो युवा डिप्रेशन एंजाइटी की तरफ जा रहा है, तो स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से वो सीख सकता है कि संयम कैसे रखना है और कैसे हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस आगे बढ़ाना। टाइम मैनेजमेंट हम स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से सीख सकते हैं, लीडरशिप हम स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से तो मुझे लगता है कि आज के युवाओं को सक्षम बनाने के लिए और इस देश को विकसित बनाने के लिए स्पोर्ट्स हमारे सबके लाइफ में हमारे सबके घर, इसलिए आज का ये कॉन्क्लेव हमारे लिए काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है, खास करके हमारे बिहार के लिए काफ़ी। और जिस तरह से बिहार सरकार और केंद्र सरकार प्रयास कर रही है कि स्पोर्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से कोशिश करे, तो मुझे लगता है कि आप सभी लोगों का सहयोग उसमें काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाला। और जब बात हमारी दोनों महिलाओं की यहाँ पे आई, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि आदरणीय प्रधान माध्यम से अस्मिता लीग्स की भी शुरुआत के माध्यम से हम यही प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि महिलाएं भी स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़े। जब मेडल टैली की हम बात करते हैं तो आज मेल के साथ फीमेल का भी रोल उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। जब मेडल हमें लाने हैं तो जितना आज मेल कैटेगरी से हमें मेडल आने वाले हैं, उतने ही मेडल हमारे फीमेल कैटेगरी से भी आने वाले हैं। इसलिए अस्मिता लीग्स को आगे बढ़ाना हमारे लिए काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2021 से अस्मिता लीग्स की शुरुआत हुई, और आज मुझे आपको कहते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि अभी रिसेंटली 8 मार्च को हमने पूरे देश में नियर अबाउट 250 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमने अस्मिता लीग्स का आयोजन किया था, जिसमें लगभग 2 लाख से भी ऊपर महिलाओं ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। एक कॉन्फिडेंस उनका बिल्ड हुआ कि हम भी खेल सकते हैं, हमारे देश के लिए हम नाम आगे लेके जा सकते और इस देश को योगदान दे सकते। और उसके बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के माध्यम से जो हमारी स्पोर्ट्स की नीति बनी है, उसके माध्यम से भी हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेके तो नेशनल तक जितने भी हमारे स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन है, उसमें 26% रिजर्वेशन ये महिलाओं के लिए रखा गया है। मतलब अगर आप कैलकुलेशन करें हर स्टेट, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और पूरे देश का अगर हम टैली करें, तो उसमें भी नियर अबाउट 2 लाख तक महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेट भी दिखेगा। इसका मतलब यही है कि महिलाओं को सक्षम करने के लिए, महिलाओं को समान अधिकार देने के लिए स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर भी अभी पीछे नहीं है, पूरी की जा रही है। स्पोर्ट्स में भी हमारे आगे बढ़े और हमारे देश। आज इस अवसर पे आप सभी लोगों को इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी कि और जिस तरह से आज का के माध्यम से जो भी इनपुट्स आएंगे आपके माध्यम से, वो आने वाले हमारे बिहार के स्पोर्ट्स काफ़ी स्पोर्ट्स टूरिज़्म को बढ़ाने के लिए भी हम बात कर रहे हैं। और स्पोर्ट्स टूरिज़्म भी कैसे आगे बढ़ेगा, इसके भी खेलो इंडिया मिशन में इसका भी प्रावधान किया गया है। जैसे यहाँ पे अभी बताया गया कि इंटरनेशनल कोई भी इवेंट जब यहाँ पे आए, तब उस स्टेट का कल्चर, उस स्टेट का एक इकोसिस्टम को एक अच्छी ग्रोथ मिलती। अभी रिसेंटली जो हमने खेलो इंडिया जो इवेंट बिहार में किया, आप देख सकते हो कि लगभग 10,000 के लगभग यहाँ पे सभी राज्यों से एथलीट आए। उन्होंने बिहार के बारे में समझा, बिहार के कल्चर के बारे में समझा। और अगर ये सी चीज़ें हर स्टेट में अगर हम जब शेयरिंग करेंगे, तब जाके हमारा भी कल्चर आगे बढ़े। और वही कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं। और मैं समझती हूँ एक नई पहचान स्पोर्ट्स के माध्यम से हम पूरी प्रयास हम कर रहे हैं। और बहुत खुशी की बात है कि आज कॉमनवेल्थ गेम 2028 इंडिया में होने जा रहा है। रिसेंटली अभी जो कल अनाउंस हुआ कि वर्ल्ड एथलीट चैम्पियनशिप भी ओडिशा में होने जा रहा है। हम यही कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इंटरनेशनल इवेंट हम इंडिया में होस्ट करें कि जिसके माध्यम से हम हमारे सभी एथलीट्स लेवल के कंपटीशन पार्टिसिपेट कर सके, या उस तरह का एक कोर्स हमारा तैयार हो सके कि किस तरह से हमें पूरा सिस्टम स्पोर्ट्स का खड़ा करना है, उस लेवल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम तैयार कर सकते, प्रयास किया जा रहा है। और ख़ास करके मैं डीजी साहब को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी कि आपका वर्क काफ़ी स्मार्ट है, क्योंकि आपने जो कहा कि इस अप्रैल में हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर आदरणीय मनसुख भाई की एक आदत है कि वो हमेशा चिंतन शिविर लेते हैं, जो कि एक काफ़ी अच्छी बात है कि सब डिपार्टमेंट में चिंतन शिविर होना चाहिए, कि जिसके माध्यम से आइडियाज़ शेयर होते हैं, कौन से स्टेट में कैसा काम हो रहा है, क्या अच्छी प्रैक्टिसेस हो रही है, कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। ये 2-3 दिन वहाँ पे बैठ के सब स्टेट होल्डर बात करते हैं, अपने अपने आइडियाज़ को शेयर करते हैं, और उसके माध्यम से स्टेट अपने अपनी तरफ से काम करने के लिए कोशिश करता है, केंद्र सरकार भी कोशिश करता है। और आपने एक अच्छा किया कि आपने पहले ही ये कॉन्क्लेव आपने ले ली, कि पहले ही आइडियाज़ आपके पास आ जाएंगे कि आप चिंतन शिविर में आप सब ये बात रख पाओगे। और लास्ट टाइम मैंने आपका देखा था कि पूरे चिंतन शिविर में सिर्फ आप अकेले थे कि अपने नए नए आइडियाज़ आप वहाँ पे रख रहे थे। इसलिए इस बजट में जो अपने ग्राउंड का जो महात्मा गांधी नरेगा स्कीम का जो इंक्लूड भी जो हुआ, वो आप ही की वजह से हुआ। और मुझे पूरी आशा है कि बिहार में हमारी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर वो भी काफ़ी पैशनेट है, खुद वो प्लेयर है, तो उनका भी काफ़ी बड़ा सपोर्ट रहेगा। इस तरह से वो पूरे भावनाओं के साथ इस मिनिस्ट्री को संभाल रहे हैं, या जिस भावना के साथ वो काम कर रही है, डेफिनेटली पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारा बिहार स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़ेगा और इस देश का सबसे उभरता हुआ स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर में हमें ये राज्य दिखाई देगा। तो मैं मेरी तरफ से आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय बिहार।
Thank you, ma'am, for the words of encouragement for the Bihar government. I hope this spurs them on to do even more in the upcoming years. I'd now like to request Sri Ravindran Shankaran IPS and Sri Mahendra Kumar IAS to please felicitate the guests. Thank you, ma'am, for hosting us with your gracious presence. We request you to please take your seat downstairs. Thank you very much. without much further ado, let's dive straight into our first panel of the day, titled Many States, One Dream, Fueling India's Olympic Ambition. To moderate this session, I'd like to request Mr. Ayon Sengupta, editor Sportstar, to join us on stage. This panel features an illustrious lineup of administrative officers who have left a massive footprint on the sporting legacies of their respective states. May I request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS, Special Chief Secretary for Youth Advancement, Tourism, Culture, Sports, Government of Telangana, to please join us. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. J. Meghanatha Reddy IAS, Member Secretary, Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. Thank you for joining us, sir. I'll also like to welcome Mr. Ravindran Sankaran IPS back on stage to join us. Please keep the round of applause going. Over to you, sir.
Almost afternoon, so everyone, 30 minutes. Across India, states are no longer just investing in sports. They are making very specific bets on how Olympic medals will be through governance, through systems, and through scale. With us, we have three very senior administrative officers from states that have made rapid strides in development. My first question, Ranjan, the Telangana sports policy lays out a long-term vision through government reforms, people-led infrastructure, grassroots academies and career pathways with an eye on 2036. What are your immediate year-one benchmarks to ensure this doesn't remain a vision document, but starts delivering from the get-go?
Thank you. First of all, greetings to all the fellow panelists. Greetings to everyone in the audience. My deep respects to Honorable MOS and Honorable Sports from Bihar. So, first of all, I feel very humbled. Typically, when we speak about which are the sports which are gold standard, about 4 states, Tamil Nadu, and we are trying to catch up. Priorities were what for a bit of people who are interested in sports. So with that end in mind, we have developed our sports policy. Policy being the latest possibly in the country, we have been able to bring in lots of learnings what other states have done successfully. Countries. Policy has been received pretty well. Very important aspect which that typically various other states also, how governments play their role furthering the sporting ecosystem. Sometimes it is cost of other stakeholders contribute optimally for who have a in promote other former sports persons of repute who also want to give back. So our states governments that often give opportunity others also have interest promote sport. A governance structure practically inside the government. Happy to see Mr. because of the government. We have very governance. So some of the things which you spoke about, you have a talent. See, our goal, the goal that we have set for when India hosts the being the host country, it will have the privilege to participate in all disciplines. Being the host, you have the rights to. Now, for example, if you play sports, football in Olympics, it's allowed to because our ranking is not that high. We are the host, we can. So the goal that we have set ourselves that there must be some representation. And obviously, if you look at 2036, people who will be those teams, they will be 10 years old, 12 years old. If such people, how do you run very scientific sporting program? How do you take care of their nutrition, management, sports science? Who does all this? To do everything. Pathways.
Ravindran, Bihar, especially the Mashal program, talents, you guys have reached out to 40,000. You have targeted almost 1,000 under 6. Or I mean, is the challenge in finding talent happens after?
Thank you very much for this question. Finding talent is not an issue because the talents are there in the school, and that is what we did through Mashal program. Identified talents through number of but now we have the data with us, almost 16 lakh data. How we are going to use that data? How we are going to filter out that data? That software, game-wise, for example, what data is required for a shooter? What data is required for a middle distance run? That parameters are yet to be decided. We can't take the parameters of USA or Jamaica or because our body, our physique, our mental aptitude is totally. What I particularly face difficulty is, I have the data, I know there is a talent, but how to filter it? And all said and done, yes, science, technology, AI, everything will come as a support mechanism. But actually is 4 saal mein, in the past 4 years, how Bihar came up to the national level, and now yesterday people come to that level was the human eye. The coaches who came from outside Bihar, whether it was an athletic coach or a volleyball coach or whoever, the human eye matters a lot. So we cannot eliminate that human eye. The AI and the technology can be a support system, but the potential to identify the talent is in the eyes of the, so there, number one. Number two, ma'am is here, I would request, ma'am, pehle zamane mein, during our days, when I was an athlete, Sports Authority of India used to send talent scouters, teams to various parts of the country, into the rural parts, to find out talent, to catch talent and bring them to the Sai centers. But now, I don't think that's happening. We have to do that, ma'am. We have to do that. हमें ऑफिस में बैठ के talent scouting हम नहीं कर सकते हैं. So we have to form the teams in collaboration with the federations and go to the pocket areas, certain pockets where sports is already a culture. तो वहाँ जाके हमें talent scouting करना पड़ेगा. Then we can reach where we wanted to reach. Person.
Have the chief and then the same thing, broad basing does that, and then you talent scouting. But how do you, from that funnel, you have a broad base. From that, how do you identify athletes select who would high performance?
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். In fact, Ayan, before I answer your question, I must say that I have a very special connect with both the legendary officers here. Sir is son of a former district sports, now manning and inspiringly leading the state's sports department of Bihar. And when Sir was collector of my native district, Kadapa, I was in class 10 and I was told by my father that you should become an IAS officer like Jayesh Ranjan said. So this panel is all the more special to me. So, to answer your question, Ayan, the Chief Minister's trophy that we do every year, the inspiring and guiding philosophy when we do Chief Minister's trophy every year in Tamil Nadu is that if you want to create excellence in any sporting ecosystem or you want your sports person to succeed, the first and most important thing that you should put in place is a sustainable, reliable and continuous platform for sports persons to come and perform. Without this, everything else would be a dream, which would. That's where Chief Minister's Trophy Games of Tamil Nadu comes into picture. We have started these games way back in 2012 with just 5 sporting disciplines. As we speak today, this has expanded to 38 sporting disciplines. What do? We create a calendar of events every year where everyone in the state knows that CM Trophy Games happens in this particular month at the district level and state level games happen at this particular district. So there is a reliability and continuity for the games every year. And we have increased the scope of the games. As I told you, we started off with 5 games. Today at school and college level, I'll restrict myself to the school and college level. We also do these games for government employees, general public and para different labeled sports persons. School and college alone, the 2025 registrations for school categories stood at 10 lakh registrations across the schools from the state. The college registrations stood at 3 lakhs. So 13 lakh young and vibrant sports persons from across the state participate at the district level competitions first, of which 13,000 athletes from school level and 12,000 athletes from college level come to the state level competition. So you have created a platform where these sports persons can come and perform. And now, in just these 2 categories, we have expanded the scope to 24 Olympic and non-Olympic games. So we've got literally every game where the team and individual games where the sports persons, these young boys and girls can come and perform. Second, there is a very good cash incentive mechanism. You win at the district level, you're given cash prize. You win at the state level, you're given cash prize. In fact, there is this very famous story that Tulasimathi Murugesan, who is a Paralympic silver medalist at Paris, keeps telling all of us, saying that, sir, I'm a daughter of a very poor daily wage laborer. The only thing that kept me going every year for my dream towards Para-Olympics was the cash incentive that I received at the CM Trophy Games. She is a 7-time winner of the CM Trophy Games. So, from winning state level CM Trophy badminton championship to winning a Paris Paralympics silver medalist in the very first shot, you can understand the way CM Trophy Games have set a platform. And third and most important thing that what we do is, in the last 3 years particularly, we have created an ecosystem where these young boys and girls coming from every nook and rural parts of Tamil Nadu experience what it is to be on the big stage. So when they come to the state level games, they're booked their trains and buses by the state government. They're made to stay in a hotel. For many of them, staying in an AC room and hotel is a first time experience. They're given food, they're taken care of properly, given certificates, given welcome kits, and then if they win medals, given cash prize and sent back. And most importantly, and the last pillar that we touch through CM Trophy Games is, while coming, winning and going back with medals and cash is one thing, how do you capture this talent? How do you take them to the next level? That's when we have the talent identification teams in picture. So whenever the state level games happen, we have our search teams which looks at this good talent. We bring them back into our academies. There are many of these players who were at the state level brought back into SDT hostels and are part of our sporting ecosystem now. Many of them are brought into the specialized academies. We run a special TT academy with Sharat Kamal now for the past many months. So most of the winners of the CM Trophy are brought back here and given training. Most of them are brought back into our sports science ecosystem and given training. So the idea is using one platform, a critical platform, you create an entire loop where you identify talent, you encourage the talent, and you sustain the talent. So that's where a CM Trophy comes into picture. And we famously call it Tamil Nadu Olympics. And there is a joke that Olympics happen every 4 years, but in Tamil Nadu Olympics happen every year. So that's where we would like to keep growing and create a funnel and a tunnel for the talent to grow.
Mr. Ravindran, I mean, when we have often spoken, I mean, what Meghnad also said, that your father was a sports development officer in Tamil Nadu. He has trained and I think ran with also Milkha Singh. Yeah. And, so you have often spoken about fulfilling your own Olympic dreams through Bihar's athletes. So how does your background as an athlete change the way you take decisions compared to a traditional administrator would? Does that have any sort of impact that you have a athletic background?
See, like our sports minister, Madam Shreyashi Singh told, since she was an athlete herself, she has undergone every process as an athlete. She knows what happens at the district level, state level, national level. So same with me. When I was an athlete, I know what were the problems faced by an athlete in terms of nutrition, in terms of training, coaching, whatever facilities today the athletes are getting, none of these were available for us. Now we are talking about sports.
So you wish when we were growing up, Meghnad was the SDAT? Huh?
Yeah, maybe. I wish the time machine can take us back. But at this, in this context, I would like to suggest two things, since ma'am is here. Ma'am, if we are aiming for more number of medals for India in 2036 Olympics, we should select the medal probability games, sports. It may be individual sport, it may be team game. I will not debate on this, but wherever the medal possibilities are higher, we should completely focus on it, number one. Number two, जैसे भारत सरकार के प्रोग्राम है, one corporate, one sport. How far it is successful, I don't know, ma'am. But I would suggest one state, one sport. Give that sport to that particular state. Give Bihar any sport. We will select, we will do everything, right from talent scouting to talent nurturing, and bring them till 2036, train them till 2036 Olympics. So that is one of my suggestions. Select a sport and give it to a state and give them the responsibility so that, every state is involved in getting many medals in 2036 Olympics for the country.
So you're saying essentially a state like a startup becomes the incubation center for that sport?
Correct. And my second suggestion would be that this year FIFA World Cup football is happening, ma'am. Earlier football World Cup used to happen in just only one country and one or maximum one venue or two venues. But now, today, everybody has realized if you have to spread the sports fever throughout, you have to conduct at multiple venues. Today, this year, the FIFA is going to happen in 3 countries, Canada, Mexico, and USA. And in USA alone, 12 venues. So one can imagine how much the football fever will spread across the countries. So my humble request to the Government of India, through you, ma'am, if 2036 Olympics, as our sports minister had already suggested, we should spread out the venues. The Olympics 2036 should happen at multiple venues so that the sports culture, the Olympic fever is spread throughout our country. See, we will not stop after 2036 Olympics. We have to go ahead. तो जब तक हम और मैम एक स्टेट में एक जगह पर ओलंपिक्स करने से पूरा भारत का यूथ उसको देखने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. ओनली फ्यू जिसके पास साधन है, जिसके पास फैसिलिटीज़ है, जिसके पास टिकट खरीदने का क्षमता है, जिसके पास फ्लाइट में आने का क्षमता, वही जाके उस जगह पर देख सकते हैं. बट इफ ओलंपिक events, there are almost 52 disciplines, 54. So 54 disciplines, if it can happen in 7-8 states, many people will go and see, especially youths. And usi samay mein, most of the states, wherever the venues are, they will also gear up in sports infrastructure and sports science center, everything. So this is my humble request. One state, one sport. And second, 2036 Olympics should happen in multiple states. Thank you.
That's a wonderful idea to spread the games everywhere so every Indian gets a chance to see it and benefits from it. Jay sir, if I come to you, because he talks about state choosing particular sports to support, Telangana has signed multiple MOUs over the last few years with federation, with global partners like FIFA, Juventus, and of course with Abhinav's Olympics value program as well. So what are these partnerships actually changing for athletes on ground? And the state has also picked 14 priority sports. So in choosing these priority sports, did these partnerships also play a part in deciding these 14 priority sports?
Yeah, so before I answer this question, I'd like to make a comment on what Ravindranji has pointed out. So one is, of course, to host Olympics at different venues. But I would also mention that in anticipation of the Olympics, I'm sure there'll be lots of training camps, there'll be preparatory camps, there'll be friendly matches, there'll be some small format tournaments, etc. So the build-up to the Olympics also is equally important. And these also, if you can spread it all over the country, in fact, you'll have much more flexibility. Because I was in discussions with Sports Ministry officials. So one of the challenges in spreading the games to multiple disciplines is the concept of games village. They mentioned that typically in every Olympics, people with all the sports persons stay at a particular place, which is the games village. And that is very sacrosanct. You get that democratic feeling that everyone is the same, and whether you are...
I think especially if you look at the last Olympics, where obviously Shreyas, the sports minister, was a part of the Paris team also, where the shooting contingent stayed almost 2 hours away from the main games village and were not really part of the...
Exactly. So that could be a barrier, but so many other run-up events which will be happening, not just in that 1 year, it may be happening at least 3-4 years before that, or much earlier than that. That should be spread depending upon what infrastructure you propose, what facilities you have. So Ravindranji was present in Hyderabad when we hosted the FIH's qualifying round for women's hockey, and it went off very, very well, just because it happened in Hyderabad. The stadium is located right in the heart of the city. We have at least 20 hotels in and around the venue. The players themselves told that nowhere else, many of them have participated in similar events across the world. Nowhere else, they mentioned that it takes just a 10 minutes commute to reach from the hotel to the sports ground and the practice area and so on and so forth. So different cities and locations offer their advantages, and if you can conduct multiple run-up events and even national teams preparatory camps, etc. at different places, that is one. Then the second is that one sport, one state. I would suggest a bunch of sports. I mean, see, India is a large country. So let us say each state is asked to focus on maybe 3 sports or 4 sports, and some of it may happen in some other state as well. For example, let us say archery. So we have 5-6 pockets in the country where sports persons are coming from. Football, hockey. So maybe a bunch of sports tagged to a particular state, but it's not a non-exclusive, non-overlapping. The same sport may also be popularized in some other state as well. But to quickly answer your main question, see, I mentioned a while ago that the role of the government in sports administration, we want really to bring reforms in it. I mean, because the ministers were sitting here, I was not so candid, but people typically feel that one of the complaints and very valid criticism is that the government pokes its nose too much in sports administration. It should be left to people who have far more expertise in doing these kind of things. So this is exactly our mindset, that we should bring those players, those partners who can do a far better job than the government. But we should be very clear on what is our responsibility. So for example, infrastructure has to be our responsibility. We have access to government land, government funds and so on and so forth. Grassroots talent development should be our responsibility. But managing a sports facility, conducting a scientific coaching program, etc., has to be done through partners. And when we have decided that this is how our approach should be, we have started looking for the best in the world. So FIFA, for example, has decided to set up a football training academy. Of course, this is not the only one. They have decided to set up one in Orissa, one in Ahmedabad. But the third one, which is very unusual, typically they don't give more than one to any country. So these training academies are given to countries which have great football potential, but for some reason they are not emerging as a football superpower. So India is a very classic example. So because it's a large country, they agreed to give 2, but when they learnt about us and we made a very strong case that India deserves a 3rd one and we should host the 3rd one in Hyderabad, they were good enough to. Similarly, we have this partnership with Juventus to coach the coaches and so on and so forth, with Guns for Glory, with Abhinav's academy. I saw in the schedule later in the day, Dola Banerjee and her brother Rahul are going to be here. So I was in Calcutta a week ago. We have decided to strike a partnership with them for archery and so on and so forth. So bring good agencies who will fulfill what we intend to achieve.
So a true PPP model where private individuals and the government come together to work for the betterment for Indian sports. Meghnath, I mean, Ravindran sir also talked about states deciding which sports to support. He talked about states looking after 3 or 4 sports. But when we look at allocation, when government or state governments like a Tamil Nadu make allocation for sports, are these allocations made based on certain strength that the state has in a particular sport already, or is it based on potential, or should allocation be driven by medals? Because if you look at it traditionally, athletics and aquatics has the maximum number of medals at the Olympics, where India has always underperformed. So the focus should be on that. When you're looking at allocating budget for sports, I mean, what's the governing principle that you and your state follow?
I mean, it is to be upfront, the combination, I mean, it's combination of these 3 factors that drives state's budget, particularly Tamil Nadu. I can speak of the last 3 years where I was part of the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. At the same time, let me be honest that most of the state governments, we were all at fault on one major count, that our budgets were never commensurate with the promise and the goals that the sports departments had. Traditionally, sports departments were sort of neglected and the budgets were extremely low. The reason being that there was no nudge politically and bureaucratically to bring in funds. But particularly last 3 years, with political executives coming into picture, a VIP political executive manning the sports department, I must say that things have changed a lot. The way we allocate our budgets is, first and foremost, we realize that we need to create a sustainable infrastructure, or you can call a field of plays across the state. So that's one thing that drives our vision. While you can speak about developing athletes and medals, but unless you create grassroots level stadiums, indoor stadiums or FOPs, how do you make these children at the ground level, grassroots level, go and play? Where can they go and play? If you don't have a stadium or a mini stadium at a block level, where will they go? If you don't have a functional district sports complex, where will they go? You can't expect every young sports person to be coming to Chennai or Coimbatore to go and play. You need to create facilities in Sivagangai, you need to create facilities in remote Ramanathapuram. So one of our driving principles is you need to invest in sports infrastructure across the state. So that's how we created district sports complexes, we created indoor sports stadia, we created modernized gyms, we created mini stadia. One of the most revolutionary thing that we're doing is, as we speak, there are 100 mini stadia at the block level being constructed, 15 are already put into use. And second determining factor when we allocate budgets is sports person-centric budgets. End of the day, if you don't support your sports person and if you don't have enough funds to support a sports person's dream, you can't achieve anything. You will have a talent pool, but what does a talent pool need? In fact, in Tamil Nadu, we strongly believe the fuel that drives a sports person's dreams is finance, nothing else. They have ambition, they have determination, they have willpower. We don't need to go and tell every player, play well, do well. They know that. All that they look forward from the state government is, I'm playing well, I'm performing well, how do you support me? I want to go to a particular competition at the national, international level. I don't have funds, will you be able to give me funds? I won a medal, will you give me some cash incentive so that I can refuel my performance? Or will you put in place a system where you make me like tops, for example? We have a scheme in Tamil Nadu where we support 375 sports persons across 3 categories annually with a budget of around 30 crores just for their training and travel and performance. So how do you create these kind of schemes which give them an assurance that I don't need to worry about anything else, let me focus on my training? So if you ask me the 2 things that drove or determined our budgeting was one, create infrastructure, a sustainable, decentralized infrastructure, and second, create schemes which will drive sports persons' will and energy towards medals.
So Mr. Ravindran, he talks about the financial support to athletes in terms of ensuring that they don't have to worry about when they're performing for the country, when they're performing for the state, they don't have to worry about to taking care of their household. So in that context, how do you think your Chief Minister's vision of medal law, Naukri Pao, I mean, these sort of initiatives, what sort of benefits it's offering to the athlete? And I know the number of people that you guys have given jobs over the last couple of years, almost, it's in upwards of 3 figures now. Yeah. So in that context, what has been the feedback from the ground? What has been the feedback from the athletes? I mean, how has that benefited them?
First, let me talk about the sports scholarship policy, which our Honorable Chief Minister has got it implemented through us. We have 3-stage sports scholarship policy. One is Prerna, second one is Saksham, third one is Udan. So under these 3 categories, today 800 athletes are under scholarship policy. Prerna for the grassroots level, Saksham for the national level, and Udan for the international level. For the international level athlete, for example, Piyush has now qualified. So he will come under Udan scheme. So he will be given up to 20 lakhs per annum as sports scholarship for his training purposes, for his equipments, everything. Similarly, for the national level athletes under Saksham, up to 5 lakhs, and for the grassroots, 3 lakhs. So this has benefited so many athletes in the past 2 years, and now they don't have any complaints that मुझे equipments नहीं मिल रही है, मुझे kits नहीं मिल रहे, मुझे training नहीं मिल रहा है, मुझे अच्छा nutrition नहीं मिल रहा. So there are no complaints, and there's a good feedback from the athletes, and everyone now wanted to enroll themselves in the sports scholarship policy. But it's a very big but. It's a request from my side to both the government of Bihar and of course the government of India. I think my co-panelists will agree. For example, my archer, Anshika, she wanted to get a bow and world-class bow and arrow, which is not being produced here. I need to import it. And one bow and few hundred arrows, nobody will give it through tender. You can't do it as a tender. So how do I ensure that I have to give her that equipment? So there should be some provision in the GFR, in the General Financial Rules, or for that matter, State Financial Rules, BFR, at least to buy equipments for the athletes under the sports scholarship policy. There should not be any, the tender thing and the L1 thing and nothing like that. The authority should be able to buy it from the market, whether it is from Germany or Italy, maybe through the federations, maybe through any other agencies, and get it immediately and give it to him or her. So, yahan financial rules is really is restricting us in providing the world-class equipments to the athletes who are coming under sports scholarship policy. So this is one issue which I am facing, and that is why it gets delayed. So the purpose of the scholarship policy somewhere is getting defeated when it comes to purchase. Similarly, for the shooting people, any man or woman who is under sports scholarship policy. Number one. Number two, you talked about medal law, Naukri Pao. Initially, we started giving recruitment even at the junior levels. But now we have restricted it only to the senior levels. The reason being, we found out that giving recruitment at the junior level has other effects also. In the sense, age fraud has risen up like anything. And to just get a job, they enter into the doping thing and all other illicit means to win a medal in junior nationals or whatever nationals, and just to get a job. And after that, the talent goes off. So after a thorough research and everything we discussed with so many states and so many federations, and we came to a conclusion, no. Junior athletes ko, we will support them with sports scholarship policies, and we will support them to get into the senior championship and do well at that level. And once he is done well in senior, then we will give him a job. So that is how we are now supporting the sports children of Bihar.
Jay sir, if I come back to, I mean, you talked about having more corporates coming in and the PPP models. But when you talk about corporates, corporates also look for very quick return on investments. So in that aspect, when a government is seeking corporate support for sports development, what are the incentives that can a government provide for these corporates for them to be invested in these projects on a long-term basis?
So I'll give you a real example. We are now setting up a facility where under the same roof, in about 15 to 16 Olympic disciplines, high-level coaching can be done, training can be done. And while it will be open for everyone, we expect that more number of athletes and sports persons from Telangana will be included. And as in Tamil Nadu, we also have this funnel, which is called the CM's Cup. And the winners are selected. They are put in intermediate residential schools, and the top ones will be brought to this centralized facility. So we are running it in a PPP model. The company, whichever is selected, will invest in setting this facility, making it run, and obviously they will not get any returns from out of it. But we also know that it will require substantial investment if they have to do something world quality, world class. And therefore we are permitting them to design other streams of revenue. So for instance, can they set up a, let us say, food court there? Can they have some property development, commercial development? Can they build a hotel there? Or can they develop a school? Because these children will have to be put into studies as well. But can it be a school which takes children outside the training group, and you charge commercial fees, etc. from them? So we are absolutely open, and we have told the potential investors also. Normally in PPPs, in various verticals, there is typically this concept that some part of the revenue has to be shared with the government, lease has to be paid with the, on the land to the government, etc. So we have done away with all that. Our expectation is that if you create something world class, there is nothing that we expect back from you. You don't have to share anything with us. You don't have to pay anything with, to us. If, as long as you are developing the core sports facility, which is of world standards, and you bring people and you set up labs, etc., which is out of world class. Once you do that, you are free to design your own streams of revenue, and nothing is to be given back to the government. So doing it in a very liberal way. I mean, we are not bothered about some of these conventional tender rules and things like that. But this is how we are planning to go ahead.
And I think if you look at the so-called sporting nations of the Lord, when you talk about Australia, South Africa, where sports is probably a way of life, where school sports is very, very important. So I think one of the major emphasis on your policy has been on physical literacy as a part of that policy. So how specifically is the state working with schools to ensure that sports is just not an extracurricular activity, but is graded and is part of the integral part of the school curriculum? Because that's what probably the biggest gap in India lies.
So one good thing which happened when I spoke earlier, I mentioned that in the first 10 years of our new state's life, we did not give too much of emphasis on sports, but this is partly true. One good thing which happened was that towards the last part of the 10-year, the government invested to create what are called as Gramin Krida Pranganams, so rural sports facility in every panchayat under employment guarantee scheme and some of the other schemes under which funds are available. So we have reasonable sports facilities now in every panchayat. But the gap is that not every school has a physical education teacher. There's a huge backlog. What we have done is that we have found that in every panchayat, there are some young people who, when they were at the peak of their age, they have participated in some sport or the other. They may not have done something very great professionally, but they have and understanding of what it takes to bring that sporting culture. So we have engaged them as volunteers, and they are the ones who mobilize the school children, some activity or the other. So while so far whatever we have discussed is for very talented and gifted kind of children who have potential to join Indian teams, become medal winners, etc. So that is one stream. But the other is what is called as sports for all, physical literacy. Like you do something or the other every day. Every day you are required to go to that ground and you want to jog, you want to run, you want to throw a ball, you want to catch, whatever. And we are now in the process of formalizing a proper curriculum also. Suppose you are a small child, let us say in grade 1, what do you do to become physically literate? There has to be a structured way of guiding you. So that formal curriculum also we are designing, and hopefully from the next academic session. So our focus is on both the tracks. Everyone does some physical activity, some form of sports, but the better ones, more talented ones are groomed in a different way altogether.
Mr. Ravindran, your vision document also aims to at least have 15 to 20 athletes from Bihar to qualify for the 2036 Olympics. So if we look at that, I mean, which are these 3 or 5 specific disciplines do you believe holds the most realistic chance to have a gold medal or a medal potential for the state? I mean, I'm putting you in a tough spot.
You have put me in a tough spot. So many state associations are there and Bihar Olympic Association also there. Now, okay, but let me be realistic. Some may like it, some may not like it, that's okay. Let me be realistic. If Bihar athletes have to do well in Olympics 2036, I would bet on athletics. I would bet on archery. I would bet on swimming. 4th, I would bet on fencing. This individual sport have a wider, has a great potential in Bihar. One more game has a wonderful potential if the association works with us nicely and start scouting right from now onwards, that is wrestling. So these are the games which I would bet on to.
So you'll have a long list of people that are standing outside your office tomorrow. So, Meghnad, I wanted to come to you. I mean, everybody, he talked about in terms of bridging the gaps of athletes, a lot of times they have needs and it needs to be immediately fulfilled, and obviously governments have process and all of that. Tamil Nadu has something called the Champs Foundation. So how does these sort of foundation come? I mean, do they help in terms of probably bypassing these sort of problems which arise? And I also wanted to ask you, and that probably both of them can take that question after you. In your experience, are states sharing enough knowledge amongst each other, or are we still, a lot of states are still working in silos, so it's not a collective effort that we are seeing towards an Olympic dream?
I would add one more sport, it just came to my mind, that is weightlifting, because we have started scouting the talents right from the cadet level. So weightlifting we are doing well.
And you had winners in Khelo Games already.
Yeah. So weightlifting, yes. Okay. One of the...
Right, and to your first question, see, one of the common sites outside most of the sports departments, offices in every state capital is, you'll have a long queue of sports persons trying to meet the head of the office with the request that I'd like to go to a competition, I need an equipment, I need spikes, how can you support me? State governments, like other states, we have structured player support schemes, 800, 1,000, but the support ends with them because our budgets are limited. That's where Tamil Nadu came up with a very novel idea called Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. What did we do? We found that there are certain CSR companies and corporates who are willing to contribute to sports and sports benefit. We started a Section 8 company called Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation way back in 2023, and we requested these CSR companies to give money, or it could be for a specific purpose or just generic. You can just give it to us, to the company, saying that use it for sports persons. So we started getting a lot of fund flow, a decent fund flow, which was enough for our needs. Second, we created an online platform. You can't expect a boy sitting some 700 kilometers away in Kanyakumari to be coming to Chennai office with a request to buy a small spike. It doesn't work. So we have an online platform where they can go apply for their need or request, and then it comes to us. And third, being a company, sir was right that, many of our rules, tender rules, are really, ridiculous and rigid. At Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, we don't need those rules. We don't follow those rules. In fact, the first rule is to break that rule of following any rule. So there is a request. The request is, sir, I need spikes. We see their performance or their promise. They can just be a budding player, and I download the form. The form comes to me. I say sanction 30,000. That's all. Next day we take them to the WCM. WCM gives them the check. Or we have sponsored cycles worth 16 lakhs each to 16 budding athletes, cyclists. No questions asked. The cyclists needed their performance, we gave them. There were para athletes who needed artificial limbs, they needed wheelchair equipments, everything. All in all, in the last 3 years, we directly benefited 2,000 sports persons from various parts of Tamil Nadu directly to Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. In fact, the icing on the cake is, yesterday the 24th National Para Athletics Championship concluded at Bhubaneswar. Tamil Nadu first time came second in the list and first time breached the 50 medal mark. 51 medals we have got. Out of which 49 medals have been directly supported by Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, including the overall best athlete Ramesh Shanmugam, whose wheelchair is sponsored by Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. So you create a framework where an athlete has the freedom and the right and the power to approach you directly, and you have the freedom to take a decision right across the table without any questions asked. So that's the kind of impact, a small initiative. Honestly speaking, the entire corpus of Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation is 36 crore. But we benefited 2,000 plus athletes to the tune of 30 crores within this small amount. So that's the kind of impact we see in sports. And to your second question as to do we speak? Yes and no. Certain states, speak. For example, I've heard after JSR, came into picture, I've heard about their sports policy, the sports conference that they do. In fact, I was very, very pleasantly surprised and happy when they hosted the qualifying hockey. I studied in Hyderabad, so this is sort of a revival. It's not an easy thing, to be bringing back all that to Hyderabad. This is a sort of a revolution. So that they're doing, we get inspiration from that. Bihar, of course, needs no introduction. We learn a lot from Madhya Pradesh. We learn a lot from Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab. But do we work together? Absolutely. The answer is no. And who can bridge the gap? Government of India, point number one. And probably the people like the Hindu. You can bring these conferences to every state, probably at least 3 or 4 states in every year, so that we can all come together and share, the knowledge.
That's a good thought. Jay sir, would you want to elaborate on that?
No, I also endorse this. See, just spending the last 30 minutes here, I learned so many new things. Some of these ideas which both of them shared, instantly I feel that we should replicate it instead of reinventing the wheel. And that is the advantage of having an opportunity of this kind. So, but the government of India started something, as was alluded. They did the first Chintan Shivar in Hyderabad, and I was present at that time also. So it gives opportunity to people to speak about their work, but how do you distill the best practices? How do you kind of create an SOP so that everyone can replicate all that? That, I guess, is the next, possibly it is work in progress. There could be a next Chintan Shivar where these things will be elaborated.
Ravindran sir, the one last question to you. When we look at the broader perspective, this is about many states' one goal, which is India's Olympic dream of us hosting the Olympics, of us winning medals in double digit, of being in the top 10 in the medals tally, which is usually the place where the hosts have finished. Apart from Canada, when they hosted in Montreal, they finished 11. Otherwise, all host nations had finished in top 10. So in that context, if India were to host the Olympics, how do we ensure this becomes a truly national movement, the whole process of bidding, going to the Olympics? How do we make it a truly national movement where every state, every city benefits from it, and it's not just confined to one host city or one host state? You talked about distributing the games elsewhere, which there might be multiple challenges because the Olympic movement has strict criteria and strict guidelines. But in terms of this whole bid process, if we are going through, how do we ensure that all states gets benefited from that?
I think this question should be answered by CEO Indian Olympic Association, Raghu Iyer. He is the best person to answer to this. But I stick to what I have suggested, as I would take clue from sir also. I did suggest one state, one sport. But rather than that, yes, one state, 2-3 sports. You allot them, tell them you develop this sport and create Olympians in that sport. Take all the athletes from across the country and let the high performance center, you name whatever it is, whether it is State Center of Excellence, National Center, name is not an issue. But give the responsibility to the states. ये 3 sports आप देख लो and create Olympians and get us medals. So every state will be responsible. They will feel, into the system. Ki, I am also contributing for the Olympics for the country. So that is one thing which I will suggest strongly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all three of you. We have really run out of time. Otherwise, there were plenty of other questions that I had to ask. I'm sure the audience also had a lot of questions to ask, and they'll probably catch hold of all of you during the lunch break. But what's encouraging is what we are already seeing, that states like Tamil Nadu, Bihar, Telangana, stepping forward, each on their own way to build India's Olympic future. I'm sure more other states would be inspired by the work that you guys are doing. And this will only enhance our potential of winning more medals, getting into the 2036 and, of course, the 2028 Olympics, which is right around the corner. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, sirs. Before you leave, I'd like the moderator, Mr. Ayon Sengupta, to please felicitate the panelists. I'd also like to welcome Mahendra Kumar IAS to felicitate the panelists. Sirs, I request you to please pose for a group photograph as well. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Come down, sir. You all to please give a huge round of applause to our guests who have taken time off their schedule to be with us here today. Thank you so much. Please keep this throughout the evening. Next up, the next guest we have is not just one of India's most accomplished sportspersons, but he's also one of the best minds we have in championing the Olympic movement globally. We often speak about what Olympic Games could mean for India, but that sometimes is a bit premature. Why not discuss this tangible legacy the bid to host the Games itself has given India? To do this, I'd once again like to invite Mr. Ayon Sengupta, editor Sportstar, and India's first individual Olympic gold medalist, Shri Abhinav Bindra, to join us on stage for a special fireside chat on India's Olympic moment, building the legacy before the Games. Sir, if you could please.
in our sporting journey. I mean, the conversation around the Olympics, and we have been talking about it for almost the last 4 or 5 years, is no longer just about hosting. It's about what hosting can unlock for the country. I think we have talked about it. I mean, when we bid for the Olympics, the whole legacy of the whole bidding process, what do we build towards the Olympic movement, is very, very important. So this is perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity for a country like India to rethink how we govern sport, how we build infrastructure, how we nurture our athletes, and also how do we align public and private partnership towards this common goal. Today we would want to explore all of that because you have been an athlete, you have been an entrepreneur, you have been part of the Olympic Athletic Commission. You have also, I mean, your OVEF program, which is trying to instill the Olympic value everywhere. That itself is a commendable work. So we would talk about all of these systems. And so if we are talking about that, can an Olympic bid itself be a catalyst of change? Is it possible to have a legacy of a bid, irrespective of whether we win the bid or not?
Firstly, I think the ambition to host the Olympics is wonderful, and I think we're already seeing some early signs of, of legacy of the bid itself. I'll give you a few examples. We've had the National Governance Act enacted in Parliament. Had we not been bidding for the Olympics, I don't think it would have happened so quickly. Funding in sport has increased to a great degree. I sit on a High Court appointed committee and I see the proposals and the money being allocated to different sports federations. There is enough money in elite sport in India. In fact, some of the national federations don't even know what to do with the amount of money being allocated. So there is much more money going into grassroots athlete training, something that we would have never ever have imagined a couple of years ago. And I think all of that progress has been accelerated simply because of the Olympic bid. And I think we can explore a lot of other areas as well, not just areas from the aspect of sports performance, but what an Olympic bid or what a potential hosting of the Olympic Games can actually do to society. And how can the Olympic Games really act as a catalyst for change, not just for elite sport, but for society in general, and how sport can really be a true nation builder, because our sport is immense. I'm sure we'll go into those details in your further questions.
Essentially, you're saying that it can lead to more mass participation, I think, where India has lacked more participation at school levels, I think, which has been usually, even in the earlier panel we were talking about, that's probably one sector where India hasn't really been able to do much in terms of the school segment. I mean, you have traveled across the world. When you go to Australia, when you go to South Africa or the US, the school setup as well as the university setup is very, very strong and important in terms of how they funnel their athletes to get into the Olympics. So how do you think, in terms of how can we increase the funnel, and what should be our where should we fundamentally first focus all our energy on?
You know, it's great that these conversations have started. Everybody's now starting to think about the school level, and I'm sure that we'll get there. But I think what we must do we must put together policies and put together a strategy thoughtfully. Because if it's done well, it can really give us good dividends, but if it's not done well, it can actually go the other way around. I'll give you a little example of the recently concluded Winter Olympic Games, which were held in Milano Cortina. Does anybody know how many medals did Norway win? Don't chat GPT it now. Okay. Norway won 41 medals at the Olympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina. Do you know how many Olympic medals India has won in totality? 41. So Norway won that in just one Olympic Winter Games. And Norway has a very interesting strategy, which is their children's rights to play. And this exact policy, and I'm reading it out because I don't want to make an error, it is about sport in childhood should be inclusive, enjoyable, development focused, and not too selection driven too early. It's very, very interesting to see in Norwegian sport, kids under the age of 11, when they compete, there are no rankings because sport must be enjoyable. How do you ensure this happens, and what can we learn from it? I'm not saying we need to copy this program or we need to copy that, but we must see what other countries are doing. I think we must ensure, kids play sport. We talk about a very large population in India, which is 1.4 billion, and then we are disappointed of our Olympic medal tally. But we have to honestly ask ourselves the question, how many of the 1.4 billion people have access to play, or how many of those 1.4 billion actually play sport? Okay, and that number is a little bit less. When does a child get introduced to sport? What is the first experience a child has with sport? It is in school. And if that experience is not a pleasant experience, you've lost that kid in sport. So the role of physical education teachers is absolutely critical. We have an immense shortage of physical education teachers in this country. There are estimates, there are over 1 million, but I can guarantee you that there are not more than a couple of 100,000 physical education teachers in full proper jobs. There may be some contractual, or there may be some subject matter teachers doubling up, or there may be some volunteers, but we need proper physical education teachers in schools in India. You know, you compare that when you enter a school or when you go to a university in the United States, who is the most popular person in that school or in that university? Who?
It's usually the PE teacher or the gym teacher.
The PE teacher or the sports coach is the most popular person in India, what is the case. The PE teacher lies in the lowest rank in the hierarchy of the school system.
Yeah.
The PE teacher has to get the wall painted, the PE teacher has to take the kids to a picnic, etc., etc. And that must change. Children must look up to the PE teacher. Children cannot look past the PE teacher. And that respect towards that community must increase, because that is the fundamental start to sport. We can put in all the money we need, we can do everything possible, put all the systems in place, and we are doing that, but it is a top-down approach. But what we really need to do is really ensure that there is a greater participation in sport. And I do hope that the Olympic bid can act as a catalyst for that change, because then you will actually leave a legacy. You will leave a legacy for generations to come. And I think that is a very, very important aspect. I think the role that sport has to play, the role sport in education, and the synergy that has to be driven and found between these two areas, I think is very, very critical. I think sport can be a great nation builder. And I think we must look at that. You know, sport must not be the business of only the sports minister of the country or the sports department of this country. Sport must sit in every department that exists, and how each department and how each ministry or each person in power can contribute to the development of sport. But for that, we must look at sport from a larger lens. It cannot just be looked at the lens from elite performance. It cannot just be this transaction, which is sport means winning medals. Very important, extremely important. But sport can play a greater role. You know, we are a young demographic, very young demographic. But we lose 1% of GDP, if not more, on just diabetes. And how can sport play a more important role in making this country a healthier country? So finding that synergy between health and sport. And when sport really becomes mainstream in policy, and sport is existing in everybody's thought process and in everybody's radar, we will see an increase in participation in sport. And a consequence of that will be that more kids will also get into elite sport. And that is what I would really like to see happen. And I do believe that we have a wonderful opportunity with this whole impetus of the Olympic bid or hosting the Olympic Games. This is a legacy that we can leave for generations of Indians and generations of, in many ways, not just the medal tally, but
Mr. Ayan was, very serious questions about the Olympic bid and legacy and all those things. For the benefit of the audience, especially for the coaches and associations who are there, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि मैंने ये किताब पढ़ा है जो भाई साहब ने लिखा है, अभिनव बिंद्रा जी ने लिखा है, एंड ऑटोग्राफ करके मुझे भेजे भी हैं। ये किताब मैं 2 बार पढ़ा हूँ और इससे बहुत सीखने को मिला है मेरे को, और मैं ये स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड करता हूँ ये किताब हर एक कोच को, हर एक एथलीट को पढ़ना चाहिए। अब इसी किताब से मैं इनसे वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, especially one chapter, thanks to the no thanks या thanks to the officials is one chapter, right? जब इनकी द्वारा गोल्ड मेडल ओलंपिक्स में जीता गया था, उस समय इनको कंग्रेचुलेट करने के लिए जो भी उस समय ऑफिशियल्स था, चाहे वो आईओए के था या गवर्नमेंट साइड में थे, जो भी थे, इनका नाम तक नहीं बोल पा रहे थे। जबकि इनकी द्वारा ओलंपिक गेम्स में गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट है, कोई इनको शेर अली खान बोल रहे हैं और इनको कोई और नाम से पुकार रहे हैं। तो ये इनका एक्सपीरियंस है इन 2012-13 आसपास, राइट? दैट आपने मेंशन किया है। दूसरा, जब उस समय का स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटीज़ के पास जब इन्होंने गया स्कॉलरशिप के लिए या कुछ भी चीज़ के लिए, एक स्पोर्टिंग जूता, मतलब शूटिंग का जो स्पेशल शूज़ होता है या स्पेशल जैकेट होता है, तो वो मांगने के लिए गया था। तो वहाँ जो भी बैठे हुए थे वो इनको पूछ लिए, बोल लिए कि बेटा ये क्या, इतना महंगा जूता, इतना महंगा जैकेट, क्या तो तुम अरमानी और वर्साचे का जूता पहनने चाहते हो क्या? नॉर्मल जूता पहन के नहीं खेल सकते हैं? यू नो, ये सब चीज़ इनके द्वारा मेंशन किया गया है। तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, जो स्थिति आपने देखा, आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया, उस समय का अभी का कुछ बदलाव आया है या वैसे की वैसे ही है?
It's a new world. We live in a complete of Indian sport. You know, the time when I started shooting in India, I started under a mango tree. That was my first 2 years of my beginning was under a mango tree. And now, I mean, the sort of infrastructure that young Indian athletes have access to is pretty unbelievable. You know, we are working on improving capacity of coaches, so the quality of coaches that we are trying to get at all levels, that is improving. Funding at the elite level is unbelievable. I sit on a Government of India High Court appointed committee, and the amount of money which is being spent in terms of preparation for Indian athletes for international sport, that sort of funding doesn't exist anywhere in the world. I mean, federations are putting together proposals and really have to scratch their heads on where they're going to use the money. So in terms of funding, in terms of capacity, I think it's a world of difference. Sport most definitely has been mainstreamed. There's much more priority being given to sport. So it is a completely different era that we live in. We've made an immense amount of progress in sport. That doesn't mean that we're there as yet. In sport, we are never satisfied. So we should never ever be satisfied and rest on our laurels. There is a lot more to do, a lot more to achieve. India is a very large country and we have massive aspirations, and we must collectively work to create the right environment to make sure that we achieve and come close to the aspiration that we have. But on the whole, it's a completely different era, and I do believe the next decade or so will be a decade of sport, and a decade of sport in this country.
Okay, the next question to it is, if we have improved so much, we have come and now it's a totally different era, दूसरे दुनिया में अभी है स्पोर्ट्स दुनिया, तो फिर कहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है अपना स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स को? Where is the difficulty and why we are not able to achieve what we need to achieve? Where is the problem? During your days, it was individuals' attempt. Now, as you said, now government has provided so many facilities, so many things, from a mango tree to a wonderful practice range. So where is the difficulty?
It's not a question of difficulty, sir. I think what we need to understand is that sports performance cannot be a transaction. It's never going to be a case where, you know, you put in an X amount of money and it's not going to be a vending machine that you're going to get the results. Sport is something which is far more fundamental, and we must not look at sport, as I was telling Ion, from just a lens of sports performance. We must look at sport and what sport can do to society. What we need to really increase the depth of participation in sport. What we really need to do is improve the depth of competition in different sports events in this country. So I think real focus on finding, again, repeating that point, same point, really finding that synergy between education and sport, creating a robust environment in the school structure for young kids to be able to experience sport, to be able to become physical. I was very happy to hear what Mr. Jayesh Ranjan said on what he's doing in his state on making sure that physical literacy becomes part and parcel of that whole aspect. That is the fundamental to sports performance. What we are very, very focused at the moment is on the top of the pyramid. But until and unless we don't focus on making the base of the pyramid strong, and the base of the pyramid is not based on results. The base of the pyramid is based on participation. The base of the pyramid is getting kids active. It's getting young people to play sport, to experience sport. That is the only way where we will be able to really, really make a difference. You know, we are a very large country, and our aspirations are big, but we need to ensure that the foundation is thoughtfully crafted out, and that foundation for sport is strong. And that foundation for sport cannot be something which is simply results driven. It cannot be young kids at age 11, 10, 11 when we're looking at them to get results or to win medals, because we'll get it wrong. I mean, initially sport must be played by kids to become healthier, to become physically active, to build a lifelong relationship with movement, to build in that physical literacy that is needed to have the motor skills to become athletes. If you do not have the physical literacy to become an athlete, and then you try and become an athlete, you're always going to try and catch up. I was an athlete. I was not physically strong. I had no physical literacy myself. It was my greatest weakness, because growing up, I did not have access to that in school. So that is something I think we need to, as we continue to put in much more emphasis on elite performance, and that is extremely important. I think parallelly, we have to look at the base. We have to look at that foundation, because without that, I'm simply afraid that you can put in as much money as possible, you can create as much infrastructure as possible, but we will always be limited. We will always be limited in what the return on investment is going to be.
When we talk about sport and all of that in Indian, you talked about the Denmark model where there are no rankings. Norwegian model where there are no ranking till a certain level. But in India, do you think we also have this problem of specializing at a very, very, very young age? I mean, we look children being pushed into football, pushed into cricket, or pushed into a track and field by the age of 8 or 9. I mean, we see, even in our academics, we see children preparing for their JEE when they're in the 6th standard. So, do you think that's one of the main problems of our system, and that needed to be addressed, where to a certain extent kids should play every sport?
I mean, research tells us that early specialization doesn't work, and Adil has just walked in, and I'm sure that he will resonate with what I'm trying to say. Young kids, age 8, 10, 11, must play multiple sports. They must build the motor capacities to be able to actually become athletes. And that is what the whole aspect of physical literacy is all about. So early specialization, I think, doesn't lead to results. And I think we must focus on creating, we must focus very, very hard on creating, the foundation that an athlete needs. Without that, it is very, very difficult to reach the top. You know, we do well in the junior level across sport, but the transition into elite sport, we have a very poor transition into elite sport. We gain success, we win medals in multiple events at the junior level in many sports, but many of those athletes don't transition into the elite level. Why? Because of that early specialization, because not enough work has happened to actually develop them. It takes time. Why? Because we are after success. We are after early success. We want medals. We want medals at age 12, 13, 14, 15. It's not sustainable. My cheerleaders come, so.
But I think when we talk about athlete and all of that, I think you've written in your book and you've talked about it a lot also before Beijing 2008, there were also multiple heartbreaks that you faced. I mean, of course, Athens, near misses, injuries.
Yeah.
When you look back, was that gold medal as much built more on failures than success? And do you think one of the key things that we miss in our athlete management system is that we need to rethink how we teach our athletes to deal with failures? I mean, probably we don't teach them how to deal with failures.
Oh, there are two different aspects to it. One is a societal aspect to it, and I'll first come to the societal aspect to it. We look at failure in a very poor way. It is all about success. It is only about, if you succeed, you're good. If you fail, you're useless. So our relationship with failure as a society, how we look at failure, I think, needs work. A sports career is really about failing, and about failing well, about letting go of the unwanted baggage failure brings and learning from each example and learning from each event and trying to get better, because most athletes will fail. And there comes another point. I mean, we are now at a stage where, and I'll come back to the whole educational point because I think it is critical, we are at a stage in India where we are going to have much more participation of young India into sport. Many more young athletes are going to participate in sport, and state governments are going to do much more, and it's wonderful to see that happening. What does that mean? Many more young Indians are going to fail in sport, because that is the very nature of sport. There is going to be much more failure than success. So what are you going to do? What are the athletes who are not going to make it do for the rest of their life? So a robust school system, a robust university system, a dual career education, I think, is an absolute must for athletes. And at the moment, there is just simple, put everything on the line. And I understand why everybody puts everything on the line. I know many people, a lot of athletes see sport as a way to better their lives. But I think if we give them an opportunity to also build some other skills of get a basic education, it may take longer. It may take 6-7 years to get a degree, but so be it. That is how it works all over the world. But what that would mean is that they build some capacity for life after sport. But I am quite sure, I am more than positive, you'll also improve sporting performance. Because sporting performance is not just this, the mindset of an athlete is not just driven by the athlete. It is the human before the athlete. And if you're just doing one thing and putting everything on the line and putting all your eggs in one basket, you're not going to be balanced. You're not leading a balanced life as a human being. So having that aspect of having a dual career, of having the possibility to get an education, I think it serves two purposes. It helps the transition out of sport. When athletes fail, they have something to fall back on. But I do strongly believe that also helps athletes perform.
I mean, you have friends across the world. I mean, if you look at athletes elsewhere, I mean, a lot of them are very, very successful in their other profession as well, I mean, which you were talking about. So why do you think in India we have had this thing? I mean, it's in our DNA. We said it's either sports or studies. I mean, why can't it be together? I mean, why do you think we have that mindset? Why do we have that block?
I think it has been a societal problem. I mean, that's changing the mind. We really need to see a more robust mechanism where sport can survive with education. And I think we need to build those opportunities where athletes can be student athletes. And the whole talent pool of the United States, they win more than 100 Olympic medals in each of the Olympic editions, comes from the collegiate system. There is no talent ID happening in every state in America. It's simply driven through schools and colleges. And I think that is something, if we put our mind and heart into, why it can certainly be replicated in India. So it will require time, it will require investment, it will require expertise, but I think that is the way to go. That is the only way to create a long-term sustainable development program, which will also, continuously create a supply chain of athletes. I mean, it's wonderful that there's much more impetus being given to 2036 because we may be the host for the Olympic Games in 2036, but what happens after that? So let's also create a pathway which looks beyond that as well. And I think this whole this ambition gives us that opportunity to create that pathway now.
या आपका किताब पढ़ने के बाद फिर गोपीचंद जी का भी किताब मैंने पढ़ा, तो दोनों का मैंने देखा वो ये है कि खेलते समय पूरा एंटायर स्पोर्ट्स करियर में आप अपने आप को अकेले रखते थे, मतलब यू आर टोटली अलोन like a saint in the Himalayas. No friends, and especially you have written in your book, no girlfriends. I don't know whether you regret for that or not. So even Gopichand has written कि किसी से बात नहीं करना है, no friends, nothing. You have kept yourself to yourself. So my question is it a prerequisite to become an Olympic champion?
Definitely not. I think my way is not everybody's way, and I think my way was probably even the wrong way. I don't even suggest what I've written in my book to other athletes. I am an advocate for balance, and I'm an advocate for balance in life. So I am the first one to admit that while I achieved many, many goals in my sports career, I became an Olympic champion, I became a world champion, but I failed. I failed miserably. I failed miserably in achieving my fullest potential because I was far better as an athlete than what I could actually perform in competition. And I attribute that great failure of mine to the lack of balance I had in life because I only nurtured the athlete. I did not nurture the human being before the athlete. And while being an athlete is one part of our life, it is not everything that we are. We're human beings and we must nurture the human side of ourselves more than anything else. That is the base foundation for sporting success, and that is why I'm talking so much about education and how it's important to create a robust system where athletes can get a proper education. Yes, there will always be sacrifices that an athlete's life will have. There is no doubt about it. But having a degree of balance, building different pillars in your life, I think is an important way, because then when you're on the firing line, and when you're on the field of play, everything is not dependent on this one moment. What happens when you pursue this path of mine, what can easily happen is that your self-worth, your self-esteem becomes dependent on where your name appears on the ranking list of a sports competition. And that is a very slippery slope to be in. So having a degree of balance and creating that balanced environment for athletes in our entire structure, I think is critical.
Thank you.
I mean, if we bring back to the legacy point of the Olympics that we were talking about, I mean, can the Olympic be also unify government schemes like Khelo India and also efforts of corporate entities into a single coherent high-performance pipeline rather than the fragmented initiatives that we are seeing? I mean, how do we...
I think it is an opportunity. I think it is an opportunity. I think, sport in India has always developed in silos. And this is an opportunity to really create something which is an effort which is unified and, has priorities set in place, and everybody must follow a certain path. Having said that, India is a very large country. And, we have, 30 odd states. It's almost like 30 different countries within a country. And sport is a state subject at the end of the day. And so the role of state governments, I believe, is going to be equally critical in how we develop sport. Of course, I heard your opinion on sport, certain states can adopt a certain sport, and I think that's an interesting point of view to be in. But I think it is also challenging. It is challenging, okay, if today Bihar picks up the sport of shooting and say that we will develop shooting. So what happens to an athlete from, say, Telangana or Tamil Nadu? Is now Bihar becoming the center of sport shooting, Will the athlete from Telangana or Tamil Nadu have to come over to Bihar to develop further because that is the hub for that particular sport? I don't know. I do believe that yes, there can be certain centers of excellences that can be set up, but I certainly believe that, you know, the role that different state governments play in this journey ahead is going to be very, very critical. And I don't think it can just be limited to just one or two sports. You have to mass-based sport participation to a great degree. We have to get into sports which, you know, if we have to win medals at the Olympic Games, what is our aspiration? If we just stick to the sports which we are good at, you know, the shooting and the wrestling and this, that, and the other, we're not going to win more than 10, 15 odd medals at the Olympic Games. But if our aspiration is now to win 50 medals at the Olympic Games, we need to start winning medals in swimming. We'll need to win many more medals in athletics. We'll need to start winning in rowing. We'll need to start winning in canoeing, and etc., etc. So how do we achieve that is the question. And I think every state government, I think, will have to play a very critical role. But of course, I think certain states can, you know, set up really specialized centers for excellences, which become an important standard. But every state will have to have you know, participation in all these sports, so that, you know, we are able to attract the best talent from across the country.
Okay, see, these days people are talking about, you know, involvement of science in identifying the talent, in terms of DNA sampling, in terms of looking for a particular muscle fiber for whether he can be a sprinter or a marathon runner or whatever, you know, gene analysis and all those things. So based on that, I am asking you a small question. Are Olympians born or nurtured?
Well, I think, I mean, if I give my own example, I think firstly the role of science and the role of technology is absolutely immense. You simply can't do without it in today's day and age. You have to imbibe it, but you have to imbibe it thoughtfully. You know, when you use science and AI or technology into the area of talent identification, it should never be something which excludes the athletes. The policy must remain inclusive, because you can do testing for an 8, 10-year-old kid, okay? You don't know how the kid has developed at that age. You know, research tells us that the greatest athletes in the world have actually been late bloomers. So while you may have an athlete who is at age 8 or age 10 and shows certain numbers or shows certain results in competitions, that doesn't really mean much. You have to keep tracking their progress over a period of time. And most importantly, you must use and leverage science and technology in those developmental years of theirs, so that their foundation is very, very strong. So that I think is something absolutely critical to do. But certainly, you know, talent ID, I have a very different thought process of it. I am not of a believer that, you know, you pick up kids at age 8, 10, and then they will suddenly become your champions 10 years down the road. I think that simply doesn't work, because you don't know how you know, I'll give you my own example. I won you a gold medal, but if at age 8 or 10, if you thought that I would pick up any sport, if you looked at me, you would have never chosen me. I mean, at age 8 or 10, I even... And did aspect of me, an important aspect of me, but it's not everything that I stand for. How do I look back at my many years in sport? I do not look back at my many years in sport at that gold medal that I won or the other medals that hang on a wall at home. I look back at my 22 years in sport at the relationships I was able to build, the relationships I was able to build with my family, the relationships I was able to build with my coaches, the relationships I was able to build with competitors, and basically I look back at my sports career at what sport taught me. Sport taught me a thing or two about winning, but most importantly, sport taught me how to lose. sport taught me a lot about respect, about respecting rules, about respecting outcomes, about respecting competitors. Sport, most importantly, taught me how to respect my own self. And sport taught me a lot about conflict, about dealing with external conflict, but also dealing with internal conflict. And sport has given me many, many memories and so many life lessons that have left me in good stead to face the more challenging game, and that game is called life.
Thank you so much, Abhinav. You were brilliant as usual. I think a lot of them would take a lot of life lessons from what you said here today. I mean, though we could continue this conversation for the next 1 hour, one of your biggest cheerleaders needs to get up on stage next and run to catch his flight back, so we have to cut this short. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Just a moment. हमारे कोचेस पीछे बैठे हुए अभिनव बिंद्रा जी से कुछ पूछना तो यही मौका है. 2 मिनट टाइम है, कुछ भी पूछ सकते हैं. हाँ, yeah, somebody raise the hand. I expected you. You can be louder, boss. I know you.
Thank you very much, sir. I am Dr. Arijit. So you have specifically talked about early specialization and perfectly stated that at the age of 7, 8, the kid must possess. The kids must play multiple sports. Parallelly, you talk that about we need multiple medals in Olympic also. For physical sports, specifically I am talking about physical sports, I have a small concern in front of you, sir. In India, in Indian sports ecosystem, we trained our athlete by initially physical education teachers. In India, for the courses for physical education teachers started from the primary school level, not preschool level. And whenever I go, whenever we are talking about sports development, we are basically focusing on rural area rather than urban area. And maximum preschools are developed in urban area rather than rural area. If we want a strong supply line for Olympic podium finish, this is my concern. Should we start a strong foundation from the year of 2.5? For that, we need a strong physical education course or physical education teacher in preschool level also. But in India, we don't have any kind of a strong course for the physical education teacher in preschool level. So, sir, my concern is this.
No, I think it's an excellent concern that you put forward. I couldn't agree with you more. I think I could be wrong, but my understanding is, and I think Commander Rajagopalan, I think you will have more insight into this, is that in our policy in India, a PE teacher only comes into play not even in primary school. They come into play after class 6.
Right, sir.
After class 5. So we've lost the battle already. What are we talking about here? So if you want to leave a big legacy for sport, or if you want to leave an Olympic legacy, let us focus on what the gentleman just said. Let us build a robust system and a supply line of physical education teachers. The respect that we must give to physical education teachers must improve. Kids must look up to physical education teachers. That is the only way we will be able to create a relationship with young kids, with sport, a relationship with movement, and I think that could be an amazing legacy that this Olympic ambition can leave us with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Abhinav.
Thank you, sir. I'd like Mr. Ayon Sengupta and Ravindran sir to please felicitate Mr. Bindra and Mahendran sir as well. Sirs, can we have a quick group photograph as well, please? Thank you, sir. Our next session is literally power-packed. It's titled, Inside the Olympic Room, Power, Politics and Negotiating with the IOC. For this, I invite Mr. Dhruva Prasad, Senior Reporter with Sportstar, to moderate the conversation. Please give him a round of applause. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Adil Sumariwala, Vice President World Athletics, and Mr. Raghuram Iyer, CEO of the Indian Olympic Association, to join us on stage.
So when we talk about the Olympics, the focus is often on just the venues and the athletes. But in reality, the story plays out in rooms where politics, power, and negotiations influence outcomes eventually. And in today's context, even that landscape is changing because the IOC has moved away from a rigid competitive bidding race to a more dialogue-driven and flexible approach. So I would really want to understand and unpack what this shift really means from within the system and from India's perspective. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Sumariwala. How would, from within the Olympic system, how has this shift to a dialogue-based approach from the IOC really impacted the balance of power between the IOC and the potential host nations?
Thank you very much for inviting me. So, see, the old process was a bidding process, and then there was a vote, and a lot of things happened between the bidding process and the voting process. A lot of envelopes were exchanged, and there were a lot of allegations. So to make it, and again, to actually really go into the details of it, they've started this conversation that they're having with the bidding partners. They are now calling it a partnership of sorts with the IOC. So before it was us versus you. Now it's a partnership. How can we do this together? And if you look at all the parameters that they're looking at, and I'm sure Raghu has been working on those parameters as the CEO of the Olympic Committee of India, that actually makes a lot of sense to me. It actually makes a lot of sense because that takes away the process where, you know, the general body stands up and votes.
Right. Mr. Iyer, from the iOS perspective, how does this new model change the way India approaches its Olympic ambition?
Yeah. So again, thank you so much for having me over here. Like Adil just mentioned, so I just want to explain as to what is this whole procedure these days that they follow. So rather than this whole thing being, the whole thing that you put in a bid and all those other things used to happen, these days, first, there are all the countries that are interested, the interested parties, first show in something called an expression of interest, which is what India put out about a couple of years back. That's when the whole, when the Honorable Prime Minister actually mentioned that yes, India is going to be interested, we then sent in a formal expression of interest. Post that, the IOC has this thing called something called a continuous dialogue. So in which, like Adil mentioned, what the IOC does is says that, okay, let's work on this whole thing together. So there is a future host commission which they have set up, which is a large team, which works individually with all the interested parties on the parameters that I'll just talk about, and says that, okay, why is it that you want to host the Olympics? What is the impact that by hosting the Olympics you can have on the society, in your city, in your state, in your country, and overall as sport as large? What is the impact that it can happen? So they work very closely with all the interested parties, and ultimately it moves on to something called a targeted dialogue, wherein they will shortlist from all these interested parties into 2 or 3, and then finally, of course, it will go into a vote. But that is the process, that is the procedure that is being handled right now. Right. So from India's perspective, I think we are in that continuous dialogue stage at the moment, wherein we are in constant engagement and discussion with the IOC.
Right. Mr. Sumariwala, I'll take it to you. What really drives influence now within the Olympic movement, and how important has it become to nurture relationships and basically long-term engagement?
Relationships are very, very important. I mean, there is no doubt about that. And I think we've realized a bit too late that relationships are important at international fora, at getting sure that our people get elected to world bodies, etc. Whereas other governments go out of the way to ensure, push their candidates to get to the world bodies, to become presidents of international federations. They fund them, they use their foreign ministry, they do. I know the last election in 2015 of World Athletics, when Lord Sebastian Coe was fighting an election against Sergei Bubka, 2 greats of sport. And the British foreign minister was at Beijing campaigning for him. The sports minister was there. Everybody was there. The phones were being dialed right across the world for both of them. And so it is important, just to let you understand how important it is. But again, I think then there are very important factors that go into the conversations, which includes your vision, which includes sustainability. There has to be a referendum that 2/3 of your public are for it, for the Olympic Games. And there are referendums where people have actually not given public support to the Games. There is governance, they're looking at governance, which includes your federation, whether you're in good stead with the Olympic Committee or not. Have you been suspended in the past or not? Are you going to be suspended or not? And all sorts of things, including doping, including, these are very important factors. Again, what sort of leadership do you have? How strong is your leadership? Who are the people who are on your international body? That means internally you have a strong leadership. Who are the guys who are going to lead your bid? What is their experience? Now you look at LA. They had people with 3 and 4 gold medals. They had people who were president of the Rugby Federation, president of other federations, who were leading the bid process. So who are these people who are leading the bid process? Because they are looking at leadership. What is your sustainability? What are you going to, and I think Abhinav mentioned, what are you going to do after the games are over with all this infrastructure? We saw what happened in Athens. It went into rack and ruin. Do we want that to happen? What is the financial impact? Is your country going to go under like Greece because you spend so much money? Or are you going to make money in the long run? Like London made money, and there's a lot of data and research on that. And USA always makes money. But so I think that is why this targeted discussion is so important. But of course, relationships work because there are long relationships people have, and there are two ways at which you can look at any issue or a problem. So if you have a relationship, I'm sure it will be looked at kindly.
I would just like to push you a little further on that. Do you think the IOC has truly become more flexible and host nation friendly, or has it just become more sophisticated in retaining control and appearing collaborative?
See, I really don't know the answer to that. I think the new president is trying to do a few things. The whole process was put on hold for a while because the new president wanted to make sure that things were better. I can see what she's doing in women empowerment. I can see what she's trying to do with separating politics from sports. She's talking about, for the Youth Olympics, Russia coming back into the fold. So the new president is trying to do a lot of things. So I really don't know the answer. It's too early. It's not even been a year. It's been literally 6 months. So I am hoping that it will get better than it was in the past.
Right. Mr. Iyer, over to you. Where does India today stand in terms of its credibility within the Olympic movement? And what steps do you think India needs to take to be seen as a serious partner in the Olympic movement as of today?
So I'll answer the second question first. I think what are the steps that we need to take, like I said, in this current continuous dialogue process that we have. A few of the things that we're talking about, Adil also just alluded to that. One is the impact that you're going to be making on the game. So you need to have not only ambition, but they'll want to see, are you actually putting your might behind all the ambition behind this whole thing. Right. From an Olympic IOC point of view, they are extremely not concerned, I'm saying only the top of the mind what they have is all about athlete and athlete well-being. So even when we talk about our hosting ambitions, their question is, how is the athlete experience going to be? How is, those are the questions. The previous panel was talking about the possibility of the Olympic Games being held across 5 or 6 different states. We did touch upon that. They're very clear, I wouldn't use the word pushback, but their response was that we need to ensure that the athlete experience is top class, and it is not that an athlete who is in some other city does not feel as a part of the Olympics. The safeguarding bit that again Adil spoke about is an extremely important part, and that is something which we don't score very highly on currently, but we are taking the right measures on that whole thing. And finally, I think there are these hygiene factors which the Olympic looks at, which ought to be okay, which is how is your NOC functioning, how are your NSFs functioning, are there issues, is there a lot of infighting or not? And each of those things is looked at very, very minutely by the IOC. So any kind of a discomfort, if there is there, it gets picked up and we get kind of questioned on that. And all these are the things that we are doing currently. So it goes to your first question of how is our credibility. The credibility is definitely high, and that is the reason why we are in constant engagement with them. And India is trending currently. India is trending worldwide. Indian sport is trending. Everyone talks about, India has a story. India has the right story to host the Olympics. I mean, we are the largest nation in the world. We have, like Abhinav said, we have the best demographic. So the impact that one can make by hosting the Olympics is huge. So therefore, the story is there, provided we get all the other things right.
Right. Just to add to what he said, when he said athlete, they're looking at temperatures, they're looking at air quality, they're looking at sustainability, they're looking at legacy. It's all to do with the athlete. Also, is this actually going to give a boost to the nation? Are your medal tally going to improve? Is the sporting culture going to improve? Things like that is very important. You would think these are softer skills, but these are very important factors that go into, see, money, everybody will show I have the money. Even if they don't have the money, they'll show I have the money. But these soft skills, what is your workforce? What are your volunteers? You'll need 40,000 volunteers. Where are they going to come from? Like Raghu said, are you going to do it in one place where the weather may be very hot, or are you going to take some of the outdoor sport to another place where the weather is much better? And you can do indoor sports in places in India where the weather may not be so great during that time of the year. What are the dates? I think one of the biggest fights that we are going to have is over dates. Because at that time of the year, July, August, it's warm in India. So what are we going to do? I think we are having problems with World Athletics. We are fighting with them on dates for the under 20s. Because they are saying, one, show us air quality. Two, show us the dates. Three, on those dates, show us the weather. So we are a warm country. I mean, that we can't do anything about it. And we are not Doha, and we are not going to AC stadiums, and I'm against AC stadiums. It's a total waste of money. But I think these are the things that people are looking at.
The athletes, just to add on to, Adil mentioned this. Unfortunately, about 3 months back, when that badminton incident happened, with the athletes tweeting about air quality, it got picked up immediately, and the next day, within 24 hours, I got a call from the IOC talking about, how is it. So that is the minuteness and the closely with which IOC is monitoring not only India across, but athletes is the focus, absolutely.
Right. Mr. Sumariwala again, how has the IOC evolved its expectations from host nations surrounding sustainability and costs, etc., and what is it really looking at in a host nation?
So one of the things that, of the past was we built these huge stadiums, 100,000 people stadiums, built these concrete monstrosities all over the place, which we never used after that. They don't want you to do that. One of the things that they really want you to do is have a smaller stadium. They really want you to use old stadiums. They want you in lots of places to put removable seating, use field of plays with removable seating so that they don't want you to spend on brick and mortar. They're very happy for you to have lots of fields of play, both for training and competition. So that's how they are thinking. Are you going to get solar powered? How are you going to clear are you going to give bottled water, plastic, millions of bottles of water during the Olympic Games? What are you going to do for that? Who's going to collect the garbage? Where is the garbage going to go? How are you going to clear the garbage? What sort of buses are you going to use? Are they going to be electric buses? Are they going to be... So all of that, that is the part we're talking about, the sustainability part. And how are you going to use this infrastructure after you finish? Because our record has been pretty bad on using infrastructure after the events are over.
Mr. Iyer, how important is coordination between governments, administrators, and in really presenting a unified vision of an Olympic Games? And how far do you think India is in that regard?
I mean, it is extremely, extremely important, and it has to be a unified vision, because you cannot host a game where, the NOC is separate and it's on a tangent with the government. Because even if you look at the vastness of a game like this, of any game, you need the MEA, you need the visas, you need the Home Ministry, you need the security. So any game, even if you're talking about, the World Championship of Athletics that is going to be happening, so the NSF, the NOC and the government has to work in coordination. So that is a non-negotiable for them. Because that's when many of the other, and they have, I think, kind of in the past burned their fingers also with some of the NOCs are in tangent with the government and the government is not supporting them. So the games cannot happen like that. So there is no way that they will go ahead with any interested party if they do not have the requisite go-aheads and the addendum signed by the government. Where does India stand? I think India is very strong at the moment. India is, we just recently won the Commonwealth Games as well, so which was a unified effort with the NOC, which is the CGA, which is the Commonwealth Games Association of India, which is NOC, the state, province, and the central government. So it's all extremely unified, and that's the same team that is going out and presenting to the Olympics as well.
I think very simple answer is, where is the money coming from? Who's funding it? The government. So can you do it without the government? No. In America, yes, maybe, because the way America funding is done is through the Olympic Committee and through both public and private partnerships. There is hardly any private partnership here. So the government is, for the funding part, the infrastructure part, government is the most important thing. The technical conduct, the athlete experience, etc., is something that the Olympic Committee will do. So I think it's very clear who should do what. And once we know who should do what, then I think that's the way to progress.
Mr. Iyer, we have spoken about systems and structures, but storytelling is an important aspect, how a nation tells its story. So how do you feel India is presenting its Olympic vision in terms of as a story, as a narrative, and especially how does it resonate with IOC's philosophy that has evolved?
So the IOC's philosophy, again, Adil mentioned, they are currently in something called a pause and reflect phase. So they are themselves trying to set their house in order as to how to, how they want to approach the next 50, 100 years. Because everybody is looking for relevance, and many of the young sports people, if you look at the sports disciplines, they're also competing amongst one another to come onto the program. Every sport is looking for relevance, like I said. So IOC itself is in this pause and reflect phase wherein they want to, they want to see how they want to go forward. Does India have a story? 100%. We do have a very good story. Are we narrating it very well? We can always say it better. We can always say it better. Just looking at the enthusiasm around the states that we just experienced today morning with Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, and many of the other states. I think that is a story which we need to go out and tell the world, that how each and every state right now is putting its might behind sport in India, and if with 30 different states, it's each and every state which is as big as a country puts its might behind, then that becomes a really, really strong narrative. So I think we need to build the narrative, and that's where people like Adil and many of our other colleagues, we do come together to talk about this whole thing. So hosting International World Indoor Athletics is a very big story, because we would need to show proof of concept as well when we bid for the Olympics, that we are in a position to do something like this.
Right. See, my story is very simple. You have 700 million youth below the age of 25. No IOC can not look at that. You're going to become the third largest economy in the world as per whatever I hear. Nobody in the world no IOC cannot look at us. Where is the money for the IOC going to come from? IOC has lost after Paris, IOC has lost 6 of its sponsors. Where are they looking at for sponsors? India. So I am very clear in my mind that is our story. 700 million. The whole population of Europe is 700 million. And we have 700 million below the age of 25. Is that a story? Yes. It's a simple story. Can you ignore me? No.
I think we'll have one question each before we can close the session. So, Mr. Sumariwala, India has steadily built a strong reputation, hosting reputation, by hosting major events of late. But how close are we to being seen as a credible host for the Olympics by the IOC?
So this is a misnomer that we don't host events properly because of one, okay, badminton was an aberration. I can tell you that the Commonwealth Games that we organized in India were the best Commonwealth Games ever. I have been to at least half a dozen of them. The food, the accommodation, the transport, the quality of the technical conduct, the hospitality, the airport, the visas, absolutely outstanding. It was, I know the reasons what happened and why the media got after the Olympic Committee and its chairman, etc. There's a very different story. But in terms of the delivery, there were no issues. They said some bridge collapsed, nonsense. Who did the bridge? Olympic Committee? No, the government. If there was, the bathrooms were not cleaned in the, of course it was far before the thing was opened. Who did it? The government. Why are you blaming the Olympic Committee for it? If they said that something happened, some tile came out in the swimming pool outside, not even in the field of play, who was responsible? Olympic Committee? Absolutely not. The Delhi Development Corporation who built the swimming pool. But it's very easy to, because the federations, all federations are bad, Olympic Committee is bad. I'm not saying they are good either. Some are good, some are not good, but some are improving. We have to get better. There's a problem there, and we have to see. Unless we accept that there is a problem, we won't improve. So we must accept that there is a problem. But to say we don't have, I think Bhubaneswar organized the Asian Athletic Championships in a span of 3 months. Till today, the best. Before that, we were in China. After that, we went nothing. We were far better than China. We were far better than anybody. The government of Gujarat, the government of Odisha, along with the Athletic Federation, did an outstanding job. Absolutely outstanding. So we have done good championships. So let's not, this has to be, this perception has to go. We are capable of doing it. But everybody has to, if there's a problem in the stadium, who's responsible? Not the Badminton Federation. Yes, they should have raised it and tried to fix it, but who owns the stadium? Badminton Federation. No. So I think we have to all work together, and we will have to come together. There should be no blame game. India is responsible. That's it. It's not federation, it's not SAI, it's not government, it's not the infrastructure. India is responsible. And only when you wear that badge on your chest and say, I am responsible. When everybody says, I am responsible, we'll have a great championship.
Great. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I'll end the session, Mr. Iyer, by putting you a bit on the spot. If the IOC were to evaluate India today, what do you think would be its biggest concern, and what would be its biggest reason for confidence in India?
The biggest reason for confidence is, like Adil clearly mentioned, can you ignore 700 million youth below the age of 25? And Olympics itself is looking at making an impact because it resonates with their story. It resonates with their story. Biggest concerns would be, I can't name one, but there'll be small concerns. You know, people are talking about the weather, because the athletes' comfort is the maximum, and that is where we'll need to tell them that, you know, all those things would be looked after. So I think that's about it. But are we in, I think it's, we're too early to call and say whether we are in pole position or not, but we are definitely in the race.
Great.
There's also a problem. At the Olympic Games in Tokyo, you can run in 42 degrees. But in India, you can't run in 38 degrees. At the World Championships in Oregon, you could run in 44 degrees. But if you tell them that the temperature in Ahmedabad is going to be 35 degrees, oh, it's very hot. So there are issues, and we need to, and that's where relationships come in. That's what you're, coming back to your first question.
Great. Thank you so much. Do we open it to the audience?
So there are, we was just recently in that, in the meeting with the future hosts, there are 6 others who are in the fray. There is, I can just name them, who are there at least in the meeting room. There's Chile, there's Turkey, Qatar, of course, South Korea, and Hungary. Germany as well. And Germany wants to do there, but Germany was also there present.
Thank you, sir. It's a really insightful conversation for all of us here. Before you guys leave, I'd like to invite Mr. A.K. Samantre, Executive Director and State Head, Indian Oil, Bihar and Jharkhand, to please felicitate the panelists. Can I request the moderator to join for the group photograph, please? Thank you. Thank you, sirs. I know we're inching closer to lunchtime, but our next panel will give you food for thought before we sort out food for your tummy. Continuing on India's Olympic aspirations, our second panel for the day is called the Host Nation Effect. Why Olympic hosts outperform and can India do it too? I'd like to humbly request people at the back to please settle down for this panel discussion. I'd like to invite Mr. Jonathan Selvaraj, Assistant Editor, Sportstar, to join us on stage. Thank you, John. May I also invite our panelists. First, Deepthi Bopaiah, Board Member, Go Sports Foundation. Please give her a huge round of applause.
Hi.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to welcome Commander Rajesh Rajagopalan, CEO, Dhani Sports Foundation, to please come to the stage.
Hello, sir. Nice to have you.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Satyanarayana S., Chief Athletics Coach, Paralympic Committee of India, to join the panel. sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Joydeep Karmakar, Olympian shooter and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Please come on stage. Thank you, sir. Last, I'd like to welcome Dola Banerjee, Olympian archer and also a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, to please join the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, John.
So first of all, thank you all for being part of this panel. So India, we're trying to bid for the 2036 Olympics, and one of the positives of the Olympics, apart from get the honor of hosting it, is that host nations tend to overperform by an average of almost 137%. So at the last Olympics, we finished with around 71st on the medal tally. So there's a huge potential for improvement. But what I want to try and find out is this improvement a guaranteed, or is there like a lot of work which has to go in to make this possible? I'd like to start off with Rajagopalan sir. So you've been part of TOPS. I mean, looking to create excellence in Indian sport at the Olympics. If you were, responsible for, creating something for 2036, what would your priority be right now?
Okay, I'll just go a bit ahead first, back rather, and say yes. Host nations do perform well, and there are, there are fundamental reasons for it, and largely it is, because you are used to the weather and conditions and all. Second is your circadian rhythm. You get more quotas, so more people, and you also have, the choice of sports. Other than the basic 28 sports, so you have that. So obviously, and if you go back in history, you're right, just last Olympics, if you see, France made 94% gain on, the previous Olympics. So it's the historical data says. So I was just reading last year article, what are the reasons, and that is where we will have to put in our effort, as you asked me. One is GDP, the second is the population, third is your number of quotas, and fourth is host nation. So this is as per the research thing. But Mr. Ravindran's favorite book, Talent Lab, and mine too, if you're preparing for Olympics, and I really believe in it, is the government has to have, or even the federations have to have a very targeted, strategic funding. You cannot be spread over 33 sports. We did an exercise at Sports Authority of India in 2019, and that only our 8 high priority sports will not get us the position where you want to reach. If you say that by 2036 we want to be in top 10, that's not possible, right? So obviously we identified based on number of medals a sport discipline has, number of medals a single athlete can win, right? And similarly, based on what is the catchment area, what is the maturity of that sport in India, and how well we can progress on that, and what is the competition around. And based on that, we identified 6 more sports, which was swimming, fencing, judo, cycling, and table tennis, and one more, right? So unless we have this targeted approach towards this and we put in the funding, it will be very difficult to reach where we aim. The second is, I say to everyone that you have to be ruthless. And that is what UK did, Team GB did. Rather, Team GB is the only blip on this host nation where they performed better than London and Rio. And that was largely because of the momentum and the spread of the sport. Even China, when they did Beijing, they did Project 119, where they identified, proper events where they put in a lot of funding and effort to do that, and talent. But my biggest thing is that when you're putting strategic funding, it cannot be only for that particular sport. It has to be creating a right kind of training environment. Mr. Ravindran said that one state, one sport. So would like to just inform you that in 2019, when Secretary of Sports was Mr. Julania, there was a policy letter on one state, one sport, actually. Unfortunately, the proof of the pudding is in implementation at the end of it. You know, we have done a lot of things. We got the policy in place today. We got the act in place today. We got a Khelo India mission, which is there. At the end of it, I think Abhinav said, and I think Mr. Ravindran said, unless you affect the base of the pyramid, it's not going to happen. Today, elite athlete gets everything. Just before Paris, Neeraj said that today an elite athlete is getting more than enough. Right? Today, where the effort is required is grassroots. And I think the government should empower the state governments to build their capacity, be it coaching, be it talent identification, be it the right kind of training environment. I think that's first start.
Yeah, please go ahead, Deepthi. You say, yeah. But Deepthi, like you have worked in this field of of both at the grassroots as well as elite athletes. Money has been increasing in from what the government has been giving, what private players are also putting in. Where do you see are still the biggest bottlenecks that you are facing? Because there is a lot of money coming in, the results don't always seem to follow that pattern. Where do you think that the biggest bottlenecks are?
Thank you for having me. I think we discussed over the last few panels the different challenges. And while sport is a state subject, a lot of foundations like us are really complementing the efforts of the state government and the central government. And we spoke about getting an archery equipment, Sir mentioned that time, right? I think that just-in-time support is where organizations like us come in to help and not follow the entire bureaucracy of permissions and approvals and all of that. But if you look at the models that have worked, I think there was this huge belief that India cannot win medals. Till Abhinav did it and till every other athlete came in and actually performed at the Olympics and Paralympics, we just didn't have the belief. And I think it was important to build that role model first and show the possibilities that if this person can do it with hardly any support, how does that entire framework come in? And that's when TOPS, stepped in, and I also sit on the TOPS committee and, work very closely with Sir for many years. But today, if you want to create champions, all of us are focusing on the 200 athletes. And the 200 athletes are getting more and more and more and more support. But if you actually look at the medal tally, it's coming from swimming, athletics, fencing. So, we also have, the Tamil Nadu government people sitting here. And if they spoke about fencing. When we picked up fencing, everybody said, India cannot really do fencing, but you had one Bhavani Devi go on and change that. And today, the nationals fencing has over 1,500 athletes taking up fencing, right? So I think pathways are very important. It has to be set up in a manner that one role model can create it, but that is not sustainable if you want to become a host country. The host country should have an end-to-end platform of system, process, and funding. And most of the time, as you all are aware, every 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you have a different person at the seat of that table. So what plan got made for a particular athlete changes when the next administration and the government comes. I think the most consistent thing for an athlete is the system stays standard, the funding remains consistent for them to continuously perform. All the champions that we see today, whether it's the Olympics or the Paralympics, are athletes who are training for 8 years, 10 years. Very rarely you will have a first-time athlete who goes to the Olympics and actually win a medal. It's very rare. They need 2, 3, 4 cycles. So as a host country, for us to even choose which sports are going to give us the medals is our current 8, 9, 10-year-olds who are going to participate in the 2036 Olympics. Kids today are actually taking up sport climbing, football, skating, all the other new sports. But traditional sports continue to get a lot of the focus and attention. So it really needs to build the balance when we're creating these champions, and especially centers of excellence. People are funding so much of money. Corporate India, a lot of organizations like us depend hugely on CSR. We also spoke about the Champions Foundation, 30 crores coming in from CSR companies. They will give you the funding provided they see impact and support immediately. So we have a long way to go in terms of thinking through what are our sports, but it's important to bring the balance, because your current Gen Z that we talk about, or the Gen Alphas, the kind of sports they're playing is very different from the millennials. So I think it's important to bring in that lens as well of where are we putting in our money, are they even going to be playing those sports after a period of time? And the school system, I think we've spoken about enough and more. 70% of kids in India are in, schools are in rural India. And if they don't play sport till 5th standard, how are we going to actually create that pathway?
In fact, I just wanted to ask either of you, or in fact anyone can on this subject, as in 2036 is 8 years away, not 8 years, like about 10 years away. Are we already too late to kind of develop for that, or are we just about enough time and do we have to really hurry?
10 years is going to run away before we know it, but I think we're well on the track. To be in the top 10 medal positions requires a few more strategies where states work together, central government works together, and we need to come and have those strategies in place. But yes, if you look at it from a sports world, it's quite late.
I think the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzles are there. You're getting the policy, you're getting all the things, but I think integrating them, state, not-for-profits, federations, central government, everyone has to come together to, get it going.
Correct.
I think the pieces of the puzzles are there, and already things have started moving.
Dola ma'am, a question for you, as in you've been a high-level archer yourself. You're now coaching young kids. What changes have you seen? Do you see any dramatic shift in like a pathway system, or is equipment easier to access? Is coaching easier to access? What are the changes that you have seen?
अभी जब मैं प्लेयर थी तो उस टाइम में जो आज से 20 साल पहले, या मैं स्टार्ट किया था 1989 में, तो उस टाइम में आर्चरी एक अनकॉमन स्पोर्ट्स था, जहाँ किसी को पता नहीं था स्पोर्ट्स होता क्या है। और उस जगह पे हम लोग जब नेशनल जाते थे, नेशनल में इक्विपमेंट्स का जो भी स्टैंडर्ड था वेरी लो, मतलब कोई किसी के पास अगर कोई अच्छा बो आ जाए तो हम सब मिलके देखने जाते थे, जे बो मतलब अलग सा कुछ है। तो उस जगह के अगर आज का स्टैंडर्ड देखें, मतलब अभी मुझे लगता है शायद इस जनरेशन में अगर हम पैदा होते तो शायद और बेटर रिजल्ट कर पाते, क्योंकि काफ़ी अच्छा भी है, कुछ चीज़ मिसयूज़ भी हो जाता है, उन जिसके पास है और भी उनको मिलते, जब अभी बता रहे थे दीप्ति, मतलब जिसको नहीं है तो नहीं है, जिसके पास है तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, जो उसका वो रख ही नहीं पा रहा है, कहाँ जाएगा। जो आर्चरी में इतना कॉस्टली इक्विपमेंट होता है जो अभी बहुत इजीली हमें इंडिया में मिल जाता है, लेकिन हम लोग का टाइम में जब हम लोग इंटरनेशनल खेलने जाएंगे उस टाइम में किसी को अगर जो भी डीलर आते थे उनको हमें पैसा देना पड़ता था, वो कब स्टेन करेंगे हमें, तब हमें खेलने मिलेगा, मतलब काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्टीज था उस टाइम में। बट अच्छा जो है, जो हम लोग का पॉजिटिव थिंग है, जो अभी जो भी अननोन स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी बच्चा आ रहा है, उसमें मतलब पहले जो हम लोग 2-3 गेम के अंदर ही थे जो ए स्पोर्ट्स करना है, बट अभी अननोन गेम जो भी हो रहा है, ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी प्लेयर आ रहा है, पेरेंट्स का इंटरेस्ट दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि हम लोग का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में जब हम लोग देखते हैं काफ़ी 6 साल 7 साल का बच्चा को लेके आते हैं जो उनको आर्चरी करवाना है। अलग जो चीज़ मुझे सुन के काफ़ी मज़ा आता है, जो उनको पहले से ही मतलब एकदम एलिट लेवल का वो चाहिए, मतलब हम लेंगे तो एकदम हाई लेवल का वो, मतलब उनको अगर आप थोड़ा सा अगर बोलने भी जाएंगे जी अभी उनका तो पता भी नहीं आर्चरी क्या है, उनको थोड़ा सेट होने दीजिए, उनको पता होने दीजिए स्पोर्ट्स उनको एक्चुअली लेना है कि नहीं लेना है, आगे करना है कि नहीं, बट उनको नहीं, गार्जियन को नहीं, वो मुझे चाहिए। तो वो चीज़ है। और कुछ कोई है जिसके पास शायद वो अच्छा टैलेंट है बट वो कर नहीं पा रहा है, जो हम लोग को अपना तरफ से हम लोग थोड़ा हेल्प करना चाहते हैं जिनका वो है। तो 50-50 है, अच्छा हो भी रहा है, कुछ जगह थोड़ा कम भी है। बट अगर हम लोग 2036 का ओलंपिक का अगर बात हम लोग सोचे तो आगे जाके हमें ओलंपिक मतलब ही जो हम लोग का एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं 2004 एथेंस एंड 2008 बीजिंग ओलंपिक्स। एथेंस में तो जैसे पहली बार एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेज में मुझे डाल दिया, मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है क्या। जब फाइनल इवेंट हो रहा था पैनाथोनिक स्टेडियम में, टनल के अंदर से जब जा रहे थे, मतलब एक सपना था जो मतलब कहाँ जा रही हूँ, क्या हो रहा है, कुछ पता नहीं है। इसका पहले इतना बड़ा इवेंट कभी हम लोग देखे ही नहीं है। तो तब ओलंपिक का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देखूँ या खुद परफॉर्म करूँ, खुद को ही नहीं समझ में आता था। तो एक एक्सपीरियंस के लिए वो एक जगह ओलंपिक हुआ। देन जब 2008 में मैं शूटिंग किया तो उसमें तो एक एक्सपीरियंस था, जो लास्ट एक ओलंपिक खेली हूँ। बट एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेज होता है, सबका एक मतलब सपना होता है ओलंपिक खेले, बट आज का दिन में ओलंपिक का मेडल लेना सपना है, क्योंकि उस जगह पर हम लोग पहुँच गए हैं। तो अगर इंडिया में होता है तो हम लोग का उस अभी से जो 10 साल आप बोल रहे थे, बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम है और नहीं है, देखते देखते ही ख़त्म हो जाएगा। क्योंकि अभी जो 10 साल का बच्चा है उन्हें हमें तैयार करना है। बहुत सारा बच्चा तो बात स्पोर्ट्स पता ही नहीं है उनको, तो उस जगह में उनको और स्पोर्ट्स में स्कूल लेवल में या हमारा देश में जो अभी काफ़ी ज़्यादा अवेयरनेस वाला बहुत प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, जहाँ पर स्पोर्ट्स को लेके और कुछ करो टाइप का बच्चा लोग भी आ रहा है। तो ये चीज़ और ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। अगर हमारा मेडल हो, क्योंकि मेडल देखिए हम टैली में कितना ऊपर जाएंगे वो तो बहुत नेक्स्ट के बाद है, बट लास्ट ओलंपिक में हम लोग बहुत सारा गेम में 4th पोजीशन में फिनिश किए। अगर वो चीज़ ही अगर हम लोग का मेडल में आ जाए तो वही हम लोग के लिए काफ़ी इम्प्रूवमेंट के बात होगा। क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अगर हम क्रिएट हो जाए ओलंपिक के लिए, और ये आफ्टर ओलंपिक अगर उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और वो अगर टेम्परमेंट लेके हम लोग आगे बढ़े तो आई थिंक नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक में हम लोग और बेटर कर पाएंगे।
मैम आपने वो एक 10 साल वाले बच्चे की बात की थी अभी, जो माने उस गेम में आ रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है मैम ये जो टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन में कमी है या फिर टैलेंट जब आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है पर उसे रिटेन करने में कमी रहती है? आपको क्या लगता है कहाँ पे वो रुकावट आती है हमारे यहाँ?
दोनों साइड ही आता है, क्योंकि टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए मुझे 100 या 1000 प्लेयर चाहिए, जो हमें वहाँ जाके उनको वहाँ से फिर टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई किया आर्चरी के लिए इसका स्ट्रक्चर है कि नहीं ठीक। क्योंकि हम अगर सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे नंबर ऑफ़ प्लेयर्स मिल सकता है स्कूल से। अगर हम हर स्कूल में अगर हम कंपलसरी करें, अगर हर स्कूल 2 या 3 गेम को ही कंपलसरी कर दे तो क्या होगा वहाँ से हम लोग, क्योंकि वहाँ नर्सरी से हम क्लास 12 तक का हमको हर एज कैटेगरी में, हर हाइट में, हर एक स्ट्रक्चर का हमें प्लेयर मिल जाएगा। तो अगर हम लोग स्कूल लेवल में जितना नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स के पास हम लोग पहुंच पाएंगे उतना अच्छा टैलेंट हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएंगे। जो जिसके अंदर थोड़ा सा भी बेसिक टैलेंट रह जाता है तो उनको इम्प्रूव करने में थोड़ा कम टाइम लगता है, अदरवाइज उनको थोड़ा ज़्यादा टाइम लगता है। ऐसे नहीं जो जिसका उतना टैलेंट नहीं हो कर नहीं पाएगा, बट उनको इम्प्रूवमेंट थोड़ा फास्ट हो जाता है। तो अगर हम लोग स्कूल लेवल में और ज़्यादा कॉन्शियस हो जाए, क्योंकि अभी काफ़ी सारा पॉलिसी हो रहा है जिसमें स्कूल में और ज़्यादा हमें इम्पोर्टेंस देना है, तो ये अगर जितना जल्दी हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करके हम लोग उस चीज़ को समझ जाएंगे तो आई थिंक हमें और बेटर प्लेयर मिलने लगेगा।
Joydeep sir, as in you've been a very high level shooter yourself and now your son is on the cusp of breaking into that category. What advice do you give him, and in the sense that going from there, what advice would you say you would give to India when we are trying to create elite athletes?
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. Really honored. Actually, our topic was like, it's about 2036, right? So, and we were talking about kids 10 years from now who will be performing there and perhaps winning medals, of course. But in my opinion, the single opportunity thing should not be there, because it's about holistic improvement of Indian sports and not a single opportunity where you host an Olympics in, say, 100 years of time. If we take any other countries, they're perhaps like, developed countries, they're perhaps hosted the Olympics for 2 times or 3 times. But it is not about that. if you go by the example of, say, Greece, you will see the stats that they have not been able to do well in spite being the hosts, right? And there's a chance of 25 to 50% increase in medals when you become a host. Perhaps the reason because you get the host quotas also, but maybe 100. But it does not exactly imply the quality. It is about the quantity. That's the stats. And even if we go by 25 to 50% of increase in medals being a host, India will still win, say, 17, 18 medals, and that is not top 10. So that is where the status comes in, and I think we won't be happy 2036 winning 17, 20 medals. Because we are progressing, definitely, there's no doubt about it. India is progressing and progressingly doing very well in world stage. But everybody else is also doing that. We have to check the rate of improvement in Indian sports, not rather only talking about us that we are doing well. Everybody is doing well. So it's a competitive world. The rate of improvement is what will matter. Because every other countries, even smaller countries, are doing well. India is doing well again. But the thing is that as we speak about the next generation, what I think is that, as Dola also mentioned from the school things, like, Abhinav also mentioned it very correctly, that every successful sports countries have a very robust school and university sports program. So I think it's there in India. Of course, the Khelo India is one of the biggest things to happen to India, and it is amazing. Like, even my son is a product of Khelo India. Now he's he just got into seniors before getting into junior number 1, and then he had this experience of getting a world record and 2 Asian records, and he was purely a product of Khelo India because he was identified as a young age. And then he was nurtured by the Khelo India program, the NCOE and things like that. But not getting into individual, what I feel is that a holistic approach should be in place right now, because this is the time when we were talking about like the 10 years. In some way, I would say 10 years will be like, vanishing in front of us like that. And I'll be optimistic that even, this is the process which is going on. We are not starting now. It is a process going on, I think, in the last decade. We are progressing. But I think it needs to be made very seriously understood by everybody that the sports has to start seriously from the school level, not the spoon race or the sack race anymore in the annual sports event. They need to have Olympic events. They need to be serious about it. They need to have quality coaches, not undermining the PE teacher. But in a school, still, if you, going to the ground level, if you see a school employing a PE teacher, he needs to do everything. This one employee you have for free, kind of free, because you need to, work him or her for everything else. He's not taken seriously. He's a PE teacher. So that respect is not there, and the vision is also not there, that they has to have some, specific sports coaches, where they might emphasis on a few table tennis or maybe archery or shooting. So they need to take it serious. Otherwise, there will be directionless athletes or students or kids who know that their parents also know that perhaps they will make it, perhaps not. So that is where the seriousness from the top to the ground, it needs to be seriously taken. Then only we will have a sports society or a sports nation, I would say. So we need to first build a sports nation.
At the same time, as in when we are talking about very specifically about 2036, as in the priority is to get like a nice looking medal tally. Would you, Commodore sir gave a very interesting thing that maybe we should specialize on very focus on a certain number of sports. I'm sure shooting is probably going to be one of them, but do you sort of see that that's like a very logical thing, that you can't spread your resources too far when your goal is in 10 years? Then maybe you should just look at a fewer number of sports.
I think, as I told you, this is a process going on for the last decade, and I think we participate in 16 sports out of 34 in the Olympics, and if you see the global picture of India, then I think 6% of our population play sports. And it is 30 to 40% or 50% in some other countries which have developed and winning medals at the Olympics. So we have to work on that also. So coming to your question, I think we cannot focus only on shooting. Yes, definitely, it gives a huge support to the Indian medal winning tally. But in shooting, we have restricted number of sports and restricted number of athletes. Even as a hopes country, I think maybe 20 odd athletes or 22 odd athletes will take part, having, say, winning 7 or 8 medals at the most, maybe. Perhaps we'll be very happy if it crosses 10. But then only 5 medals increase or 6 medals increase will not give you the total impact of that India winning at the, finishing at the top 10. So we need to consider other events also, which has a potential and which has a multi medal winning prospect, like swimming, like fencing, or like other sports also, which has a higher potential of winning medals. It is not only being a shooter, of course, or being a coach in shooting. I would not exactly tell everybody to emphasize on a single sport. We need to have this multiple approach so that, in very practical sense, even in shooting, what we have seen in the past, I think a few editions also where we were winning medals, we never predicted that athlete to win a medal actually who won. It was our, the heroes, the top ones we were looking up to, but they failed to win a medal. So this is about the base of that pyramid, which was, I'm talking about the Olympics, but the base. So you cannot predict a single hero in sports like shooting. It's not like Michael Phelps. You know that he's going to win 10 medals. It's not Duplantis that he will win the gold in the thing. So we need to focus on all other aspects and the other ones, other athletes also, who might or might not win, but that the probability will increase that way.
Satyanarayana sir, this money has been increasing in funding even in para sports. Results have been coming in para sports as well, and probably it has. We have had stronger results in para sports at the Paralympics. What do you think that there's something that that maybe other sports can pick up from there? What are the things that maybe you think that you were doing right?
Good afternoon. Say myself, my international athlete. I am there in the system of more than 40 years. You all are talking only about it basic. See, even 40 years is over, sports schools have started. Even Bihar, 1980, they started the sports hostel. Lucknow sports hostel, more than 45 years. Punjab sports hostel that started on the more than 40 years. Now only in India I can say budding in the sports after coming on the CSR. Before 1984, Indian team is going, athletes are paying for the participation, even Olympics. 1986, they started participating in the, paying on the, when the Rajiv Gandhi, when India team is representing, why you should pay? India, big changes come. Even Paralympic sports, even I was there more than 7 Olympics, 5 Paralympic Games from 2000. India, you can say, you have a very big potential. You are not properly, you are using. See, physical education teachers, they are our main dayas. How you are getting our talent, you are getting spoiled. One school, hardly 10 sportsmen are there. They play basketball, kho-kho, kabaddi, arch athletics, all. In this, what is happening, my main talent, which is a good talent, is there maybe in the shooting. You are not lecturing properly. You should make a good physical education teacher should get a good support. To our CSR fund, even encouraging for para sports or even able body sports. I was national champion. I am from very small village, Shumaga. There is a lot of talent in my country. And again, sport also selecting. That is the main. Sport selection means what is happening. Sometimes there is no much infrastructure. One fellow will tell, "Arey, very easily can win on the polo vault medal." Arey, polo vault, in your area there is no polo vault. Why you are doing it? You should make them to teachers, available facility should be in cash. I was there in the East Germany, even I was in the Kenya, even what you are saying on the international support, before was better. East Germany was completely supporting India. Even Russia was supporting very big. India want to take up. And as a sporting country, my country, they want to make us a sporting country. Even 82 Asian Games, how you are conducted, you know. See, funding Paralympics is coming very well. You do achieve. Definitely money will come. Any sport, you start respecting heroes, automatically heroes will be produced. School, even your volunteer system, you should make. Paralympics, I rejected this year more than a 40 crores. CSR, I don't want. Even my government, Rajgopalan sir here, more top athletes, where is identified. Almost all 6 athletes he identified, 4 medals were won on the Rio. At the same time, even Paris, money don't have problem at present in India. Now problem is there, you are not selecting properly. Even last 2 years, coaching giving a, nowhere in the world they give so much cash award. You can check. You can check in the net. Even 82 Asian Games, Karnataka, one person won on the Mr. Sitaram marathon. He got 5,000 rupees. That is also an installment base. Installment, 2,500, 2,500. That scenario is not there now. My country have a now, that time you are not financially very strong. Now you are very strong in the financial. Even parents are affordable. Federations are affordable. Again, maybe don't mistake, a lot of federation. I was the Athletic Federation of India Treasurer. Even I was a Joint Secretary, Athletic Federation. When I was come to Paralympics, there was no money, mismanagement, so many things are there. You are slowly you are brought into the together. Another one reason, my country, sports development, big drawback, federation in fight. That should be stopped. Everybody should think National Sports Federation is a national property, not anybody's individual. Country में कोई medal, when anybody win a medal, see, Adil Sumari also told rightly, nobody say Satyanarayan. They'll say India. That should be created in our federation. See, even now, Patiala, Sai Bangalore, even private sector, very good infrastructure is there. I request even CSR, even Sai, when they started in the 1983, DG Narendra Singh was the NCC director. I have interacted with him. I am a Audi gold medalist. The infrastructure purpose Sai was started. Now, looking at the sports very professionally. Even tops, definitely they are supporting very big. But in the basic, zero. Women's sports was there, they cancelled. Even rural sports was, they cancelled. Rural sports, women's sports, in my country, once the women population were very big, but you were not encashed. Athletics is playing a 140, 145 country. Football is playing on the 160, 170 country. Why not you are not selecting to win a more medal? You should select where 40 countries, 50 countries are playing. Why you were near to medal for badminton, shooting? The reason less countries are playing. All these things, you should make them to educate to our physical education teacher. Funding, there is no problem in my country at right now.
Deepthi, I want to go from there to you because Go Sports actually was one of the pioneers of funding in para sports, if I recall correctly. Could you take me a little bit through that, as in, especially in para sports, as in, what do you see as the funding model, as in, what more could be done?
I think whenever we talk about Olympic sport, we just keep saying Olympics. But when a country wins the bid for the Olympics, they also win the bid to host the Paralympics. And I think it's very, very important that we constantly say Olympics and Paralympics. That's true inclusion. And if you look at the history of Paralympics, I think I had the good fortune of being at Rio, and we were just 19 athletes. And China had over 350 athletes in the contingent. And there was no media, no press, nobody on ground at Rio. And I remember on day 3, we won the first medal. And, media was chasing us at that point of time to kind of cover the athletes because we sent our team thinking we're not going to win. And cut to Paris, you had 84 athletes in a 3 Paralympic term cycle with 29 medals from India. So I think what we've all, and yeah, deserves a big round of applause there for our athletes, because what we've also noticed is India is in the top 5 in terms of people with disability. 22 million people are people with disability, and most of them are kept aside. And today, sport has become one of the ways for them to create an identity for themselves, and also, thanks to different states that have the reward structure. But I think, again, when you look at 2036 as a base, definitely the Paralympic movement, you will have close to hopefully 100 medals at that point of time. We're aiming that at LA itself. But it is a process, because even there, if you look at mature countries like Australia and UK, they don't work with very high disabilities. They work with minor disability athletes. In fact, the Australian Institute of Sport was talking to us to say that how do we start working with people with more disabilities, especially wheelchair-based athletes. If you look at our contingent, you have so many athletes who are actually wheelchair-bound and doing really well. So I just urge, since many, many state government officials are here, that policies have to be driven in the true form of inclusion with Olympic angle and Paralympic angle, because medal tally will happen. That is a function of system, process, training, discipline, and Abhinav and everybody else prior to this spoke very well. But access to sport, we spoke about schools. If we start looking at data on the athletes with disability, it is very bad. It is very, very bad. And most of it is parents giving them that opportunity. So I think a combination of systems, inclusivity, centers of excellence. Today, if you're hosting an event, and we do something called as a conclave as well, where we get more than 150 athletes, and we had 40 athletes who are para-athletes who come, there is no single hotel in the country that has more than 4 rooms that can accommodate wheelchair-bound athletes. So it's very important that when we talk about policy at a state level, inclusivity should not just mean ramps. There is multiple 22 disabilities that are there. So 2036 has an opportunity for more than 100 medals, even at the Paralympics. For us to be in the top 10 in the world at the Olympics level, we have to choose and prioritize sports, talent, and like Sir rightly mentioned, every state is doing a lot of things, but how do we integrate that? How do we come together and learn from each other? Sir mentioned one state, one sport, fantastic. If we can again pick that and choose that and run with it, because 10 years in our mind, I've not been in sport, I've just been here for 13 years, but it's going to run away before we know. So I think lots of work to do, and great to see this initiative, and congrats Ayan and the entire Sportstar team as well.
Thank you. That was a really brilliant way to sum up today's discussion. I really appreciate all of our panelists to come and come over here. I wish we had more time. I have a lot of more questions to ask, but that's it for this panel. Thank you so much.
I'd like to invite Mr. Ravindran back on stage to felicitate the panelists. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Deepthi, thank you so much for coming.
Group photo as well. If you can please step forward. Thank you, sir. That's it. We'll now break for lunch. Please do have a hearty meal and join us at 2:50 p.m. to continue our conversations on Bihar sports and everything in between. Thank you.
राजगीर में खेलो इंडिया स्टेट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस की स्थापना की गई है। बिहार
यह केवल एक राज्य की कहानी नहीं है, यह एक ऐसे परिवर्तन की शुरुआत है जहां संघर्ष और संकल्प से हर युवा अपने
seeks to answer a pressing question constantly facing the Indian ecosystem. Can sports and education go hand in hand? Mr. Gopichand couldn't unfortunately make it in person due to a last-minute change in his schedule, but he insisted on virtually joining us to be a part of this important day and discussion. Over to you, sir.
It's an honor and a pleasure to see you all. Unfortunately, I couldn't be present here, but I wish I was there and I was able to participate in what I see as a fantastic conclave with some of the finest people whom I admire. Big congratulations to the Bihar Sports Council, the Sports Authority, the Honorable Minister for Sport and IT, and the DG Ravindran sir for this award and also this function. It's also fantastic that some of the best names in the sport, some of the great thinkers, whether it's the champion Abhinav Bindra, whom I respect tremendously, or two other people whom I see in the next panel, Adil Sumariwala and Raghuram Iyer, I think two of the finest sports administrators in the country, are here as testimony to what the Bihar State Department is bringing to the table for all of us. It's an honor to be here, and on this very important subject, can sports and education...
Recording in progress.
Can sport and education go hand in hand? I think we're probably asking the wrong question. I think how long can we have sport and education go in different directions is something which we should be worried about. Because for the longest period of time, and I think it's, if I were to speak to an audience which was academicians, I think it would have been more useful, because I think what I'm going to say here, I think for anybody who's in the sporting field, this is not new. I may not be saying anything which is out of the box or different. But since I'm here, I'll anyway reiterate it. I wish I was speaking to an audience which was not a sport fan, which didn't know the importance of sport. But having come here, I just reiterate these points. Sport and education are not separate. It's very fundamental. They complement each other. Now, why is this important, and why is sport even important in the coming next few years is something which we need to ask, and why has it not been most important in the last few years? I think look at the numbers from an India perspective. And with an aspiration of Viksit Bharat, with a young population in our nation, what are we looking at? I think fundamentally, we are looking at 1/3 of kids who get breathless while taking part in any physical activity. Climbing steps, they are breathless. This is an actually recorded scientific data which is available. 6 to 8 out of 10 kids have flat feet and knock knees. This is a recorded data. Now, 1 in 3 kids is obese. And in some of the schools which I have data for, 80% of school kids are not able to run 400 meters. This is actually the reality of Indian youth, children. Now, 30, 40 years ago, maybe people might ask me this question, what's the big deal? Why are we talking about it? 30, 40 years ago also it was the same. We didn't participate in sport. But actually nature, the way the structure of life was, we didn't have to have structured physical activity all along. I remember in the 80s and 90s, early 90s at least, we would throw the bag, go out and play till it was dark and mom or dad would come to call us back home. We were playing outdoors. So even before I played professional sport, I would spend hours together playing outside, and anybody who's in their 40s or 50s would say, yes, this is true. I would walk to the bus stop. I would actually walk to school. There were a lot of physical activity which was unstructured, which was natural, which was able to happen. But in the last 30, 40 years, we've grown fantastic. I think we've grown in education. Alphabetically, as a nation, we are better. Numerically, if addition, subtractions, multiplications was some sequence, numerically we are also better. But if crawling, walking, running, throwing, jumping, diving in some sequence was physical literacy, we as a nation have gone down physically. So much so that our parents and grandparents are fitter than us. They're more mobile, more, they have more movement vocabulary than what we have. So it is fundamentally today more important to get structured sport into the lives of our young children. Because otherwise, when our kids grow to 40, then it is scary how big a health risk we run. So come 1947, we are not Atmanirbhar or we are not Viksit Bharat. We are dependent on health and hospitals. I think that's a fundamental gap we have, and that's what we need to address. So is sport important for everyone? Yes, of course. Today it is. Structured sport is important. And my answer or my vision, and I hope the experts would excuse me on this, but if I have a dream, it's like this, that every kid should participate in a very active lifestyle growing up from 0 to 6, 0 to 7 years of age. They should play, do a lot of physical activity and be very mobile. At age, say roughly around the sixth class, around say the age say 6 till 9 years of age, they should play multiple sport, and at age 9 they should try and pick up a certain sport which they like and try to be a professional athlete till about 13 or 14 years of age, till they're in the 10th class. And at 10th class, maybe it's time to take a realistic possible view of what they can become in their life. If they have a potential to be a world-class athlete, they should continue participating in sport. But if they by any chance do not have, and typically 90 to 95% of talent we can actually filter out with the help of sports science and a good coach's eye at the age of 13 or 14. So for some sports, it might be a 16, for some it might be 11, but realistically somewhere in that 11 to 15, 16 age group, we can tell them whether they can be a world-class athlete. If they have the potential to be a world-class athlete, we should ensure that we continue to make them participate or to make them be a professional athlete. Luckily, with our government's various schemes, whether it's Kelo India, whether it's Top Scheme, whether it's the other NGOs who are part of it or the corporates, the last 10, 12 years have been phenomenal for Indian sport. And I think that pathway is anyway designed for it. So we have to ensure that all of them who are participating in sport actually who are filtered out of sport, the rest of them continue. And the rest of all of the population continues to play sport as an hobby or at a university level, taking other career pathways in their life. So this, I think, is the fundamental crux of what a sport for all would mean. Everybody participate. The potential guys at 14 or 13 years of age decide to take this as a career pathway and continue playing sport. And even then, when it happens, even out of the 10% of the population, which would still be a large population in our country, I think education and sport should blend together so that universities are hand-holding them, giving them flexible course options, flexible options for examination timings to ensure that they are able to participate in their sport and continue to educate themselves. Because unfortunately, the reality of sport is that only a minuscule percent of the age of the people who participate in sport can take this as a professional career. The rest of them have to be taken care of, and the system has to ensure that all of them actually are benefiting from this. Because imagine this, a kid who has participated in sport would have a lot of life lessons which are fundamental in the future generations. We don't know what jobs AI is going to take away or what jobs are going to be present in the future. What we spoke about in what we learned in maths, physics, and chemistry years ago, I don't know how much of it is relevant and useful today, or how much of engineering training people have done is going to be useful in a real world when it comes out. But truly, whatever you learn on the sporting field is going to be supremely useful for all of us for the future. So it's fundamentally very important for us to make these steps, because as a nation, all kids need to be participating in sport, not necessarily because they'll be champions, but because they can be the best versions of themselves, learn life lessons uh, on the sporting field, because the academic area doesn't necessarily complete that education. Unless sport is brought into the lives of people, they're never going to learn how to fail, how to get up, how to be a team player, how to make instant decisions. These are for discipline, hard work, health. All of these things happen naturally on a sporting field, and character is built on a sporting field. So fundamentally, if you're not addressing this for the whole lot of population, then you're actually missing the fundamental quality of the seed capital of India as a young nation. So I think it's supremely important that we go back and address these issues. We've had great champions in various sports, whether it's, say, I could remember of maybe Anil Kumble, VVS Lakshman, we had R. Ravichandran Ashwin, cricketers, we would have all of them, say, Javagal Srinath, Venkatesh Prasad, Rahul Dravid. I think people who have really studied and taken their academics as well. We've had we had a badminton world champion called Peter Rasmussen, who finished off his career, then went to medical school to become a doctor. We had Djokovic. We had even Victor Axelsen would study Chinese during his tournaments. So I think as a population, the Western world has learned to do both together. We as a nation suddenly have grown up in sport. We need to start bringing this together. One of the fundamental things which we need to do is bring sport as a core subject. I think this thing of being extracurricular needs to go, because we need to bring this as a core subject like math and physics and chemistry. I think if not more important, I would argue sometimes it's more important, but still, if you say it's not more important, at least equally important to these core subjects is what physical education is. So investing in our physical education teachers, investing in our coaches becomes a fundamental point to ensure that our kids are playing to become the best versions of what they can be. And the targets could be very, very simple, in the sense Bihar may not necessarily need to produce the world champion straight away, but to be able to beat its state record every year. The country to be able to beat its national record every year. These should be fundamentally our targets, our next steps, so that in each of us trying to break our barriers to the next level, I think we would have produced the champion. And that I think would be important, to break this down into various levels, every school to become better than what its previous records were, every state to become better than what its records were, and our country to become better than what its previous records are. That should be the one core starting point. And then, of course, I think to reach the best in the world is what is aspirational for all of us. With these words, I would say thank you very much. It is really an honor. I wish I was there in person, but I will definitely try and come back again. And once again, congratulations to the sports department, Sports Star, and the Hindu for making this wonderful event, and wishing all the best to the Bihar Sports Department for all its future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Gopichand sir. We hope to see you here next time. Thank you for taking time out for this.
Thank you very much.
Hope you all enjoyed a wonderful session. I think there's a very important question brought up there by Mr. Gopichand. Moving on to the next panel. No industry is truly successful until it can be self-sufficient. For a nation that is long dependent on foreign material and know-how with regard to sports science and equipment, a conversation on empowering production is crucial. To take this conversation forward on growing India's share in global sports manufacturing, I invite Mr. Ravindran Shankaran IPS, DG and CEO of Bihar Sports Authority, to join us on stage.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. जानता हूँ खाना खाने के बाद सुनना बहुत मुश्किल काम है, वो भी ताज का खाना खाए हैं तो और भी मुश्किल है। और हम देख भी रहे थे कि खाना से ज़्यादा मिठाई को भर के खा रहे थे सब लोग, तो शुगर लेवल वैसे भी ऊपर चढ़ के नींद आएगा, तो आप लोगों को नींद से जगाना काम मेरा है। तो बीच बीच में हम सवाल पूछेंगे, तो यही तरीका है मेरे को। अब ये टॉपिक है बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। संजोग ऐसा था कि 3 दिन पहले नीति आयोग ने एक रिपोर्ट निकाला, स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्रीज को हम कैसे आगे बढ़ाएंगे। ये बहुत बड़ा एक कदम है, इट्स अ ह्यूज स्टेप। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है इसमें कि स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज को इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट से हटा के मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स अफेयर्स डिपार्टमेंट में लेके आ गया है। तो इट्स अ बिग शिफ्ट, बिकॉज इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट में बहुत सारा इंडस्ट्रीज है, उसमें स्पोर्ट्स इतना छोटा सा है, इट्स बहुत छोटा सा है, तो ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं दे पा रहे थे। तो इसलिए भारत सरकार ने सोच के उसको मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स अफेयर्स में लेके आ गए, ताकि स्पोर्ट्स बिजनेस को हम इंडिया में आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। अब आप लोग इस स्लाइड को ध्यान से देखिएगा। देखने के बाद आपको ये समझ में आएगा, ये हमारा भारत सरकार का लक्ष्य है। इसके पहले मैं एक चीज़ पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, ये मेरा पीपीटी है या बियाडा का पीपीटी है? बियाडा का पीपीटी है। हाँ, मेरे को वही लग रहा है, कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ है। कौशल, कैन यू गेट द पीपीटी चेंज, बिकॉज आई रिमेंबर आई डिडंट मेक दिस स्लाइड। ये बियाडा से कौन आया है? ओह ओके, ये बियाडा का पीपीटी है। क्या नहीं, चलिए कोई बात नहीं, हम ब्रीफ कर देते हैं, फिर उसके बाद ओके। मैं ये बता देता हूँ आपको कि इस स्लाइड को भूल जाइए, वो बियाडा का ऑफिसर्स आए हैं, वो आपको बता देंगे। सिंपल बात यह है कि भारत सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है और नीति आयोग ने एक रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया है कैसे हम स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। और लक्ष्य ये है कि 2036 ओलंपिक्स आते आते हमारा स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्री का बढ़ोतरी $1 ट्रिलियन तक कैसे इस बिजनेस को हम आगे लेके जा सकते हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2 लक्ष्य ये है 2036 तक 56 लाख एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन इस स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्री के माध्यम से कैसे हम आगे लेके जा सकते हैं। तो ये लक्ष्य के साथ ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया गया है। इसमें 3 इश्यूज है। एक ये है हमारा इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स है, स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स यूनिट्स, वो आज की तारीख में 2 जगह पर कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड है, एक जलंधर, दूसरा मीरठ। उसके अलावा कहीं कॉन्सेंट्रेशन नहीं है, 2 ही जगह पर है। तो इसको इस रिपोर्ट ने सजेस्ट किया है अब इस इंडस्ट्री को हम पूरा देश भर फैलाना है। इट हैज़ टू बी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड, इट हैज़ टू बी एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन मेनी अदर स्टेट्स। एंड इम्पॉर्टेंट बात यह भी है, सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट जो देश करता है स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स का, यहाँ मैं स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स की अर्थार्थ में समझा देता हूँ। स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मतलब स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट्स, स्पोर्ट्स अपैरल, स्पोर्ट्स सरफेसिंग, ये सब मिला के है। तो उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट जो पूरा दुनिया को करते हैं वो चाइना है, और सबसे कम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं वो हम हैं, मात्र 0.5% है पूरा ग्लोबल ट्रेड में स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स में। और आपको ये सुन के आश्चर्य लगेगा कि पाकिस्तान हमसे ज़्यादा बेटर एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स, 14% है। वियतनाम 21% है। जब वियतनाम जैसे देश, पाकिस्तान जैसे देश स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्री को इतना आगे डेवलप कर सकता है, तो हम क्यों पीछे हैं? इसी बिंदु पर बहुत रिसर्च हुआ है, और आप लोग सब सुने होंगे चाइना +1। इनफैक्ट कोविड के बाद ये कॉन्सेप्ट आया है चाइना +1। इस चाइना +1 के अर्थात यह है कि चाइना के अलावा किन किन देश में इंडस्ट्री का लोग, मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज जाके इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। आप देखे होंगे कि चाइना +1 का सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिशियरी कौन है? वियतनाम। जब वियतनाम उस फायदा को उठा सकते हैं तो इंडिया क्यों नहीं उठा पा रहे हैं इस फायदा को, चाइना +1 फायदा को? 3 प्रॉब्लम्स इसमें आया है। एक, हमारा सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स स्पेशली फॉर द स्पोर्ट्स सरफेसिंग एंड स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट्स। रॉ मटेरियल्स भी हमें इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है, नंबर 1 प्रॉब्लम। नंबर 2, फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट FTA के तहत हमारा स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स का बहुत सारा स्पोर्ट्स अपैरल्स कहिए या स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स कहिए या स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट्स कहिए, वो FTA के अंतर्गत आ नहीं रहा है, तो इंपोर्ट्स में बहुत महंगा पड़ जा रहा है। और थर्ड, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है, हम जो भी यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं उसको सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए हमको जर्मनी भेजना पड़ता है या US भेजना पड़ता है या जापान भेजना पड़ता है या किसी लेबोरेटरी जो इंडिया के बाहर है। उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा खर्चा होता है, समय होता है और उनकी मनमर्जी होती है। हमारा सर्टिफिकेशन का प्रावधान ही यहाँ इंडिया में नहीं है। यदि फॉर एग्जाम्पल कोई भी सिंथेटिक एथलेटिक ट्रैक हमको लेआउट करना है, उसका सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए हमको बाहर भेजना पड़ता है, सैंपल निकाल के बाहर भेजना पड़ता है। तो क्यों नहीं हम सर्टिफिकेशन यहाँ क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं? हमारा R&D लैब यहाँ क्यों नहीं हो सकता है स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स का? जब हम इसरो जैसा इतना बड़ा एक स्पेस रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, तो एक छोटा सा स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए हम R&D डेवलप नहीं कर सकते हैं? हम एक सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए जब हमारे पास ISO है, ये है, वो है, बहुत सारा अथॉरिटीज़ है, तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं? एंड सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये है, यहाँ बहुत सारा फेडरेशन के लोग भी बैठे हुए हैं, एसोसिएशन के लोग भी बैठे हुए हैं, आप खुद ही इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स को रेकमेंड नहीं करते हैं। प्लेन बात, आई एम ऑनेस्टली आई एम सेइंग दिस। जब खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स हमने होस्ट कर रहा था, सभी फेडरेशन, आई विल नॉट नेम एनी वन, सभी फेडरेशन ने बताया जब तक ये इक्विपमेंट नहीं आप लाके लगाएंगे, हम इस इवेंट नहीं कराएंगे। बताइए भाई, हमारा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मेक इन इंडिया के लिए इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, और हम अपने इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स को, इंडियन गुड्स को यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए मेहनत कर रहे हैं और बार बार मोटिवेट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारा फेडरेशंस हमें खेलो इंडिया जैसा, इट्स नॉट ए इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट, खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स बच्चे लोगों का स्पोर्ट है, उसमें एकदम they put their foot down saying कि we will send our officials, we will conduct this tournament only if so and so equipments are there. And what are those equipments? They all are imported. If अब हमारा ये फेडरेशन हमारा ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोडक्ट्स को यूज करने का अनुमति नहीं देंगे, हम कहाँ से आगे बढ़ेंगे भाई? ये सोचने वाली बात है। तो these are the points which have come up in the report submitted by नीति आयोग। जो ये मेरा स्लाइड्स है, जो मेरे दिमाग में था, याद में तब मैं बता दिया हूँ। तो अभी देखिए, जो भी मैं बताया हूँ, आप देखिए ग्राफ, वियतनाम कहाँ है और हम कहाँ हैं, एक्सपोर्ट का ट्रजेक्ट्री देखिए, और एक्सपोर्ट शेयर में पहला वाला ग्राफ देखिए, इंडिया कहाँ है और चाइना कहाँ है, एंड ऊपर एक्सपोर्ट शेयर हम तो ऐसे ही यादाश्त में बता दिए 0.5% ही है हम, और इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट है हम, 63% ऑफ द सामान हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अगेन आप ये देखेंगे, ये सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी है, हमको इसमें ज़्यादा ज्ञान बांटने की ज़रूरत नहीं, आप खुद देख के समझ सकते हैं। दिस ग्राफ इज सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी है। यही मैं ऑलरेडी बता चुका हूँ, हम लोगों का भारत का क्या टारगेट है। 8.1 बिलियन एक्सपोर्ट हमें करना है और 54 लाख जॉब्स बाय 2036 करना है। उसके लिए हम लोग सबको एक साथ आना पड़ेगा। इसमें सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस पीपल हु आर इन्वॉल्व इन बिजनेस ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स। एंड एक और पॉइंट इस रिपोर्ट ने बताया कि हमारा जितना भी स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैक्ट्रीज हो, इंडस्ट्रीज हो, दे ऑल कम अंडर MSMEs। भैया MSMEs इज अ स्मॉल थिंग, स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री, मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्री। आप कितना प्रोड्यूस कर लेंगे, कितना एक्सपोर्ट कर लेंगे? वी नीड बिग इंडस्ट्रीज, वी नीड बिग फैक्ट्रीज हु कैन प्रोड्यूस मोर एंड हु कैन एक्सपोर्ट मोर, सो दैट हमको भी आमदनी आ जाए। एंड आपको अभी से लेके 2036 के बीच में इतना सारा गेम्स है, यू कैन बी ए वेरी बिग सप्लायर। अब ये मैं बता देता हूँ, फॉर एग्जाम्पल टेबल टेनिस, टेबल स्टैग और इन्फ्लेटेड बॉल्स, चाहे फुटबॉल हो, वॉलीबॉल हो, बास्केटबॉल हो, ये सब हम मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन भारी मात्रा में हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं क्या? नहीं कर रहे हैं। क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं? वी हैव टू थिंक। और बिहार के बारे में मैं बात करना चाहूँगा। जितना भी इंडस्ट्री रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ आए हुए हैं, आप लोगों से मेरा अनुरोध है, इस पैनल के पहले हमारा बियाडा से जो ऑफिसर्स आए हैं, वो बिहार का इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी के बारे में आपको बताएंगे, समझाएंगे। आप क्लियरली आप सुन लीजिए। बिहार हैज़ ओपनड इट्स डोर्स for the industries to come and establish their factories or industry. उसकी पॉलिसी के बारे में इन लोगों ने बताएंगे। देखिए भाई, I am coming from Coimbatore district. Coimbatore district, earlier Tirupur was part of Coimbatore. Now it is a separate district. तिरुपुर में जितना भी knitting industry है, जितना भी टी शर्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री है, वॉट एवर यू नो, ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ निटवेयर्स एंड अंडरगारमेंट्स, सब कुछ है. आप कोई भी ब्रांड ले लो, यूएस पोलो ले लो, यूनाइटेड कलर्स ऑफ बेनेटन ले लो, सारा चीज़ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तिरुपुर में ही हो रहा है. और वहाँ लेबर्स कौन है? बिहार है. लेदर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री में जाके लेबर्स कौन है? बिहार के हैं. फुटवेयर का इंडस्ट्री में लेबरर्स कौन है? बिहार के हैं. अपैरल्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मतलब कोई भी ट्रैक सूट हो, टी शर्ट हो, जो भी हो, अगेन बिहार है. तो आप लोगों से मेरा अनुरोध है, हमारा इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी को आप ठीक से सुन लीजिए, और आप यहाँ आके आप इंडस्ट्री खोलेंगे तो आपको यहाँ लेबर यहीं से मिल जाएगा. आपको सारा स्किल्ड लेबर यहीं से मिल जाएगा. और हमारा बिहार का भाई बंधु जो बाहर गए हैं, घर वापसी आ जाएंगे, वापस हो जाएंगे, और यहीं पर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोड्यूस हो जाएगा. उनको अपने परिवार को छोड़ के बाहर जाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगा. यहीं पर वो अपना घर बसा लेंगे अच्छे से, और बिहार का भी इकोनॉमी बूम होगा. और दूसरा, चाहे मेरठ हो या जलंधर हो, लॉजिस्टिकली आप देखेंगे पोर्ट का कनेक्टिविटी बिल्कुल ज़ीरो है. हम तो कलकत्ता के बगल में हैं, हमारे पास पोर्ट का कनेक्टिविटी और सब चीज़ कनेक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छा है. रॉ मटेरियल्स का बहुत यहाँ उपलब्ध है. तो जब कनेक्टिविटी भी अच्छा है, रॉ मटेरियल उपलब्ध है, और मैन पावर, स्किल्ड मैन पावर यहाँ उपलब्ध है, क्यों स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्रीज बिहार में आ नहीं सकता है? आ सकता है. उसके लिए बियाडा का लोगों को मैं इनवाइट करूँगा. आप अपना इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी बता दीजिए, ताकि आने वाला साल में जितना भी स्पोर्ट्स गुड इंडस्ट्रीज़ है वो यहाँ आकर के अपना इंडस्ट्री खोले, और बहुत लोगों को इसमें नौकरी भी मिले. और एक और लास्ट पॉइंट मैं बताना चाहूँगा, इस रिपोर्ट ने एक टेल विंड की बात कर रही थी. टेल विंड के मतलब कुछ नहीं है. जिस स्टेट्स ने नेशनल इंटरनेशनल चैंपियनशिप करते जा रहे हैं, उसको टेल विंड बोल रहे हैं, ताकि उस स्टेट में ज़्यादा बिक्री हो रहा है स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स. लेकिन मेरा अनुरोध होगा, इस रिपोर्ट जो तैयार किए हैं उसमें जो मेन रिसर्चर है वो मैडम आई हुई है और यहाँ बैठी हुई है. आपसे मेरा अनुरोध ये होगा, आपकी रिपोर्ट 82 पेज रिपोर्ट हम एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, 3 बार पढ़े हैं. तो मेरे को बहुत अफसोस हुआ है, आप जब टेल विंड की बात कर रहे थे, आप पिछले 4 साल की इतिहास बिहार के उठा के देख लेते तो उसमें बिहार का नाम भी आपकी रिपोर्ट में आ जाता. हम लोग भी इतना नेशनल चैंपियनशिप, इतना इंटरनेशनल चैंपियनशिप जो टेल विंड के अंदर आता है वो हम लोग कर रहे हैं और किए हुए हैं. तो हमारा अनुरोध ये होगा, आपने 6 स्टेट को रेकमेंड किया है, गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, आंध्रा, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा एंड यूपी. 6 स्टेट को आप रेकमेंड किए अपना रिपोर्ट में, जो स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इकोनॉमिक जोन्स के रूप में वो काम करेंगे. मेरा अनुरोध होगा, बिहार को भी जोड़िए, हम बाकी स्टेट से बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट तैयार करके आपको देंगे. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, sir. I think there's really staggering numbers there for us to see. And it's important that we take this conversation forward about India's share in global sports manufacturing. So we'll continue this conversation with a panel discussion on this, titled Made for the World, Growing India's Share in Global Sports Manufacturing. Request 2 minutes of your time so that they can set up the chairs on stage. Hello. So before we get started with the panel discussion, I'd like to first invite Mr. Amit Sinha, DGM Intellectual Property and OSD to the Managing Director, Bihar Industrial Area Development Authority onto the stage, please. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Sinha. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me correct what he has said. It's not intellectual property, it's investment promotion. Anyways, I would like to thank the Bihar State Sports Authority, the Sportstar and the Hindu for giving me this opportunity to tell about our policies, what the government of Bihar has offering to the industries, those who are coming to Bihar. So let's go with a snapshot of the state as of now. We are one of the fastest growing states in the country. And if you see the decadal growth in last 1 decade, the growth 647 to become a $1.1 trillion economy. So whenever anyone comes to Bihar, they have there in the mind why Bihar plays as a gateway of 400 million consumer and consumer market. So covering the neighboring states, the West Bengal, in fact, the Jharkhand, the Northeast, and the neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. So we say that seeing is believing. So see the road network which has developed in last couple of years. So you can see the road network and the infrastructure which we have as of now in Bihar. There are a lot of highways, expressways, the high-speed corridors which have come up. Either they have come up or they are under construction, and which will give the boost to the economy, and they can also help those who are thinking and to explore the opportunity here in the state. So we have around Varanasi, Kolkata, that is 161 kilometers, which passes through the Bihar, the Gorakhpur-Siliguri Express, the Raxaul, Haldia, Patna, Purnia, a lot of expressways which are coming to Bihar to give support to the industries in the state. You can see in the map also the network that is there in the state. Yeah, coming to the airways, we have 5 international airports. Basically, actually 4 functional and 1 that is coming soon in Raxaul. The 4 that is Patna, Gaya, Darbhanga, and Purnia, and there are another 5 airports which are they are in the other states, but serving Bihar more than they are into. So these are Devghar, Varanasi, Kushinagar, Bagdogra, and Gorakhpur airports. They are serving Bihar states more than they are of their own states. Railways, we have a very good network, integrated in Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor. We have DFC. The waterways, the national waterways, one is serving in Bihar through Ganges, and that connects to the Haldia airport. The availability of power, earlier basically we used to hear that Bihar does not have the power availability, but now we can say the power supply is 24/7. One gentleman, I was there in Delhi, rather in Bangalore, he was mentioning that he was just capturing the data that how many hours light is there in our state. He captured 23.97 hours in 1 day. So you can see that the availability of the power. So as far as the strength is concerned, we have 170 grid substations, over 2.3 million smart meters that's installed, and the power supply to the industrial areas is there for 24/7 through dedicated feeders. Yes, water availability, any industry that does require that water, that is abundance in our state. And we are fortunate to have that Ganga, Gandak, Kosi, and Son River, which provides water availability in the state. As Sir was mentioning in that we have a lot of workforce here, skilled workforce here in Bihar, as well as they are working outside. So they have a wonderful opportunity to come to Bihar if sports industry come to and establish their unit here. And if you go, we are the youngest population in the country. I mean, the median age is 22 years, and the youngest population, that is 58%, which is age of 25 years, nearly 60% working age population. There are a lot of women workforce is there. They are working under the Jivika, which is a program scheme which is supported by the Rural Development Department. And I can say we have a back cluster wherein around 1,200 women workers are working in one premise. So a lot of opportunity are there, and they are all skilled in textile sector. If I find this sports industry, there are a lot of sportswear, sports shoes, apart from the sports equipments, there is a lot of opportunity to invest here for the state. As far as the infrastructural support is concerned, we have 94 industrial areas across the 34 districts of Bihar, and wherein if you see 34 districts, we have around 1,500 of vacant land, and that around 14,000 acre of land which we are in the process to acquire. So, and of course, we can see the 31 lakh square feet of plug-and-play sheds that are all flatted factory at the monthly rental as low as 4 rupees per square feet. In addition to that, we have integrated, Bihar is going to have the first integrated manufacturing cluster, that is industrial township in the state. In addition to that, we will have 2 SEZs, that is special economic zones in West Champaran and Buxar district. We have also, sir was mentioning where is the port connectivity. We have the dry port, which generally helps the the sport goods or any goods which is sent to outside Bihar. The purpose of bringing this leather and footwear park, this slide here, because we are going to have this footwear park wherein the industry related to the sports can think of for the investment. This has around 62 acres of land, and the land which is the cost of the land is around 62 lakh per acre, and we have 3 flatted factory plug-and-play sheds wherein those who are interested can come and take this opportunity to establish their unit. As far as the connectivity is concerned, about that park, which is very near to the national highway, and the nearest airport is Darbhanga, which is 68 kilometers away. These are some of the photographs of that footwear park. And we have, just brought in a video also where you can see how this product park, the leather and footwear park is coming up. It's not working. Is video not working? Sorry. Can we have the sound, please?
Units are available on flexible models.
Anyways, so I'd like to
Leather and Footwear Park, Mahawal, Muzaffarpur. Biada's flagship initiative powering Bihar's next manufacturing revolution. Spread across a planned industrial layout, the park offers plug-and-play infrastructure with 100,750 square feet space. Units are available on flexible models land on long-term lease and ready sheds at an affordable rental of 4 rupees per square foot per month. The park features around 75 industrial plots and 3 plug-and-play sheds designed to support MSMEs and large-scale manufacturing. Strategically located just 25 kilometers from Muzaffarpur with direct access to NH28, railway connectivity at Mahawal and proximity to Darbhanga Airport ensuring seamless logistics and market reach. Supported by robust infrastructure including 24/7 security, internal roads, drainage systems, dedicated 33/11 kilovolt power substation and common facilities. Biada is developing a common facility center CFC to support MSME investors by providing a skill development center, R&D facilities and access to advanced machinery for leather and footwear accessories. Equipped with advanced machinery including edge cleaning machines, heat setting units, collar forming systems and conveyor-based production lines. With over 53% young workforce, skilled and industry-ready, Bihar brings scale, talent and inclusive growth. Bihar is ready to manufacture, to scale and to lead.
Thank you. So would like to show some of the sets which we have constructed. This you can see our industrial area Sikandarpur, that is there in Beta. This is integrated manufacturing cluster Gaya, which is coming up in Gaya in area around 1,670 acres of land, wherein this project is being made in the project cost of 1,339 crores, and the investment size we are expecting around more over 16,000 crore. However, the employment would be generated around more than 1 lakh. We have 2 special economic zones wherein industries, those who think that they can export their product, they can come and get the benefit of import duties also. So this is again spread over 25 acres of land, and this we are also constructing the trunk-in infrastructure at a cost rate of 109 crores in Nawanagar and 116 crores in West Kumarbagh area, West Champaran. Also, we have multi-modal logistic park that is in Fatua. This is, I mean, those who are thinking in the logistic part of view, they can also come and invest, and they can also take land in this park. Yeah, so the important, I would like to have your attention on this slide, please. These are the incentives basically which was announced on 15th of August 2025 by Honorable Chief Minister. the free land is available, the subsidy on free land up to 25 acres of land. In addition to that, if you don't fall under this category, you will get additional subsidy of 50% at a concessional rate. As far as the financial subsidy is concerned, we have given in a 3 option. One is the interest subvention that will go up to 40 CR and SGST reimbursement up to 100%. The second option, if you choose, those generally, those who pay more taxes like cement factories and the industries fall under the general manufacturing, they opt for SGST reimbursement. So this will go up to 300% with the cost. The third option would be the capital subsidy, especially those who are in, will be in fact the sports wear and sports shoes. They generally opt for this capital subsidy, the third option. That would be up to 30% of the total project cost. Additional incentives are also there. We are also offering the common facilities centers there on case-to-case basis. Export promotion incentives are also available for 14 years to a capping of 40 lakh every year. The employment incentives up to 5,000 for textile and leather and 2,000 for other sectors. The skill development that is given, as though it's a one-time affair, but 20,000 would be given per employee, and that related to those who are actually working on the soft floor. The environmental protection subsidy we also give up to 25% of reimbursement. The renewable energy again 25%. Stamp duty exemption is there, which is 100%. And if anyone wishes to establish the unit outside the Bihar Industrial Area Development Authority, their land conversion fee is also fully exempted. In addition to that, we have the textile and leather as a sectoral policy, which also gives several subsidy incentives. That's skill subsidy, which I have already mentioned, the capital subsidy, around 20% of planned investment up to 20 CRs. Interest subvention is there. SGS is there. The one thing which this policy provides, which other policy do not, that is the power subsidy, which is 2 rupee per unit for 7 years. And in addition to that, the patent registration, 50% of the expenditure that is capped with 10 lakh per patent. That I've already discussed. And export policy is again an independent policy which has come for those industries who are into exporting business. Of course, the important thing is, suppose if the policies are good, the infrastructure is good, but how about the ease of doing business? Yes, we have single window clearance system. If you apply in a particular place, this automatically goes to the different department, different verticals, and we facilitate to get your licenses clear and your incentives in time. So these are the offerings, basically the free land on concessional rates, the infrastructure support, proactive governance, and of course the financial benefits. That's where. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for the presentation. Now let's move on to the panel discussion. I'd like to invite, first of all, Ravindran Shankaran, IPS, back on stage to moderate the following panel. Thank you, sir. I'd also like to welcome Girish Venkata-Subban, CEO of IMAX Sports, to please join him on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for Girish, sir, please? Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Shiv Prakash Singh, founder of Shiv Naresh Sports. Thank you for your presence, sir. I'd also like to welcome Lakshita Mehrotra, Senior Team Lead, Foundation for Economic Development, to please be on stage. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Ravindran, sir.
Welcome to all the panelists, and warm welcome to the researcher who was part of the recently submitted Niti Aayog's report. So I would like to start from you. What would you like to tell these manufacturers from whatever research you did? And I think you are the best person to ask them the questions. I will just moderate.
Firstly, thank you for having me here. Honestly, sir, it is the manufacturers and us who've created the report together, right? They are the ones who've been putting in all the effort, and whatever we are today, even though we are a very small part of the global trade, is because of the efforts that the manufacturers have put in. Currently, we are only 0.5% of the overall global trade in sports equipment particularly, which is roughly around $300 million. The overall trade is around $50 billion. So the market is huge and the potential is huge. What we need to actually talk, and I'm glad conversations like these are picking up, is really around how can we enable manufacturers to not just double, but almost 10x their capacity, and do that at scale very quickly in the next 10 years. I think I'd start with that.
शिव जी, आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री में जब से मैं खेलते थे स्कूल में, तब से शिव नरेश का प्रोडक्ट हम आज भी यूज़ करते हैं. तो तब से मैं शिव नरेश का मतलब उस कंपनी को हम लोग जानते हैं. तो उस समय जब बचपन में थे तो इच्छा रहता था हम कब शिव नरेश का ट्रैक सूट पहनेंगे. तो अब इतना साल आप हैं, तो आप बताइए कि हमारा प्रॉब्लम क्या है, क्यों हम एक्सपोर्ट्स वियतनाम से भी पीछे हैं, पाकिस्तान से भी पीछे हैं, प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है?
थैंक यू. हमारे यहाँ पर कई चीज़ें हैं, जैसे ये रिपोर्ट जो इन्होंने काम किया है मुझे भी पता चला था, और मैं भी कुछ चीज़ें डाटा तो मिलता था, लेकिन जो रिपोर्ट इन्होंने तैयार की है वो बहुत शानदार रिपोर्ट है, आयोग की रिपोर्ट है, और काफ़ी मेहनत की है इन लोगों ने. रीजंस बहुत सारे हैं. एक शुरू में वहीं से करता हूँ, डिमांड से. जैसा आपने अभी बताया था कि खेलो इंडिया है तो सबको इम्पोर्टेड ही सामान चाहिए. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल हम लोग रेसलिंग बैट बनाते हैं, बॉक्सिंग इक्विपमेंट बनाते हैं, सारी नेशनल में हमारा यूज़ होता है. लेकिन जब कोई परचेज़ का टाइम आता है सरकार का, उस समय सारा का सारा डिमांड फॉरेन ब्रांड पे चला जाता है. तो हम इसमें ये भी पॉइंट आया था कि हमें फेडरेशंस को भी सबको एक इकोसिस्टम में जाना पड़ेगा, तभी हम लोग अपनी डोमेस्टिक डिमांड जब हम पूरी करना शुरू करेंगे. जब डोमेस्टिक में डिमांड बहुत होगी तो इंडस्ट्री में और भी प्लेयर आएंगे. जब तक और प्लेयर नहीं आएंगे तो खाली मेरठ जलंधर से काम होने वाला नहीं है. तो और प्लेयर को आने से इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करेगी, और जब हम डोमेस्टिक बड़ा हो जाएगा तो एक्सपोर्ट भी हम कर लेंगे. एक्सपोर्ट करना कोई बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है. जैसे अभी मैंने आपकी स्लाइड देखी है, ऐसे और भी स्टेट्स कर रहे हैं. लेकिन आपकी जो ऑफ़र्स हैं, मुझे तो सबसे अच्छी अभी तक मैं ऑफ़र देख रहा हूँ इंडस्ट्रियल प्रपोजल की, ये बहुत अच्छी ऑफ़र है. और मेरे को लगता है कि जो आज से 20-25 साल पहले जो हम काम करते थे तो 90% इम्पोर्ट करना पड़ता था, फैब्रिक हो या सामान हो. आज 10% इम्पोर्ट रह गया है, 90% इंडिया में बनने लग गया है. ये सब नई पॉलिसीज़ और ये गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट की वजह से हो रहा है. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आने वाला टाइम जो है, जो हम पाकिस्तान से भी पीछे हैं, वो बहुत आगे निकल जाएंगे उनसे. जो गवर्नमेंट का प्लान लिया है इन्होंने, वो अगले मेरे ख्याल से 10 साल में लिया है 3 टाइम्स बढ़ने का. 5% लाने के लिए 10 साल का शायद प्रोग्राम लिया है गवर्नमेंट ने. तो उसमें सभी लोग, अगर फेडरेशंस भी, गवर्नमेंट जिस तरह से चाह रही है, इंसेंटिव देना चाह रही है, गवर्नमेंट भी लैब लगाने के लिए तैयार है, रिसर्च लैब के लिए गवर्नमेंट बहुत सपोर्ट करने जा रही है इंडस्ट्री को, तो मुझे लगता है हम लोग अचीव कर लेंगे. थैंक यू.
आपसे भी मैं वही सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे, क्या प्रॉब्लम सब फेस करता है? एक तो प्रॉब्लम उन्होंने बता दिया कि इंग्लिश में ओके. What are the problems, what are the difficulties as a company, as a manufacturing unit you face in producing more and for the domestic purposes and second for the export purposes?
Thank you, Sportstar. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Bihar, for this wonderful opportunity and exposure. See, first thing is that I would say as an MSME, last mile connectivity. See, we produce goods, which is good, but we are not able to reach the masses. According to me, that is my principle, people may differ. First thing is that if you cannot sell a product in India, you cannot sell it anywhere else. Because we've got the volumes, because 140 crore people. Only thing is you have to keep trying time and again the resilience. Because ours is a very diverse country. Like you have to cater from A to Z. Every inch or every quarter inch we have to be able to cater. Like for example, we normally take the example of automobiles. If Maruti had only sold one car or one model, they wouldn't be in the market. Every 50,000 rupees, they have a higher model and they just keep going till the topmost. So I strongly believe that we, as Indian manufacturers, have to look at the resilience. First thing, the last mile connectivity, the marketing, the brand image. Because we normally have the mentality of Western validation. Everything that we do, we immediately want someone else. As you were telling in the previous thing that, for everything, standards also. You have to go there. We are working with ISRO. We are working for space applications. The thing is, ISRO is that they don't look forward for any Western validation. Whatever they do, they own it. Whatever they don't do, they own it as well. So that's the thing which we have to start looking at. We don't require Western validation at all. Because everything is available in our country. It's a beautiful country. It's a wonderful, diverse, everything is available, resourceful country. Only thing is we have to keep on trying. And we have to shout loud because out of 140 crore people, we have to be louder than the 140 crore people. That's what I believe. Thank you.
So for the report that we did, we have spent talking to almost, I'd say we've done over 50 consultations. We've spoken to multiple manufacturers across sports, right? So I think the challenges that manufacturers face are of two kinds. There are supply side challenges and then there are demand side challenges. In the supply side challenges, one of the most pronounced things is the fact that we are at a major cost disability right now. What that means is that one product, for example, we take a football, right? If a manufacturer in India makes a football for 100 rupees, that same football with the same quality, the exact same kind of specifics can be made in a competing country like Pakistan or China in as less as 85 or 87 rupees. So as long as this exists, it is going to be very difficult to attract the buyers. So the very first thing that we need to do is bridge this gap that exists in cost disability. This comes from many places. You mentioned the raw material disadvantage that we've highlighted, the high cost of machinery, the fact that land is not available, the fact that currently our production is in landlocked states, so logistics costs are very high. All of these contribute together to that cost disability that I'm talking about. On the demand side, like Shiv Sir said, there are several challenges there as well, right? Because currently we are mostly an MSME-led industry. There is not enough visibility and not enough people in the world know that India actually can make these products and make very high quality products. So there are no anchor brands that we like to call. For example, the big ones, right? Nike and Adidas of the world. They're not giving us the kind of attention and they're not coming to us with their demand. Because of which we don't have the technology transfer happening, because of which certification bodies have not yet set up in India. and because of which India has not been able to create its own brands that have their automatic demand pull, except for cricket, right? I mean, we're champions of the sport, so I won't talk much there, but apart from cricket, we hardly have brands that people recognize globally. And I think it's a cyclical thing. It's a combination of both the supply side and demand side challenges that have kept us currently only at a 0.5%, whereas, you know, countries like our neighbors, Vietnam, Pakistan, have gone much ahead.
Shivji, you mentioned that we are capable of manufacturing everything. Lekin even today, when it comes to sports surfacing, whether it is an athletic track or a basketball court, or for that matter, any surface related, the PURs, the polyurethane rubber, the liquid PURs, we are still getting imported. Why we are not able to manufacture here?
Actually, sir, what China did, we are also, our government of India is also going to take the same model. What they did before Olympic, they told very clearly that we are not going to import any product outside made in China. So that forced all those companies to have a joint venture with the local Chinese company. The same way we are also trying with the foreign companies, that but we are waiting for the government announcement. If they get the contract, then those people will definitely come in India. With the technology transfer, we are going to make everything here in India. Till that, they feel why to go to India. There is a lot of problems are there, issues are there. So nobody is ready. But the way the India image is changing, we are also in touch with those companies to have a joint venture to make product in India. And I feel very soon we will see this. Because with the new government, the latest, I think their government has given 500 crore rupees to the sports goods manufacturer. Now everybody is not knowing what to do with this 500 crore. Really, somebody has suggested to Prime Minister and he has given 500 crore. And I think more than 500 crore, they are ready to, 2,000 crore they are going to give to establish the labs, all these facilities. So I think future is very good, sir.
Okay. Bharat Sarkar ne 500 crore has allotted to the sports goods industry, but the sports goods manufacturers, they don't know what to do with that 500 crores. So this is amazing. Okay, we will take this to the government of India, and you being the part of the, so you should respond to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, sir. I think it is a part of our continued effort and conversation that the first ever allocation has happened in the budget. And sir, be rest assured, it's, I feel that it is not that what can we do with 500 crores, but the question is more importantly, what all can we not do just yet. So I think going forward, this should hopefully increase. And as we've been able to detail out, there are a lot of uses, especially setting up certification labs, bringing raw material ecosystem, and most importantly in the short term, bridging that cost disability gap that I was talking about for which this money should be used.
Yeah. I have one more point here, that we have two legs of this, like the imitate and innovate. So we are now imitating. I mean, like, we are basically archery equipment manufacturers. So for the past few months, because we are just 2 years old, for the past 14 months, we have been only imitating. So once we have imitated to the global standards, because we have a lot of equipments from abroad, China, US, Western countries, and we try to find out what exactly works and what doesn't. Then now we have started innovating. Like, what else can be made better in this? Maybe club so many products together and bring all the solutions in a single product. That's what we are doing. The main problem is that by the time we imitate, the globe is going higher. Standards are higher. Maybe there is a new product coming up in the market. So we will have to first look at, okay, let's stop imitating and let's look at 10 steps from now. Let's not look at now, okay, what is the next step? So that is the way I think we need to start looking at. And as you rightly put it, raw materials is the major thing, because we have still not, even though we are doing so many things in space, At the ground level, we have to start looking at the raw materials, the carbon fiber technology, and everything, as you rightly put it, we have to import, whether it be China or Western countries. Because even if I make something here, the final buyer or the user says, "Arey, I want this particular brand of material to be put in this. Can you do that?" Because it's as good as the foreign things are. But any day, this is going to be a major barrier beyond which we have to think. Like the materials, that is one more thing which we need to look at. Innovate, let's stop following and start innovating. That's my opinion.
So if I can add an example here, this innovation part is so extremely important, and it has kept us where we are, the fact that we don't innovate very fast because of lack of scale. So for example, for a manufacturer of inflatable balls, suppose I want to make basketballs or volleyballs or handballs today, we need specific molds. Even those molds currently we import from China. Now, a small design change, right, or even a small change that can lead to a slight performance enhancement will require a change of mold. Some of our top manufacturers have tried and gone ahead and spoken to manufacturers of molds in India. The fastest that we can get that change to happen is 6 to 8 months for one mold. For a benchmark, China makes a new mold every 2 weeks. So by the time we are able to make one little change in one kind of SKU in one type of inflatable balls, China has actually been able to do that for at least 50 or 60 odd products, which is why we end up staying in the imitation stage, as Sir mentioned. And that is one thing that we need to enable. And for that, we need to bring in investment and a change in thinking so far.
Okay. While I was studying the report, I could have a sense that कि वियतनाम में नाइकी हो, एडिडास हो, अंडर आर्मर हो, योनेक्स हो, कोई भी हो, they all chose Vietnam to invest. ऐसा क्या था वियतनाम में जो इंडिया में नहीं है? What is that special about Vietnam? All these foreign brands, right from Yonex to Adidas to Nike, Under Armour, everybody went towards Vietnam and they did not come to India. As per your opinion, why has that happened? Where did we lack?
Sir, everyone knows that India has all the wealth. Anytime they don't want another China to be in their competition. Because China also imitated the world, the Western countries for a long time, and now they have started innovating. Maybe it's my opinion. So Vietnam, maybe they don't have any fear about Vietnam or any other Far East Asian countries, mainly because we have all the potential to become another China. So they don't want to do the mistake twice.
Okay. Okay, let me ask a very strategic question to you. You are making archery bows and arrows in Hyderabad, right?
Chennai.
Acha, in Chennai. Okay. But most of our archers come from eastern part of India. Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar, West Bengal, this area. So why don't you start a factory here where there is a market? Why did you choose to manufacture in Chennai, where there are not many archers? I don't think so.
Myself and colleague, we were both discussing, all the resources are very cheap here. Let's start shifting our business to this place.
So you have decided to shift your business to Bihar?
If the tides are well, we will like to shift.
Okay.
The tides are high.
So that's a good sign. I hope a BIADA officer is here, Sinhaji. Okay. So I think after this panel, you should catch him. And
don't let me out.
so that, the bow manufacturing company, BrahMos, I'm right, BrahMos, na?
Sorry, mine is IMAX.
Yours is IMAX, okay. BrahMos is another company, right?
BrahMos they make weapons.
Okay. So let them come and invest, because most of the archers, there is a demand here. There is a demand here. Consumer market. Okay. Now, coming to Shiv Naresh, पिछले 4 साल से ऐतिहासिक रूप में आपको बिजनेस मिला बिहार से, केल में, तो अभी तक आप सोचे क्यों नहीं यहाँ हम आके एक फैक्ट्री डाल दें? और आप अभी बियाडा का ऑफिसर अपना सिन्हा जी आपको पूरा बताए थे कि क्या क्या आपको मिलेगा फैसिलिटीज़.
ये तो बहुत अट्रैक्टिंग मैंने देखी है. वैसे हमने कोई 7-8 महीने पहले ही मुजफ्फरपुर में प्लग एंड प्ले में काम शुरू कर दिया है. हाँ सर.
7-8 महीने आप शुरू कर दिए हैं?
हाँ हाँ हाँ. वहाँ 50,000 गारमेंट पर मंथ की टारगेट के हिसाब से प्लानिंग की है हमने और काम शुरू हो गया. बट हमारा थोड़ा सा ऑटोमेशन नहीं है. स्किल्ड मैन पावर चाहिए. मैन पावर को ट्रेन करना, उसका स्टिचिंग में हाथ सेट होना उस पर्टिकुलर गारमेंट के लिए, इट टेक्स सम टाइम. बट वो स्टार्ट हमने कर दिया है.
चलिए, थैंक यू. एनी अदर थिंग विच यू वांटेड फ्रॉम बियाडा, विच यू वांटेड, इसके अलावा जो भी उन्होंने बताया उसके अलावा यू वांटेड टू आस्क समथिंग टू हिम?
I'll be in touch with him.
Okay. So, सिन्हा जी, don't leave both of them. ठीक है, जब तक वो दोनों यहाँ आपसे MOU साइन नहीं करते और इंडस्ट्री यहाँ खोलते नहीं, तब तक बिहार से, हम लोग बिहार में बोलते हैं ना, आप आ सकते हैं अपनी मर्जी से लेकिन जा सकते हैं हमारे मर्जी से. तो जब तक ये इंडस्ट्री सेटअप नहीं करे तो आप इनको छोड़िए मत. एंड थैंक यू सो मच. Anything you want to ask, ma'am, or do you want any clarification from Biada or anything? Okay. And don't worry, as a police officer, I completely guarantee you, I have worked here as a police officer for the past 30 years. 30 साल से मैं policing किया हूँ. मैं आपको आज इस मंच से मैं बताना चाहूँगा, बिहार जैसे safest place आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा. आप आ जाइए, आप आ जाइए. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that discussion. Ravindran sir, I'd like you to please felicitate the guests, please. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sirs. We have one last panel discussion left for today. We request 2 minutes of your time to clear the dais. கடைசியில் போட்டுக்கோங்க அந்த கடைசியில் Thank you, gentlemen. Ambitions are only as good as those who are actively pursuing them. Governance, therefore, becomes a crucial component in a nation's sporting destiny. Our final panel for the day is titled Governance in Sports, Navigating Challenges to Become Stronger Federations. I invite Mr. Jonathan Selvaraj, Assistant Editor of Sportstar, to guide us through this discussion. Can we have a big round of applause for John, please? Thank you, John. I'd like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Kalyan Chaube, President of the All India Football Federation. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Pramod Kumar, Secretary of the Boxing Federation of India, to please make his way to the dais. Thank you, sir. We were also expecting Mrs. Srimati Putul Kumari, Vice President of the National Rifle Association of India, but since she is slightly taken unwell, she will not be participating in this panel today. John, I'd like you to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you to both our guests for being on this panel. Sir, I want simple question for both of you to start. Just what would you, how would you see good governance as in sports federations? To both of you.
देखिए, गुड गवर्नेंस मतलब स्पोर्ट को सही तरीके से चलाना। और जब हम स्पोर्ट की बात करते हैं तो सिर्फ नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन का ही मूल्यांकन होता है, जबकि स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट की बात की जाती है तो ग्रास रूट की बात होती है, बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड की बात होती है। यानी कि आप एक खिलाड़ी को तैयार करना चाहते हैं, जैसे कि प्रीवियस सेशन में मैं सुन रहा था, किसी ने कहा कि क्लास 5 के नीचे यानी कि जूनियर स्कूल, प्राइमरी स्कूल से स्पोर्ट चालू हो। किसी ने कहा कि 8 से 12 साल की आयु के बच्चों को स्पोर्ट्स सिखाया जाए। यानी कि स्पोर्ट की डेवलपमेंट की जब बात होती है तो बात होता है ग्रास रूट से, एथलीट को कैच देम यंग। लेकिन जब आप गवर्नेंस की बात करते हैं तो पिरामिड के टॉप को आप पकड़ते हैं। तो मैं कहूँगा कि हम बड़ी एक अच्छे समय पर है जहाँ लंबे दशकों के बाद नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस एक्ट आया है। ये ओवरनाइट एक्ट के सारे जो आर्टिकल्स है, रेगुलेशन है, सभी को लागू करना शायद संभव नहीं है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे हम जब ये एक्ट को डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक ला पाएंगे तो पिरामिड स्ट्रक्चर के एथलीट डेवलपमेंट की जो बात ग्रासरूट से होता है, उसी तरह गवर्नेंस की बात भी ग्रासरूट से होगी। जब एक ग्रासरूट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में होगा, चाहे वो टेक्निकल डेवलपमेंट की बात हो या एडमिन डेवलपमेंट की बात हो, तब ग्रेजुअली स्टेट और स्टेट से एनएसएफ तक आएगा। यदि हम पूरे देश में जहाँ कम से कम 750 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, 730 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को एक नेशनल फेडरेशन किस तरह से मैनेज करें, जब तक हमारे विंग्स, हमारे ब्रांचेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक ना पहुँचे। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हम कोई भी मुकाम तक पहुँचने के लिए, जैसा टीम एज ए टीम हम पहुँचना चाहते हैं, गवर्नेंस की मूल्यांकन भी और उनकी काम करने का तरीका भी मैं समझता हूँ कि बिल्कुल नीचे से हो, बिल्कुल डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल से हो, तभी एक गवर्नेंस को पूरा लाभ उठा सकता है उस स्पोर्ट में।
हेलो, मेरा नाम प्रमोद कुमार है। मैं इंटरनेशनल एथलीट हूँ और मैं एशियन गेम्स 1986 में 5000 में पार्टिसिपेट किया था और अभी मैं बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन का सेक्रेटरी जनरल हूँ और काफ़ी फेडरेशन के साथ मेरे दोस्त थे, कुलीग थे, काफ़ी फेडरेशनों के साथ काम किया है। लेकिन जो भी फेडरेशन है, कोई भी है, कोई मेरे ख्याल से ग्रास रूट पे तो कोई भी काम नहीं करती। और फेडरेशन बहुत ही सेंसिटिव मैटर है, एक खिलाड़ी का भविष्य डिसाइडेड करती है। काफ़ी खिलाड़ियों की कंप्लेंट्स होती हैं, काफ़ी बच्चों के साथ इंजस्टिस होता है, काफ़ी बच्चों ने सुसाइड किया है फेडरेशन के डिसीजन गलत होने से, और काफ़ी खिलाड़ी जैसे डिंको सिंह थे बॉक्सिंग में, उनको फेडरेशन ने सेलेक्ट नहीं किया, लास्ट में उसको सेलेक्ट किया गया और वो गोल्ड मेडल एशियन गेम्स का जीत के आ गया। एक ही गोल्ड मेडल था 90 में बीजिंग में, और उसका अपना बॉक्सिंग में। और तो ऐसे ऐसे डिसीजन भी सामने आए हैं। तो हम लोग जितने भी लोग फेडरेशन या एसोसिएशंस में हैं, एसोसिएशन खासकर स्टेट एसोसिएशन, फेडरेशन जो होती है उसी के आदमी स्टेट एसोसिएशन में होते हैं, तो वो मनचाहे लोगों को अपॉइंट कर देते हैं और उनको पता ही नहीं होता कि हमें स्टेट लेवल पे काम क्या करना है। काम तो एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेक्रेटरी है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा काम है, लेकिन हमारे चुने हुए लोग, हमारे द्वारा चुने हुए लोग, वो लोग फिर जैसे हम चाहते हैं वैसे ही काम करते हैं और कंटिन्यूशन चलता आता है। भाई एक ये सोशल वर्क है कि यहाँ कोई सैलरी तो किसी सेक्रेटरी को मिलती नहीं है फेडरेशन में, तो आपके पास जो करिश्मा है काम करने का, आपके लिए 4 साल बहुत है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप 2 टर्म निकाल दीजिए, 8 साल है। लेकिन यहाँ तो जब तक चलने का दम है तभी तक फेडरेशन में जुड़े रहना चाहते हैं। खिलाड़ियों का परवाह उनको नहीं है किसी भी तरह से। मैं बहुत साल से मैं ऑल इंडिया स्कूल जीता था, 84 में ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी जीता, 85 में हमारा एशियन यूनिवर्सिटी में रहते हुए फाइनल सिलेक्शन था 10,000 मीटर का, मैं फर्स्ट था। सेकंड 120 मीटर पीछे था, एशियन चैंपियनशिप में वो गया, मैं नहीं गया। तो ऐसे जब एथलेटिक्स में ऐसा हो सकता तो बाकी टीम गेम और कितना अनजस्टिस खिलाड़ियों के साथ होता होगा, बड़ा सोचने का विषय है। मुझे दुख जाने का नहीं हुआ, मैं तो यूनिवर्सिटी में था, मैं कहा मेरे पास बहुत टाइम है, लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस इवेंट तक काफ़ी साल खेलूँगा। लेकिन दुख जब हुआ जकार्ता में जाकर चाइना वाला मेरे से भी गंदा टाइम देके गोल्ड मेडल जीत गया, तब थोड़ा, क्योंकि फेडरेशन में मिस्टर बारिया थे, वो राजा थे, प्रेसिडेंट थे, मिस्टर वर्मा थे, IRS थे, वो रेलवे के थे। उन्हें बेसिक स्पोर्ट्स या खिलाड़ियों से कोई मतलब ही नहीं है। बेसिकली फेडरेशन में ज़्यादातर लोग हमारे लाट साहब ही रहे। लाट साहब मतलब आप समझते होंगे कि अंग्रेज़ों के टाइम से लाट साहब चले आ रहे हैं। खिलाड़ी तो आज भी रंगरूट ही है हिंदुस्तान का। खिलाड़ी की किसी को भी परवाह नहीं है, जितना मैंने देखा है और सोचा है। बहुत मुश्किल है। अभी मैं फेडरेशन का सेक्रेटरी बना हूँ। सेक्रेटरी बनने से पहले मैं 3 साल पहले ही यूपी बॉक्सिंग का सेक्रेटरी बना था। तो आप सोचो कि हमारी फेडरेशन जो नई बॉक्सिंग फेडरेशन बनी वो 10 साल हो गए, 8 साल हो गए, लेकिन हमारे सब जूनियर गेम 2 साल ही हुए हैं, जूनियर 1 साल हुए हैं, यूथ हुए ही नहीं हैं। तो अगर हम नेशनल्स कंटिन्यू हर साल नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो अगर नेशनल नहीं हो रहे तो आप समझो तो स्टेटों का तो क्या हाल होगा। मैंने सबसे पहले स्टेट सेक्रेटरी बनते ही नोएडा के अंदर 9 नेशनल कंटिन्यू हर गेम के करा, हर इवेंट के करा, हर एज ग्रुप के। तो ये कंपटीशन होने से मैं करा रहा हूँ, लोग उसमें भी क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं कि आप ही क्यों करा रहे हो, दूसरे स्टेट क्यों नहीं करा रहे हैं। तो बहुत सारी बातें सुनने को मिली। मैं तो अब देखता आ रहा हूँ इतने सालों से, मुझे मालूम था कि अभी फेडरेशन या स्टेट सेक्रेटरी बन के मेरा दायित्व क्या है, मेरा काम क्या है कि सबसे पहले नेशनल्स कराए जाएं सारे, और उन स्टेटों को भी तैयार किया जाए जो स्टेट नहीं कराते हैं। वो 25-25, 30-30 साल से स्टेट सेक्रेटरी है, पर आज तक एक भी स्टेट नहीं हुआ। राजीव सिंह जी होंगे यहाँ हमारे बिहार के सेक्रेटरी, हो बता देंगे शायद कितने स्टेट हैं ऐसे जिन्होंने एक भी स्टेट आज तक नहीं कराया बॉक्सिंग। तो रिजल्ट कहाँ से आएंगे, ग्रास रूट पे कैसे काम हो। डिस्ट्रिक्ट तो बहुत दूर की बात है। ग्रास रूट पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे काम करना पड़ेगा, तभी खिलाड़ी ऊपर आ सकते हैं। ऑनेस्टी से काम करना पड़ेगा। कोचेज का बहुत इन्फ्लुएंस रहता है सभी फेडरेशन में। कोच की अप्रोच है। मैं जब 85 में रुका था तो जो कोच रेलवे के थे उनका, वीके वर्मा जी स्पोर्ट्स सेक्रेटरी रेलवे के थे, उनका इन्फ्लुएंस था, सर ये विनोद लड़का जो प्रमोद से पीछे आया, अगर ये जाएगा तो मेरा सिलेक्शन होगा, नहीं तो मेरा नहीं होगा। तो ये बहुत सारी बातें हैं, छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, पर खिलाड़ी सभी गरीब घर से आते हैं, बहुत ही गरीब घर से। आज भी हमारे बॉक्सिंग में भी कई, जो हमारी मीनाक्षी अभी लड़की वर्ल्ड कप जीती है, जब वो वर्ल्ड कप जीत रही थी वहाँ पे तो उसका फादर ऑटो रिक्शा चला रहा था और वो हरियाणा के रहने वाली है। मतलब ऐसे ऐसे बहुत सारे उदाहरण हैं और हम उन खिलाड़ियों के साथ बहुत खिलवाड़ करते हैं। सभी फेडरेशन करती हैं क्योंकि उनको बेसिक स्पोर्ट्स से कोई मतलब नहीं है, अपनी कुर्सी अपनी चमक दमक से मतलब है कि हम बने रहें चाहे खिलाड़ी भाड़ में जाए। तो ये सोच बदलनी पड़ेगी। आज के दिन जो मैंने देखा है, पहले हम जब खेलते थे तो साई को बोलते थे ये तो एलिफेंट, वाइट एलिफेंट है, लेकिन अभी उल्टा हो गया है। फेडरेशन ने वाइट एलिफेंट हो गई है और साई एक काम कर रही है। आज के जो हमारे स्पोर्ट्स सेक्रेटरी है और स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर है, मैं उनकी 2-3 स्पीच और जो भी मीटिंग में गया हूँ, मतलब वो इतना, मैं भी अच्छा करना चाहता हूँ पर मुझे लगता है कि जो वो बता रहे हैं शायद और भी बहुत अच्छा हम कर सकते हैं। अच्छी गाइडेंस दे रहे हैं। उनको भूख है ओलंपिक में मेडल आ जाए, कॉमनवेल्थ में मेडल आ जाए, एशियन गेम्स में मेडल आ जाए। बहुत भूख है उनके अंदर कि किसी भी तरह से आ जाए। हमारी फेडरेशन है, जितना इनडिसिप्लिन हमारी फेडरेशन में है, वो हमें बार बार सावधान करते हैं कि आप लोग ठीक करिए, हमें आपसे मेडल की उम्मीद है। तो हम ही आपकी फेडरेशन को बचा रहे हैं। हमारी फेडरेशन को अभी तक ओलंपिक ने भी मान्यता नहीं दी है। तो वो बार बार उनकी इच्छा है कि आप सही काम करें ताकि ओलंपिक में और कॉमनवेल्थ में, एशियन गेम्स में हमें मेडल मिल सके। मैं जितने भी कोचेज यहाँ पे हैं, जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेक्रेटरी हैं या स्टेट सेक्रेटरी हैं, किसी भी गेम के हैं, मेरी उनसे यही विनती है कि वो खिलाड़ियों के लिए काम करें। अगर आपके पास टाइम है, आप अपना थोड़ा पैसा वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। ये वेस्ट ही है पैसा जो आप करेंगे, तो स्पोर्ट्स में रहें, नहीं तो अपना कोई दूसरा काम करें। खिलाड़ियों के साथ खिलवाड़ ना करें। जिस आदमी सक्षम है वो आगे आए और एसोसिएशन, स्टेट एसोसिएशन, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एसोसिएशन और फेडरेशन के लिए काम करें। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू सर।
कल्याण सर, आप भी एज एन, आप काफ़ी ऊंचे लेवल तक आप खुद खेले हुए हैं एंड उसके बाद फिर आप फेडरेशन में आए हैं। आपने अपने प्लेइंग टाइम में क्या देखा जो आपको, जब आप फेडरेशन में आए, आपको उस टाइम आपको जब खेल रहे थे आपको लगा होगा कि ये क्यों नहीं सॉल्व हो रहा। जब आप फेडरेशन में आए थे, ऐसे क्या चीज़ें थी जो आपको लगा कि ये वाली रोड ब्लॉक्स आ रही हैं, ये चैलेंजेस आ रही हैं विच वी नीड टू फिक्स?
देखिए, एक बात तो सच है कि जिस तरह से भारत आज हर क्षेत्र में उन्नति कर रहा है, स्पोर्ट्स भी उसमें से एक है, जहां भारत में भारत सरकार के द्वारा बहुत सारे अच्छे काम हुआ है। आज इतने सारे खिलाड़ी खेल के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में है। आज इतने सारे खिलाड़ी को स्टाइपेंड या तो इंसेंटिव्स दिया जाता है। यदि आप आज से 15-20 साल पहले कोई फुटबॉल मैच देख रहे होते तो एक कॉमन चीज़ देखते थे कि फुटबॉल गोल पोस्ट के, दोनों गोल पोस्ट के जो पेनल्टी बॉक्स के 6 यार्ड्स इलाका है, वहाँ पे बिल्कुल घास नहीं है, और सेंट्रल जहाँ सेंटर होती है वहाँ भी घास नहीं है। और एक कॉमन पिक्चर होता था कि बेसिक जो है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फुटबॉल मैदान जहाँ एक बॉल पुश करने से इवन बॉल जाता है, वो नहीं था। और ये देश के हर शहर पे था। देश के जो टॉप 2 टूर्नामेंट होती थी, एक नेशनल लीग, एक फेडरेशन कप, यदि वहाँ मैच देखते थे, आपको 20 साल पहले की कोई भी वीडियो आप उठा के देखिए, ये आपको देखने को मिलेगा। आज 20 साल बाद जब देखते हैं, कम से कम आप देखिएगा कि आपके मैदान बिल्कुल ग्रीन है, इवन है, कहीं भी जरा सा भी घास की कमी नहीं है। और एक बॉल सही तरह से रोल हो रहा है, बॉल की बाउंस भी सही है, टेलीविजन की कवरेज ब्रॉडकास्टिंग अच्छी है, खिलाड़ी धर्मशाला में नहीं रुक रहे हैं, वो स्टार होटल में रुक रहे हैं, खिलाड़ी ट्रेन में जनरल क्लास में ट्रैवल नहीं कर रहे, वो फ्लाइट से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। और हम यहाँ बैठ करके जो खिलाड़ी खेलते थे उनके मन में क्या होता था कि हमें एक इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड की जर्सी मिल जाए लोगों के साथ। आज हम बात कर रहे हैं किस तरह से भारत के बनाया हुआ कपड़े, अपरेल, स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट हम पहने, ग्लोबली रिप्रेजेंट करें। और आप यहाँ पे बता रहे बिहार में जहाँ हम बैठे हैं, आप 8.1 बिलियन डॉलर की, 1 बिलियन डॉलर होता लगभग 9,000 करोड़, 8.1 बिलियन डॉलर मतलब 70 से 75 हज़ार करोड़ की स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स बाहर भेजने की बात कर रहे। तो जब मैं खेलता था ये हम कभी सोचते नहीं थे, हमें कहीं एक, मैं क्योंकि एक फेडरेशन का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, किसी ब्रांड के नाम कहना सार्वजनिक मंच से उचित नहीं होगा, फिर भी यदि कोई फॉरेन मैन्युफैक्चर्ड जर्सी हमको मिलता तो लगे कि हमारे लिए एक अचीवमेंट हो गया। हम सोचते थे हमारा कपड़ा पहन के बाहर जाए तो शायद इन्फीरियर हो, हम बाहर का कपड़ा नहीं पहन सके। तो ये जो गुलामी मानसिकता, मुझे लगता है कि ये खेल में सबसे बड़ा आया है। जो खेलो इंडिया आया है, खेलो इंडिया की जो सुविधाएं है, आज खिलाड़ी कितने कॉन्फिडेंटली बात करते हैं। आप कोई भी मेडल जीते हुए खिलाड़ी से आप जब बात करते हो, कितने कॉन्फिडेंटली बात करते हैं। और देखिए, कभी भी उन्नति की कोई सीमा नहीं होती है, स्काई इज द लिमिट। आप साल में 24 घंटा 365 दिन काम भी करें और 100 काम में से 90 सही काम करें, 10 में गलती हो तो लोगों को 10 गलती नजर आती है। आप जब सार्वजनिक रूप पे काम करते हैं, आपके काम को जब एप्रिशिएट नहीं किया जाता तो इसके मतलब है कि आपने गलती नहीं किया। जब आपकी क्रिटिसाइज होती है तो ये मालूम पड़ा कि आपकी गलती है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि जब आप सार्वजनिक रूप से काम करेंगे तो ऐसा अपेक्षा ना रखा जाए कि आपके सारे काम सही होंगे। फेडरेशन का काम है स्पोर्ट्स को चलाना, और जब स्पोर्ट्स को चलाना है सरकार के साथ चलाना। जब ये हम यहाँ बिहार में बैठे हैं और ये दूसरी साल है, पिछले वर्ष भी मुझे आने की आमंत्रण मिला था लेकिन मेरे आने की मैं आ नहीं पाया दूसरे कारणवश। आज बिहार में, जो बिहार में हमेशा बिहार को एक माइग्रेंट स्टेट के रूप से जाना जाता था, जो मजदूर और श्रमिक देश के दूसरे प्रदेशों में जाते थे, ऐसे लोग कहते थे आलोचना करते वक्त, वहाँ हम इस मंच पर बताया जा रहा है कि बिहार ने यदि इंडस्ट्री यहाँ पे लगाए, आपको क्या लाभ उठाए, क्या लाभ दिया जा सकता है। तो उसी तरह बिहार सरकार पिछले वर्ष अस्मिता लीग कराया खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से, और महिलाओं के फुटबॉल हुआ। ये सारी चीज़ हम जब खिलाड़ी होते थे हमें लगता था ऐसा करना चाहिए, हमें अच्छा मैदान मिलना चाहिए, हमें अच्छी किट्स मिलनी चाहिए, हमें अच्छा स्टाइपेंड मिलना चाहिए, हमें ज़्यादा कंपटीशन मिलना चाहिए। आज सारे और कॉरपोरेट, फेडरेशन, सरकार को मिल के काम करना चाहिए, एसोसिएशन, सारी चीज़ हम यहाँ जो बैठ के बात कर रहे, पीछे खिलाड़ी बैठे हैं, कोच बैठे हैं, बिहार फुटबॉल से एसोसिएशन के सचिव बैठे हैं, बिहार ओलंपिक के अध्यक्ष बैठे हैं, भारतीय ओलंपिक के सीईओ बैठे हैं, बिहार स्पोर्ट्स के डीजी बैठे हैं, और थोड़ी देर पहले बिहार इंडस्ट्री प्रमोशन के ओएसडी ने भी बात करके गए हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये सारी चीज़ अच्छी चीज़ है। 150 करोड़ की आबादी वाले देश में ओवरनाइट चेंज नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन हम जब बैठे हैं 10 साल पहले कैसे थे, 20 साल पहले कैसे थे, 30 साल पहले कैसे थे, हम स्वयं को कैसे देखते थे। विदेश में टूर्नामेंट खेलने जाते थे तो हमें लगता है एक फॉरेन ट्रिप मिला है, हम जीतने के लिए कभी नहीं सोचते थे। अब हम ओलंपिक होस्ट के लिए सोच रहे हैं, वो भी नहीं सोच रहे, हम सोच रहे डबल डिजिट मेडल जीतने के लिए। वो भी नहीं सोच रहे। हम सोच रहे कि किस तरह से टॉप 10 मेडल विजेताओं में आ सकते हैं। तो हमारी सोच बदल हुआ है। और मैं समझता हूँ ये यदि कलेक्टिवली हम सोच सकते हैं, कलेक्टिवली यदि हम सोचे कि हम साथ मिलकर के, जो हमारे पास थोड़ी देर पहले बताया जा रहा था कि करीब करीब 70 करोड़ युवाएं हैं जो कि 25 वर्ष आयु के नीचे हैं, जो बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है, यदि इसकी हम सही तरीक़े से लाभ उठा सकें, जिस तरह से मैडम ने अपनी रिसर्च पे बताया कि ये मार्केट हो सकता है स्पोर्ट्स की मार्केट, जिस तरह से सरकार बता रही है, मैं समझता हूँ कि 20 साल पहले खिलाड़ी के रूप से जो मेरी दृष्टिकोण होता था, खेल को देखते हुए, खेल की उन्नति को देखते हुए, आज मैं 20 साल बाद जब मैं एक फेडरेशन के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पर हूँ और मैं दूसरे दृष्टिकोण से देख रहा हूँ, मुझे लग रहा देश बहुत उन्नति किया है। और साथ मिल के हम चले, डेफिनेटली स्पोर्ट के माध्यम से, सॉफ्ट डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से हम बहुत आगे जा सकते हैं। और इसके लिए फेडरेशन, एसोसिएशन, सरकार, कॉरपोरेट, एथलीट, कोचेस, स्पोर्ट्स साइंस, मेडिकल साइंस, डोपिंग, सारे को मिल करके कलेक्टिवली हमें सोचना है, तभी हम इकट्ठे आगे जाएंगे।
सर, आप दोनों ने बताया था कि जो फेडरेशन का रोल होता है, फेडरेशन मोस्टली वो टॉप ऑफ द पिरामिड देख रही है, जब एक्चुअली वो ग्रास रूट्स पे भी देखना चाहिए। बट आपको लगता है फिर शायद कि जो प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट और स्टेट लेवल की बात प्रॉब्लम होती है और सारा ब्लेम माने सबसे ऊपर वाले लेवल तक पहुंच जाता है?
देखिए, जीवन में सबसे सरल और सहज काम है दूसरे की गलती ढूंढना। मैं गोलकीपर खेलता था और थोड़ा बहुत फुटबॉल खेला, तो गोल होने के बाद लगता था छोटे में, या तो स्टॉपर को दोष दूं, वो मुझे कवर नहीं दिया, या तो स्टॉपर ने बोले गोलकीपर ने गलती किया। सबसे आसान तरीका है कि दूसरे के ऊपर गलती दे दो और वो सही तरीके से बच सकते हैं। लेकिन लीडर की काम ऐसा नहीं होता है, जिम्मेदारी लेनी है। यदि हम कहें कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट को खेल को आगे बढ़ाना है, तो हमें देखना है डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो खेल आगे बढ़ाएगा उसको बेसिक रेवेन्यू स्ट्रक्चर क्या है। एक नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन को सरकार बिना टेंडर के, बिना रोक टोक के एक अनुदान दे सकती है, या वो हम हमारे फुटबॉल में वो हम प्रयास करते हैं स्टेट के माध्यम से डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक जाए। लेकिन यदि यही काम डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट के माध्यम से, उनके कार्यालय से जो स्पोर्ट्स की व्यवस्था है, जो CSR की जो स्पोर्ट्स की व्यवस्था है, और उनके पास छोटे बजट हो, लाख रुपया, 2 लाख रुपया, 5 लाख रुपया, छोटे बजट हो, 50,000 रुपया, यदि वो अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो खेल लोकप्रिय है उसी खेल को बढ़ाए, उसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्पोर्ट्स एसोसिएशन को एक कोलैबोरेट तरीके से टीम वर्क करे कि हमको एनुअल स्पोर्ट में स्टेट बैंक को 5 लाख रुपया की बजट है दरभंगा में, और वो स्टेट बैंक की मैनेजर दरभंगा स्पोर्ट्स एसोसिएशन, दरभंगा ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन, दरभंगा फुटबॉल एसोसिएशन को बोलता है, भाई हम आपको 50,000 रुपया देते हैं, आप अंडर 12 के लड़कों का फुटबॉल करो, अंडर 15 के लड़कियों की फुटबॉल करो। तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एसोसिएशन को मालूम है कि साल में एक बार मुझे 50,000, 1 लाख की गारंटी अनुदान आएगी, मुझे बस क्या 6 टीम को इकट्ठे करना है। यदि डिस्ट्रिक्ट एसोसिएशन को ये भी करना है, साधन भी जुगाड़ना है, खिलाड़ी भी जुगाड़ना है, तो फिर वो, अब जैसा कि प्रणव साहब ने बताया, अधिकांश लोगों ने ये ऑनररी सर्विस देते हैं, तो सभी तरफ करने की संभव नहीं होता। तो यदि जिले में मान लीजिए छोटे छोटे जो कॉरपोरेट्स हैं, वो जिनकी हेडक्वार्टर्स जिले में है या कमिश्नरेट में है, वो यदि जुड़ जाते हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड में खेल की पार्टिसिपेशन अधिक होगी। पार्टिसिपेशन अधिक होने से लाइफ हेल्दी होगा, और लाइफ जब हेल्दी होगा, जब हेल्दी चाइल्ड होंगे, तो हेल्दी चाइल्ड अच्छा खेल खेलेंगे, और अच्छा खेल जब खेलेंगे तब बात आएगी उसको अच्छा प्रशिक्षण देने की। वो लेवल 3 या 4 की है। पहले तो हमें हेल्दी चाइल्ड को डेवलप करना है, और हेल्दी चाइल्ड को डेवलप करने के लिए मास पार्टिसिपेशन की आवश्यकता है। मास पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए नंबर ऑफ कंपटीशन बढ़ाना है, और नंबर ऑफ कंपटीशन बढ़ाने के लिए हमें साधन चाहिए, तभी नीचे की बच्चा ऊपर जाता है स्टेट और नेशनल पर। जो बच्चा आज सक्सेस हो जाता है, उसके पीछे 50 लोग रहते उनके सक्सेस स्टोरी बताने के लिए, लेकिन उनके जैसा कितने बच्चे हैं वहाँ तक पहुँच सकते थे यदि उनको आज या आज से 2 साल पहले 5 साल पहले सपोर्ट मिला होता। तो हमें स्टार को अप्रिशिएट नहीं करना है, स्टार इन मेकिंग की प्रोसेस बनानी है। हमारे इन्वेस्टमेंट जो है स्टार इन मेकिंग पर लगाना है, स्टार पर नहीं। स्टार को तो लेने वाले बहुत को ही।
सर जस्ट एक फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन, तो आप चाहते हैं कि देयर शुड बी मोर गवर्नमेंट इन्वॉल्वमेंट इन द फेडरेशंस या फिर व्हाट आर यू रेफरिंग टू?
मैं सर ने जो बोला है कि हम कलेक्टिवली काम करें, इतनी सारी एजेंसियों के नाम लिए हैं, मैं उसमें यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हम जिस जगह पे हैं, हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेक्रेटरी हैं या स्टेट सेक्रेटरी हैं, हमारी क्या ड्यूटी है, और या फेडरेशन के सेक्रेटरी है, हमारी क्या ड्यूटी है, हमें क्या काम करना चाहिए। अगर हम अपनी जगह सही काम करें तो बाकी एजेंसियाँ ऑटोमेटिकली आपसे जुड़ती चली जाएंगी। आज की डेट में जो स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी है वो फेडरेशनों को ऐसे टीचर की तरह बता रही है, भाई ये काम करना है, ये काम करना है, ये काम करना है, जबकि हम तो सदियों से कंटिन्यू चले आ रहे हैं। वो तो आज बने हैं, आज आए हैं, हमें उनको गाइड करना चाहिए कि सर हमें ये फैसिलिटी चाहिए, आपसे ये चाहिए। वो कहते हैं हमसे मांगो तो, लेकिन हम मांगने की बजाय उल्टे अपने सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट लेके फेडरेशनें चल रही हैं, जो कि स्पोर्ट्स के लिए बहुत घातक है। दूसरा, इतने मेरे ख्याल से 70% फेडरेशन और स्टेट में कह नहीं सकता कितनी होंगी, पर वो भी 50 से ज़्यादा होंगी जिनके केस कोर्ट में चल रहे हैं। सर हम कलेक्टिवली तो तब होंगे जो हमारा ही भाई है, हमारे साथ एक गेम में हम जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं सेक्रेटरी हूँ तो मेरे अगेंस्ट कोर्ट में केस है, वो है तो उसके अगेंस्ट कोर्ट में केस है, तो हम कलेक्ट कैसे हो जाएंगे। आईओ का बजट ये बनने से पहले, अभी आईओ जब पीटी उषा जी बनी है उससे पहले आईओ का बजट 50% से ज़्यादा कोर्ट में गया, वकीलों की फीस गई है। तो आप ये देख लो आप कितना पैसा, हमारा क्या मतलब है कोर्ट से, क्या मतलब है वकीलों से। किसी फेडरेशन को ना कोर्ट ठीक कर सकता है, ना गवर्नमेंट ठीक कर सकती है, ना खिलाड़ी ठीक कर सकते हैं। वो हमें अपना दायित्व समझ के उसी पे काम करना पड़ेगा, उसी तरह से करिए। साथ ही मैं स्पोर्ट्स का ये स्पोर्ट्स स्टार, मेरे ख्याल से मैक्सिमम मैंने तो मेरी जितनी भी फ़ोटो या रनिंग के बारे में लिखा गया, आपके स्पोर्ट्स स्टार में लिखा गया। हिंदू में जो पेपर मिस्टर शायद केपी मोहन जी थे, बड़े अच्छे, मतलब वो खिलाड़ियों के लिए लिखते भी थे, लड़ते भी थे उनके सिलेक्शन के लिए। मैंने किसी स्टेट सेक्रेटरी फेडरेशन को लड़ते नहीं देखा जिस तरह से वो लड़ते थे। उदाहरण के लिए कुंजू रानी और मल्लेश्वरी, जब ओलंपिक के लिए सिलेक्शन था तो कुंजू रानी उससे ज़्यादा वेट उठा रही थी, लेकिन सिलेक्शन मल्लेश्वरी का हुआ, और वो केपी सिंह जी बोलते थे अगर ये जाएगी तो गोल्ड लेके आएगी। लेकिन वो बहुत उन्होंने जोर लगाया, काफ़ी हम सब लोगों को इकट्ठा किया, हम लोग भी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के यहाँ गए खूब, पर सिलेक्शन मल्लेश्वरी का हुआ, कुंजू रानी का नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि उसका कोई माई बाप इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं था, उसके पीछे कोई बैक नहीं था। अगर कुंजू रानी जाती तो हमारा गोल्ड मेडल शायद वेट लिफ्टिंग में उसी दिन आ जाता। ये एक खेल को जो समझता है या जो जड़ से जुड़ा हुआ है, जो देखता है, वो इस बात को समझ सकता है, बाकी लोग नहीं जान सकते। तो मेरी आप लोगों से यही विनती है कि खिलाड़ी बहुत ही सेंसिटिव होता है, बहुत ही सेंसिटिव होता है, बहुत ही गरीब होता है। उसके माँ बाप कैसे उसको स्टेडियम तक आने जाने का, उसकी किट का खर्चा उठाते हैं, बहुत सोचने की। स्कूल का खर्चा इतना हो जाता है, ऊपर से स्पोर्ट्स करेगा तो उसका खर्चा डबल हो जाएगा। तो मेरी आप सब लोगों से यही विनती है कि सही खिलाड़ी चूज करें और सही खिलाड़ी की आउट ऑफ जाके हेल्प करें। थैंक यू सर।
आपने जस्ट इनके साथ मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा कि क्या सरकार और फेडरेशन में कोलैबोरेशन और बढ़ना चाहिए, ऐसा आपने कहा, और सर ने बहुत अच्छा इसकी व्याख्या दी है। मैं इसके साथ ये जुड़ना चाहूँगा कि देखिए स्पोर्ट्स जो है, खेल जो स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, स्पोर्ट्स एजुकेशन ये स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है। हम बात करते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री भारत सरकार की, उनकी एक रोल है जहां टीम को एशियन गेम्स में, ओलंपिक में, कॉमनवेल्थ में भेजा जाता है या तो टूर्नामेंट होस्ट किया जाता है। भारतीय ओलंपिक संघ इसकी जो जितने सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव और बाकी दूसरे काम है इसको करती है, इस प्रक्रिया को, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट ऑटोनॉमस बॉडी है। और इसके साथ जो नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन है, नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन भारतीय ओलंपिक संघ के नीचे काम करती है अपने अपने स्पोर्ट को डेवलप करने के लिए। और हर स्पोर्ट की जो इनकी बॉडी है स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक होना चाहिए। हमारे देश में अभी तक एक ऐसा ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम नहीं बना है जहां ये सारे एसोसिएशन सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल हो, आत्मनिर्भर हो। खेल किस तरह से चलता है? खेल लोग शौक के लिए खेलते हैं, हॉबी। किसी प्रेसिडेंट है, वो सामर्थ्यवान है और साल में 2, 4, 5, 10 लाख दिए हैं, उनसे उनका एसोसिएशन चलता, इस कारण से उनको अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। ये पहले होता था। आज स्पोर्ट अपने आप में एक इंडस्ट्री है, लाखों करोड़ों की इंडस्ट्री है, हजारों लाखों लोगों की नौकरी की बात है। और यहाँ की सोच आज बिल्कुल बदल गया है। इसलिए सरकार की इसके साथ भागीदारी होना बहुत आवश्यक है। अब जब मैं भागीदारी होना है, आपके टाइम्स अप हुआ है, मैं आधा मिनट या 1 मिनट लूँगा। भागीदारी के मतलब ये नहीं है कि सरकार की इंटरफेरेंस हो गवर्नेंस टू रन स्पोर्ट। ऑटोनॉमी ऑफ ए फेडरेशन पे कहीं कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं है। एक फेडरेशन अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अनुसार चलती है और वो ओलंपिक चार्टर में लिखा हुआ है और अपने जो देश के नेशनल ओलंपिक कमेटी है उसके अनुसार चलाया जाता है। लेकिन इसको चलाने के लिए आज मान लीजिए हम एक फुटबॉल अध्यक्ष होने के लिए आज पहली बार भारत के फुटबॉल के इतिहास में सीनियर वीमेन टीम, अंडर 20 वीमेन टीम, अंडर 17 वीमेन टीम, तीनों वीमेन टीम ने एशिया कप में क्वालिफाई किया, जो कि भारत में पहली बार हुआ। 23 वर्षों के बाद भारत की महिला टीम खेले इस स्तर पर। और मान लीजिए आज मैं एक टूर्नामेंट कराना चाहता हूँ, 4 फॉरेन टीम लाना चाहता हूँ या बाकी सारे स्टेट टीम लाना चाहता हूँ। क्या फेडरेशन के अपने पास स्टेडियम है? क्या फेडरेशन के पास पुलिस है? क्या फेडरेशन के पास इतने सामर्थ्य है कि पूरा होटल मैनेज करे? तो इसके लिए सरकार की सहयोग की आवश्यकता है। और जब तक सरकार की सहयोग नहीं होगी तब तक हम एक स्केल के ऊपर नहीं जा पाएंगे। इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन एक लिमिट तक हो सकता है, लेकिन हमें लार्ज स्केल में डेवलपमेंट के लिए सरकार की भागीदारी, उनकी सहयोग की आवश्यकता है। मैं इसीलिए द हिंदू स्पोर्ट्सस्टार ने आज जो कॉन्क्लेव करा, कॉन्क्लेव में मुझे आने की अवसर मिला, धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ द हिंदू स्पोर्ट्सस्टार को। और मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ बिहार सरकार की, जिस तरह से उन्होंने समझा कि अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के विभागों के लोगों को यहाँ आना चाहिए, यहाँ पे ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करना चाहिए और क्या चैलेंजेस है उस विषय को देखते हुए। चैलेंजेस है ये तो कह देना बहुत आसान है, तुम गलत हो, तुमने नहीं किया, वैसा करना था, सही नहीं हुआ इसलिए बाकी काम गलत है, तो तुम हारे हो, वैसा करने से जीतते थे, तुम गलत हो, ये कहना बहुत आसान है। लेकिन जो बिहार सरकार ने आज सबको बुला करके बोले आज से 5 साल बाद, आज से 10 साल बाद स्पोर्ट्स की इंडस्ट्री क्या होगी, क्या हम मेक इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट स्पोर्ट्स में ला सकते हैं? क्या कोचेस को बैठा करके कोचेस की कंट्रीब्यूशन लिया जा सकता है टेक्निकल डेवलपमेंट में? क्या फेडरेशन के चैलेंजेस सुना जा सकता है? तो मैं समझता हूं कि ये बहुत आवश्यक है। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं बिहार सरकार को और सरकार की, मैं समझता हूं कि पूरा सहयोग, कंट्रीब्यूशन और इन्वॉल्वमेंट हर स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन के साथ होनी चाहिए। इंडियन ओलंपिक को साथ में लेकर के तभी हम एक लॉन्ग टर्म डेवलपमेंटल प्लान को सोच सकते हैं और आज से 10 साल आगे भारत स्पोर्ट की दुनिया में कहाँ है, किस पायदान पर, उसकी तय हो सकती है, मैं समझता हूँ। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच बोथ ऑफ आवर पैनलिस्ट। आप काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग था, काफ़ी सीखने को मिला था। थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन।
For an honest rendition of your ideas and thoughts. Before you leave the dais, I'd like to invite Mr. Oyon Sengupta to facilitate the 2 panelists and Mr. Ravindran Shankaran as well. Sirs, one group photo, please. John, could you please join them? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That brings us to the end of Sportstar Conclave Focus Bihar. It's been a great day of talking about all things sports and all things Bihar. We hope you all here and those of you who joined us on stream enjoyed the day as much as we did. Before we bid you all farewell, we would like to tip our hats off to a few people who made this event possible. First, Mr. Ravindran Shankaran and his team at BSSA and the Department of Sports for giving us an opportunity to come back to Patna and enjoy your company again. Ravindran sir's passion to put our shared interest in sports is absolutely infectious. We've constantly sought a new destination for every edition of the conclave, but Patna is the only city we have returned to. That tells you everything about the work being done here and the interest of the authorities to meaningfully engage with the larger sporting ecosystem. We would like to thank our sponsors, Indian Oil Corporation Limited and SBI, for extending their support to this exercise. A big thank you to Kushi, Abhishek and Jagan from Talk Entertainment who have put this event in its form up for us all. Thank you to the folks at the Taj Group for being steady partners in our conclave ventures and hosting us here today in Patna. I would like to thank all our speakers today. Many of you made it here with massive disruptions to your schedule, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for supporting Sportstar in this exercise. And finally, to the audience for being patient and attentive throughout. We hope to see you all again. Until then, it's goodbye from Sportstar and the Hindu Group. Thank you very much.